Chapter 2506. Everything seemed very calm. The next day, it was almost time to verify Long Chen's guess. Yesterday, Mo Xiaolang had already said that he wouldn't say it a third time. If he saw Long Chen in God-burying mountain again, he wouldn't be polite according to what he said yesterday. If Long Chen's guess was wrong, then this would be a life and death battle, and it would definitely alarm the primordial giant demons. But there wasn't much time left. The next day came quietly. The demons began to rise into the sky, waiting for the devouring demon to appear. Lin Mo brought Long Chen and continued to appear in the crowd. In God Nation, other than Long Chen, who was still very determined, everyone was still very nervous. It was as if a life and death battle was about to begin. Soon, Moon Demon and Zero Demon also appeared. They were directly below the gap of the demon star seal. They guarded it from the left and right. At this moment, that black shadow rapidly appeared. In the past, he would directly fly into the sky and charge towards the devil star seal, not caring about anything else. Everything would be discussed after completing today's mission. But at this moment, he stopped at the gap of the demon star seal. His eyes stared at Lin Mo and his fists were unknowingly clenched. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang's body was emitting a very terrifying baleful aura. Demonic qi surged over and the demons couldn't help but kneel down, submitting to his prestige. He saw us. It's over. Wang Ming and Tao Li didn't have much confidence and couldn't help but be afraid. Lin Mo didn't have any fear. He followed the other demons and knelt in the void, remaining calm and collected. Long Chen stared at this guy's eyes. Just as he expected, the anger and indifference he showed was definitely not enough for him to kill at this moment. This made Long Chen extremely excited. The other party's current performance was more in line with his guess. That is, he wasn't controlled at all. He only wanted to scare me away, but never thought of killing Long Chen. Although he wasn't 100% sure, or even if he was controlled, he still had a large part of his own consciousness. These were all possibilities, but Long Chen was at least sure that he wouldn't make a move today. Sure enough, Mo Xiaolang paused for a moment. Under the Moon Devil's puzzled gaze, he continued to move forward. He entered the gap in the Devil Star seal and began to devour the flames. Lin Mo and the others heaved a sigh of relief. I can see that your guess is indeed possible. The longer you stay here, the more he doesn't care about you, and the more likely it is that you'll end up like this. Long Chen nodded. He couldn't use words to describe his excitement at this moment, nor could he use words to describe his anger at this moment. If everything he guessed was true, then as an elder brother, he should stand firmly by his side and free him from the claws of the demon. Mo Xiaolang wasn't such a person. He was a young man full of sunshine. To make him like this, Long Chen already had a deep hatred. Now that he was finally here, no matter what price he had to pay, he had to redeem everything. His heart was filled with majestic power and anger, giving him endless faith and fighting spirit at this moment. 2 hours passed. Mo Xiaolang completed his task and came down from the Devil Star seal. He didn't look at Lin Mo again and quickly returned to the abyss, not talking to anyone. The day ended like this. Then came the second day, the third day. He seemed to know that Long Chen would stay here, so he didn't do anything else. Every day, he continued to devour the Devil Star seal while Long Chen guarded here. He tried his best to get a chance to communicate with Mo Xiaolang, but Moon Devil and Zero Devil's guard was too strict. Plus, Mo Xiaolang seemed to be avoiding him, not giving him a chance to meet at all. Later on, he didn't pay attention to Long Chen, as if he had completely forgotten about Long Chen. Every day, there was only the matter of devouring the Devil Star seal. Your guess should be right, perhaps he has other purposes. Anyway, he doesn't want to have anything to do with you now, so he definitely won't talk to you anymore. Lin Mo analyzed. Long Chen also understood, but Lin Mo's performance was too conspicuous. He was wondering if he should find another great demon lord to get close to Mo Xiaolang, but this would definitely be easily seen through by Mo Xiaolang. Moon Devil and the others guarded so strictly, perhaps he would be discovered if he got a little closer. Long Chen had tyrannical power, but in this Devil Star, he was restricted everywhere. In this way, another month passed in the blink of an eye. According to the current situation, there were only 3 months left before the Demon Star's seal would be broken. The remaining time was getting shorter and shorter. 90 days would pass in the blink of an eye. If there were no major changes, the entire world would be finished. Everyone in this world would be finished. From the dragon sacrificial continent to the eternal god domain, those places that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had been friends with, leaving behind many beautiful memories, those places that they had explored would all be destroyed now. No matter who it was, Long Chen was extremely anxious. He couldn't continue to waste time with Mo Xiaolang like this. He had to take another risk, otherwise there would be no possibility of success. In the current situation, Mo Xiaolang might not be controlled, so it was no longer something that could be finished with one sword. He wanted Mo Xiaolang to stop acting, to advise him, to share the threat with him, or at least to communicate, so that Long Chen could understand what he was thinking. Otherwise, Long Chen couldn't continue to wait for death like this. During this month, he had actually tried many methods, but they all failed in the end. The security here was strict, and Mo Xiaolang was watertight. There were many dangers here, and it wasn't something that could be solved with just one battle. The Devil Star was 10 times more difficult than the Spirit Zune residence. Moreover, his actions made Lin Mo very special in the group of great demon masters. Although Mo Xiaolang was watertight, he still looked at Lin Mo a few times, and it was these inconspicuous glances that brought about a new crisis. On this day, when everyone was discussing a new method, Lin Mo's voice suddenly stopped at an important point. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, they saw Lin Mo stand up and look at a dark corner. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Moon Demon. Long Chen's eyes sharpened. He actually came to find Lin Mo alone, so he must have found something. Although there hadn't been any progress in this month, and Mo Xiaolang didn't care about him at all, with Moon Demon and Zeroth Demon's intelligence, experience, and cautiousness, no detail could escape their eyes. Sure enough, Moon Demon, who was wearing a long robe, walked out of the shadows. The blood moon between his eyebrows glowed, and his evil aura was awe-inspiring. He stared at Lin Mo for a while, then chuckled and said, "Lin Mo, you seem to have some secrets related to devouring demons. I came here today to ask you, is that girl still there?" As expected, he was suspicious. In this tense month, no matter how well he hid it, Mo Xiaolang's emotions would fluctuate. But when his emotions fluctuated several times because of one person, Moon Demon indeed became suspicious. At the beginning, Mo Xiaolang had fought with Moon Demon and Zeroth Demon for them. This was unprecedented, so Moon Demon would naturally be concerned. At this level, it was only natural, so Long Chen didn't panic. Think of a way to leave Burial God Mountain. If it's only Moon Demon, then we can only try. If we can wake this old guy up, then we'll be far from success. Hearing Long Chen's words, Lin Mo agreed. Since Moon Demon was already suspicious, then the only path left was to fight to the death. Lin Mo said, "Moon Demon, I've already sent that girl out. If Moon Demon wants to find her, I can lead the way, or I can go find her myself." "Oh." The Moon Devil smiled and said, "We are all his lordship's minions. We obey his lordship's orders and will not lie, so I believe you. If you want to go out, then take me with you." Hearing this, Long Chen knew that he was already suspicious. He was just teasing Lin Mo obviously, he wanted to get rid of Lin Mo and figure out what was going on. But he knew that Mo Xiaolang was nearby, so he didn't want to make a move here. When Lin Mo hinted, he naturally agreed. Both of them didn't want to fight here. That was good. The sooner they left, the better. Lin Mo quickly said, "Yes, please follow me." Having said that, he immediately set off. The Moon Devil was like a shadow following behind him. When the Moon Devil and the Great Demon Lord set off, all the other devils opened up a path for them to leave. To these devils whose minds were not developed, they basically didn't consider the reason why these two people were leaving. Under the influence of the primordial great demon's will, they only knew that as long as they stayed here, it would be fine. From the depths of God-burying mountain, they walked out step by step. Long Chen had already made his preparations. This time, he did not prepare the god-slaying sword. The Karma Imperial sword had to end the battle quickly. Therefore, he also had to kill his opponent quickly in order to turn the situation around. After walking for about 15 minutes, the tall god-burying mountain became very small behind them. Moon Demon stopped here and said leisurely, "I'm suddenly not interested in that girl. Instead, I'm interested in your god country. Lin Mo, open your god country and let me see what treasures are inside." Lin Mo stopped and turned to face Moon Demon. He smiled and said, "Moon Demon is really smart. How did you know that Tao Li is in my god country?" "The reason why I brought Moon Demon here is because I have something very important to tell you." Chapter 2507. The control of the primordial giant devil was truly terrifying. The Moon Devil clearly knew that he was being controlled, but he didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. He might be one of the first batch of people to come to Devil Star. Now that a long period of time had passed, he should be very clear about what had happened to Devil Star and what kind of changes it had gone through in such a long time. Lin Mo didn't answer Moon Demon's question. He said, "Do you want to go a bit further?" "Okay, I admit, this girl is in my god country." Moon Demon asked with interest, "Then why did you bring me here?" As a demon, lying isn't a good quality. Demons don't lie. In fact, the Moon Demon was still unaware of Long Chen's existence. He only knew that there was something strange about Lin Mo and that he was related to Mo Xiaolang. "Of course, why would I lie to you? I brought you here for a very important matter. But didn't you want to see my god country? I'll open it for you." Lin Mo said decisively, "Of course, I wouldn't lie to you. I brought you here for a very important matter. But didn't you want to see my god country? I'll show you." This would attract this fellow's attention. Long Chen was afraid that he would make a sound and awaken the primordial great demon, so he had to execute the Karma Emperor sword extremely quickly, aiming to kill in a single strike and shatter the primordial great demon's imprint in this fellow's body. If he could obtain the Moon Demon's help, the benefits would be too great. Moon Demon and Zero Demon hadn't been separated. Now was the first time Moon Demon was alone. "Okay, let me check." This was Moon Demon's original goal. Lin Mo was very straightforward. He opened the God Kingdom, and at the same time, he suddenly punched the Moon Demon. "You dare attack me?" The Moon Demon was very surprised. The other party was just a great demon master, but this time, it was clear that there were too many problems. The hierarchy of the demons was very strict, and they all worked for their master. The Moon Demon and Zero Demon had unparalleled statuses. If they dared to attack the Moon Demon, even if they were a great demon master, they would only be able to walk the path of death. If they were thrown into the abyss, the primeval troll would swallow them. No matter how many lives they had, they would die. In fact, Lin Mo's attack was just to divert attention and wasn't the main point. However, to the Moon Demon, this was only the main point. This kind of disrespectful junior had actually attacked him. This was definitely an intolerable humiliation. Therefore, he fought back. With his ability, he could easily kill Lin Mo. However, Long Chen seized the opportunity and appeared at this time. This was the first time he appeared before the Moon Demon. Moreover, he was in the form of a divine dragon. The divine Wei heart-refining dragon came out from Lin Mo's God Kingdom. He was fully prepared. The sword on his forehead was the Karma Emperor sword. Now, the Karma Emperor sword was shining brightly as though it had emerged from chaos. It was righteous and majestic. It was much more terrifying than the god-slaying sword. This was the most serious Long Chen had ever displayed the Karma King sword. The moment the sword was born, the world was born at the same time. The Karma King world swept out. Just as the Moon Demon and Lin Mo were provoking and dealing with Lin Mo, Long Chen suddenly appeared from above and let the Karma King world envelop the Moon Demon. He immediately brought the Moon Demon into the Karma King world. As for Lin Mo, he was blasted out by Long Chen. This way, the Moon Demon's attack couldn't hurt him. In front of Lin Mo's eyes, a golden black divine dragon and the Moon Demon were swept into a world at the same time, instantly disappearing before his eyes. He searched around but couldn't feel that world. He could only feel a mysterious power around him, condensing and not dispersing. Amazing. I hope he can succeed this time. If he fails, you will never be able to make a comeback. Lin Mo and the others couldn't help but pray. Other than Kitten, everyone else was with Lin Mo. In reality, Long Chen was currently facing unprecedented pressure. The Moon Demon was an expert who was not too far off from him in terms of cultivation level. It would not be easy for the Karma King realm to trap him. Right now, the Moon Demon was struggling amidst the power of countless karma threads. Over 1,000,000 years, Long Chen could see the endless threads of karma on his body. As expected, most of them were red. This proved that the Moon Demon's entire life was linked to the primeval troll. He had forgotten what happened millions of years ago. In this boundless Karma King realm, black and golden clouds churned. Long Chen transformed into a divine heart-refining dragon and shuttled through them. The divine sword in the center of his brows shone with boundless radiance. Under this radiance, the Moon Devil was like a rat. Right now, there was only a deep mark of evil on his body, and he would definitely suffer karma retribution. Hence, the killing power of the Karma King's sword was extremely great. But the Moon Demon didn't panic. Although he was completely suppressed, he still looked closely at Long Chen. After the shock, he smiled and said, "You are a dragon martial artist, not a demon. A dragon martial artist, coming to our Devil Star again. Do you think you are the eternal Dragon Emperor?" Back then, when the primeval troll was in deep slumber and the eternal Dragon Emperor came here, the Moon Demon and Zero Demon were no match for Long Qinglan. Hence, he had a deep memory. Long Chen gradually discovered that 1,000,000 years was simply too long. This was a troublesome problem, as Moon Demon had most likely already lost his clarity of mind. Even if he was released from his control, perhaps he had already gotten used to this life of 1,000,000 years. This was his true state. No matter what, I have to try. Long Chen gritted his teeth, fusing the world of swords into one as he slashed down. In his eyes, the Moon Demon was like an evil tumor. Did the human race come here to stop the Devil Star from being destroyed? Back then, you were the one who defeated my Lord's Will clone, right? As expected, you are bold. But let me tell you, the truth is that no matter how you struggle, the dragon's sacrificial world will definitely be destroyed. The trillions of lives on it will also be devoured by my Lord, becoming his power. The dragon's sacrificial world has long been on the brink of destruction. Even the gods have abandoned you, so what's the point of leaving so many lives behind? Why don't you just let us, the primeval troll? We've been imprisoned for millions of years, we're already too hungry. The Moon Demon laughed maniacally. His eyes were blood red, but there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in them. Long Chen's eyes were resolute as he pressed forward. He had been waiting for this moment for 2 months. All his anger, hatred, and unwillingness, as well as that heavy responsibility, were all vented into this single sword strike, mercilessly killing. At this moment, the Karma Emperor's sword erupted with boundless might. When facing this fellow, the destructive power of the Karma Emperor's sword far surpassed that of the Death Realm Dragon sect. After the Moon Demon finished speaking, he naturally wouldn't let Long Chen kill him for nothing. Blood Moon Devil Art. His aptitude wasn't high, but he obtained his current strength through millions of years of cultivation. The blood veins on the Moon Demon's body suddenly shone brightly, radiating boundless blood-colored light. He spread his arms as the blood-colored moon in the center of his brow shone, engulfing him entirely. For a moment, the blood-colored light expanded, forming a huge blood-colored cloud. There were countless resentful souls and corpses on it, revolving in a formation diagram, blocking the path of Long Chen. The moon demon seemed to have transformed into that blood-colored cloud. In an instant, that blood-colored cloud condensed and transformed into a blood-colored crescent moon. It instantly revolved at high speed, forming the sharpest gigantic blade in the world. Boundless divine might emanated from it as it slashed towards Long Chen. Hiss, hiss. The might of the moon demon was about to tear this Karma King world apart. The entire Karma King world trembled violently. Even Lin Mo, who was outside, could feel the tremors. Fortunately, the tremors didn't spread out. But at this moment, the Karma King sword and the Karma King world had already fused together. As Long Chen slashed down, all the energy converged. Karma was a mysterious energy. There were too many sins on the moon demon. The power of karma seemed to have been stimulated as it rapidly expanded. The might of this sword instantly surpassed all of Long Chen's attacks. The divine Dao Heart Dragon's judgment sword clashed with the towering Blood Moon Devil Art. Long Chen let out a roar. Although he encountered intense resistance, it couldn't stop his determination to resist. After this sword strike, the Karma King's sword would also be destroyed. Hence, Long Chen could only succeed, failure was not allowed. Shred. In this intense collision, the power of karma broke through the moon demon's devil art. Long Chen's sword tore the blood moon apart, slashing down on the head of the moon demon. Destroyed. If it was just the Death World Dragon Gate, it would only be able to break the blood moon. It definitely wouldn't be able to injure the moon demon. Awaken. Long Chen's will followed the Karma King's sword and rushed into the consciousness space of the moon demon. That was a dense sea of blood. Blood mist permeated the air. In the air, there was a blood-colored crescent moon that radiated a cold light. At this moment, Long Chen wielded the Karma King's sword. A sword chi tore the blood moon apart. That familiar primeval troll once again appeared in front of Long Chen. He was in a deep slumber. Long Chen didn't say anything and rushed up. He accumulated the strongest power of the Karma King's sword and slashed down, tearing the primeval troll apart. Finally, the will of the moon demon appeared in the body of the primeval troll. Did I succeed? Long Chen was a little stunned. At this moment, the Karma King's sword had already disappeared. He and the moon demon returned to the Devil's Star at the same time, facing each other. At this moment, Long Chen was still in the consciousness space of the moon demon. He saw the moon demon's will gradually open its eyes. This feeling of success was hard to believe. If an important character like the moon demon could be awakened by him, then no matter what situation Mo Shaolang was in, there seemed to be signs of a solution. In the past, every time the will of the primeval troll was broken, the moon demon would be completely awakened, breaking out of his control. If it wasn't for the fact that the moon demon was too strong, Long Chen wouldn't have continued to stay here. For some unknown reason, he had a bad premonition in his heart. He had a feeling that everything wouldn't go smoothly. His intuition had always been accurate. For example, this time around, just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he heard a loud laughter. "Is it you again? So you've already come to the Devil's Star. This is great. To think that I didn't receive you properly. This is truly great." This voice was simply a nightmare. Because, this was the sound of the primeval troll. Chapter 2508. Primeval Troll's voice still rang out in the moon demon's spiritual world. But Primeval Troll had clearly been torn apart by Long Chen's Karma Emperor sword. How could he reappear? The moon demon had not regained his consciousness yet. Could it be that Primeval Troll had other arrangements on the moon demon and Zeroth demon? It was just like how his will avatar in the eternal celestial realm treated the dozens of pinnacle experts with special care. They were very important chess pieces, and he had to strengthen his control. The Karma Emperor's sword actually failed to completely destroy the opponent. As expected, Primeval Troll's will reappeared on the moon demon's primordial spirit. This is the demon star, not the eternal celestial realm. You want to let my most capable subordinates break out of my control here? Aren't you too naive? Shouldn't I have told you so cruelly? I've already refined the Moon Demon and Zeroth Demon into my avatars. They are a part of me, and you can even awaken them. All of this was beyond his expectations. Moving on the demon star was like walking on a tightrope. Danger could erupt at any moment. Sometimes, it wasn't because he did not do well, but because the enemy was too difficult to deal with. Just like this time, he thought he had obtained a huge help in the Moon Demon, but he did not expect it to awaken Primeval Troll. On the demon star, what Long Chen was most worried about happened. He suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, the Moon Demon also opened his eyes. His eyes were still blood red, and his lips curled into a sinister smile. His gaze was strange, and he used the tone of Primeval Troll to say, "You're here, old friend. I'm not willing to lose to you last time. Since you're here, spit out everything you sucked from me." Following the Moon Demon's voice, the entire demon star shook. What's going on? Lin Mo had thought that Long Chen had succeeded. He didn't expect that he would suddenly fail. The changes in the Devil Star also made them panic. Just as these words left his mouth, the roar of a great beast echoed out from the depths of God-burying mountain. This roar was like a sharp knife stabbing towards him. Long Chen was forced back over 10 steps, his entire body in a deafening state. During this time, it was like countless primeval trolls had invaded his spiritual sea. But at this level, Long Chen was able to quickly kill them. But when he looked back, Lin Mo and the others had been controlled again. Even Tao Li, Jing Zilong, and Wang Ming, who were in his divine nation, had returned to the group of devils. Kitten seemed to be immune to the invasion of the primeval troll, and Long Chen's primordial spirit was strong enough to resist. But this was just a random shout when the primeval troll woke up, and it wasn't a real attack. This sound meant that the primeval troll had awakened. This godlike existence already knew of the existence of Long Chen and his location. The moment he decided to come to the demon star, Long Chen had imagined that he would encounter such a scene. Now that he had arrived, it was already considered slow. What happened on the demon star was much more complicated than he had imagined. He originally thought that he could wake up Mo Xiaolang without anyone knowing, but he didn't expect that Moon Demon and Zero Demon would guard Mo Xiaolang so strictly. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang himself was also difficult for Long Chen to recognize. He had come to this place unafraid of death. Although he had fallen into a desperate situation at this moment, it didn't make him feel the slightest fear. At this moment, his gaze was firm, eliminating all the uneasiness in his heart. With the most unswerving gaze, he watched the awakening of the primeval troll, causing the entire demon star to tremble violently. For a time, there were countless noises. On God-burying mountain, a group of demons rose. From the great demon master to countless demons, all of them headed in the direction of Long Chen. The demons were densely packed, and pairs of blood-red eyes were all staring at Long Chen. They were incomparably fanatical and excited, as if people who were dying of thirst had encountered delicious food and clean water. Among these demons, 2 rays of light instantly attacked. One of them quickly surrounded Long Chen from another direction with Moon Demon. It was the blue-haired Zero Demon. The other one stopped in the middle of the demons. It was the blood-red-eyed, cold, and cruel Mo Xiaolang. The entire demon star could be said to have sent out all the powerhouses, completely sealing off Long Chen's escape route. Even if it was sealed, Long Chen couldn't escape anywhere. On one hand, it was because of the primeval troll, and on the other hand, the demon star's seal had not been broken. At present, he had no way of leaving. From start to finish, Long Chen was most concerned about Mo Xiaolang. From the moment he arrived, Long Chen's gaze fell on him. He always believed that Mo Xiaolang was clear-headed, so when he saw him in such a predicament, what would he do? Mo Xiaolang wanted him to leave, but with Long Chen's personality, he naturally wouldn't let him do as he wished. Just like that, their gazes collided in the air. From his eyes, Long Chen saw a trace of panic. Although it was just a flash, Long Chen believed in his eyes. What he saw couldn't be wrong. Mo Xiaolang was definitely clear-headed, but he wasn't willing to admit it. If he had a perfect plan, he would definitely discuss it with Long Chen, but Mo Xiaolang didn't choose to do so. If he was forced to do so, perhaps he was hoping for some kind of chance to turn the tables, but it definitely wouldn't be easy. He might even lose his life. Therefore, he didn't want Long Chen to get involved. However, Long Chen's goal in coming here was to bring him out of this place safely. This was Long Chen's greatest wish. It was also his greatest desire. Just for a moment, Mo Xiaolang clenched his fists. His gaze gradually became cold, and he avoided looking directly at Long Chen. Now that it had come to this, it was difficult for him to conceal himself. Long Chen knew that he would be like this. When he was in danger, there would always be waves in his heart. Now, although Mo Xiaolang still concealed himself well, and there seemed to be no flaws, Long Chen could see through him. Boom, boom, boom. Primeval Troll woke up, but he didn't come out of the abyss. On the contrary, Moon Fiend and Zero Fiend were ready to fight. Could it be that Primeval Troll wants Moon Fiend and Zero Fiend to deal with me? He's Primeval Troll, similar to a god. If he wants to attack me, he should be able to easily defeat me, but he didn't do so. There are two possibilities. First, this is Demon Star, and he knows that I have nowhere to run, so he wants to slowly toy with me instead of killing me immediately. Second, because he's currently lacking in power, attacking will consume a lot of energy. This might cause him to be unable to break the seal, or some other possibility, so he treasures the opportunity to attack. Analyzing from these two perspectives, there was some hope for Long Chen, who was now in a desperate situation. At the same time, he had a new hope. If it was only Moon Fiend and Zero Fiend attacking, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. Mo Xiaolang was here, and Long Chen had to make him change his mind. If he found out that he was indeed being controlled, and everything was just his imagination running wild, Long Chen would use Karma Emperor Sword to deal with him. If he wasn't being controlled, but because he had something he couldn't say, Long Chen would persuade him to give up. As for the difficulties, he could face them together with Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang was just that stubborn. It wasn't easy to make him change his mind and tell Long Chen everything. The demons howled, and the atmosphere exploded. Mo Xiaolang hid among the demons, not letting Long Chen see him. On God-Burying Mountain, Primeval Troll seemed to have woken up. At this time, his real voice resounded. This voice contained a terrifying magical power. Primeval Troll's soul control was achieved through his voice, so it was hard for him to resist it. There was another name, Soul Control Demon. Primeval Troll, who could use different devil eyes, also had another name, Silent Demon. Now, Soul Control Demon had appeared. A friend has come from afar, so we must receive him with great hospitality. Moon Fiend, Zero Fiend, hurry up and give us the gift of our immemorial devil race. As opposed to immemorial gods, Primeval Troll called himself the immemorial devil race. Listening to this, it meant that if he didn't act, Moon Fiend and Zero Fiend would. It should have been a desperate situation, but now there was a chance. Although the situation was urgent, Long Chen's heart was filled with pride. He was fighting for the world, for his brothers, for himself, for his father, for his lover, and for his unborn child. They all needed Long Chen. They needed Long Chen to complete this important historical mission. Mo Xiaolang. In this world filled with blood-colored demonic energy, Long Chen suddenly shouted, shaking the dense clouds. His voice shook everything, and Mo Xiaolang reappeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen stared at his eyes and said loudly, "You don't need to hide anything in front of me. I've been brothers with you for many years. What kind of person you are, what you're thinking, I know it better than you. My purpose in coming to the Devil's Star, you also know it better than me. I don't know what you've experienced, but I'll face it with you. At least, I still think so. The most shameful thing in life is to yield." Now, everyone was here, and everyone was targeting him. Long Chen only hoped that through his own battle and words from the bottom of his heart, he could dispel his thoughts. Although there were many things that Long Chen couldn't imagine, Long Chen still hoped that Imo Xiaolang could face it together with his brothers, not Imo Xiaolang. Moreover, what he was doing now was really stupid. Once the Devil Star's seal was broken, there would be no turning back. The ones who interrupted Long Chen were Moon Fiend and Zero Fiend. At this time, the two devils took action. Demonic energy filled the sky, and all the devils retreated. Only Imo Xiaolang remained at his original spot. At this time, Moon Fiend and Zero Fiend had separated. Cut the crap. Die. Chapter 2509. At this time, Moon Demon had the power of the entire Devil Star as a shield and was much stronger than before. Now, the entire Devil Star seemed to be divided into two parts. One was connected to Moon Demon and the other was connected to Zero Demon. The two demons rushed into the sky, demonic chi surged and blood waves filled the sky. At this time, these two super experts had experienced 1,000,000 years of cultivation and were not inferior to Ling Huang at all. After 1,000,000 years of refinement, many things had been refined to a profound level and were somewhat different from Ling Huang. Moon Demon and Zero Demon suppressed Long Chen and did not give him a chance to speak at all before launching a life and death attack. Long Chen could only find a chance to speak to Imo Xiaolang during the battle. Now, he no longer needed to hide anything. He believed that Imo Xiaolang was not controlled by primeval troll, so everything he did was a gamble. The prerequisite was that he still had to prove his strength. He had to let Imo Xiaolang see that his current situation did not involve Long Chen at all, but the two of them were fighting for a common belief. Of course, all of this was built on the premise that Imo Xiaolang was not controlled. If he was, then whatever Long Chen said would be nonsense. It would be better to take this chance to escape from Moon Demon and Zero Demon and give Imo Xiaolang a Karma King sword. At this moment, the blue-haired cold Zero Demon suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. On his arm, that blue snake had already grown to a few meters long and wrapped around his body. Intense blood light burst out from his eyes and demonic chi surged like the sea, shaking half of the Devil Star and giving Long Chen a huge pressure. He pointed with one hand and shouted, "Absolute zero space." This was the power of binding. It was actually the power of space, similar to the ability to freeze space. However, compared to what Long Chen had encountered before, Zero Demon's move was too strong. The so-called zero space was probably a completely static space. This was similar to the silent demon eye of the primeval troll. There was also time stillness in time, but on this path, Long Chen had not made any new breakthroughs yet. The eternal moment was only superficial, and it was not as good as this absolute zero space. If he could go further, he might be able to dig out a stronger magical power. At the very least, time stop was far superior to immovable magic eye and space freeze. At that moment, the Moon Demon was not idle either. His body underwent a massive change. Starting from the blood moon between his eyebrows, his entire body actually split open, turning into a bloody man. He looked extremely ferocious. Numerous crescents protruded from his bloody body, as if there were countless eyes. It was a dazzling sight. Blood Moon demonic art. The strengthened version of the attack came again. Although the battle had just begun, the combination of the two attacks brought Long Chen a great deal of danger. The demons roared, the blood river surged, and the heaven and earth shook. Only Long Chen's heart was at peace at this moment. His only attention was still on Imo Xiaolang. One look was enough to explain all of Long Chen's words. He did not look at his two opponents, but only stared at Imo Xiaolang. If you think that my strength is not enough to accompany you to solve this difficult problem, then I will show you. Every word that Long Chen said formed a wave of air that rushed towards Imo Xiaolang. All of this was entrusted with his endless feelings for this guy who was not his biological brother, but was more like a biological brother. Of course, there was also anger towards this demon star. Now that he had no way out, he would no longer dodge. That was not his character. Since it was a battle to the death, then he would fight it out with a bang. Back when he fought with Ling Huang had the picture of all living beings and was comparable to a god, but Long Chen still defeated him in the end. He had been under too much pressure recently. He only had one life left. He was worried that if he died, he would let down all living beings and the people he loved. So he was careful, suppressing his anger and unwillingness. But now, the primeval troll had awakened, and Mo Xiaolang was right in front of him. All his hopes were on the battle. This was great, he did not need to think about anything else. He only needed to fight and talk to Mo Xiaolang sincerely. These were what he was best at. He was not good at using schemes, sneaky, or being on tenterhooks. It had been a long time since he had been so excited about a battle. At this moment, Long Chen displayed the pride and heroism of a peerless expert. At least at this moment, in his heart, he was invincible. Be it the Zero Demon, Moon Demon, or the Primeval Troll, in his heart, he only had one opponent, and that was Mo Xiaolang. Facing the Moon Demon and Zero Demon's attacks, his gaze was always on Mo Xiaolang. His gaze was so strong, stubborn, and could see through people's hearts. Many years had passed. Although time had changed, his strength had changed, and everything seemed to have changed, in Long Chen's heart, nothing had changed. Mo Xiaolang would always be that simple and kind person who would always think of others. 14 Lives Formation. The Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon's divine ability was simply the nemesis of formations. The Zero Demon's absolute zero space was similar to a formation. Within the space, there was endless pressure, which made Long Chen unable to move. It was formed by the power of space that formed countless complicated formation diagrams. And at this time, the 14 Lives Formation was born. A total of 28 formation diagrams completely covered the surroundings. Each formation diagram rotated, forming a huge suction force, rapidly decomposing the power of space, transforming it into the power of 14 lives. The birth of the 14 Lives Formation was the disintegration of the absolute zero space. Compared to the fierce battle with Ling Huang a few months ago, Long Chen was a lot more tyrannical. Especially at this moment, his heart was surging, and his fighting spirit was surging. As the saying goes, the brave are invincible, but there was no fear in his heart. When he only had Mo Xiaolang as his enemy, the power he displayed was terrifying. The devils watched as Long Chen shattered the absolute zero space with the 14 Lives Formation, and then formed a vast attack, shaking off the Blood Moon Devil's Blood Moon Devil art. The attacks of the two devils were easily disintegrated by him. And at this time, Long Chen, who was originally in human form, had transformed into the Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon. The 15 dragon heads all locked onto Mo Xiaolang. The Moon Devil and the Zero Devil did not make him take them seriously. At this time, the 15 dragon heads unexpectedly opened their mouths at the same time and said, "Maybe you haven't seen me for a long time, you have forgotten what kind of person I am. From Biyao town until now, we have experienced so many life and death situations, and now this is just one of them. Don't think that you can bear it alone. Remember when we sneaked into the city of vain deaths for kitten? We disregarded everything and fought against the city lord of the vain deaths, but today you want to solve it alone. This is impossible. I don't know what you are facing, but I can see that you are helpless against everything." If he was not helpless, if he had the most meticulous plan, he would have already reminded Long Chen, and there would be no need to struggle in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was very clear about this in his heart. His every word was passed to Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen did not look like he was fighting, but more like he was talking to Mo Xiaolang. This angered the Moon Devil and the Zero Devil, and also made the Primeval Troll unhappy. At this time, the Moon Devil and the Zero Devil attacked again. If they were just testing the waters, then under their anger, they naturally wanted to kill Long Chen. Now, they were really serious. When Long Chen revealed his divine dragon form, the two demons appeared extremely tiny in front of Long Chen. It was even more impossible for them to stop Long Chen. However, at this time, there was a new change in their bodies. The Moon Devil, who was originally a bloody man, suddenly expanded. Giant Devil Transformation. The numerous devils roared, their eyes filled with fanaticism. In the midst of their roars, the Moon Devil rapidly expanded until its body was about the same size as Long Chen's. At this moment, the Moon Devil that Long Chen was familiar with appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, it wasn't black in color. Instead, its entire body was as red as blood. The blood-colored moon on its forehead had turned into a full moon, shining with an intense blood-colored light. Sharp teeth, sharp claws, huge wings, and a long, sharp, barbed tail. Its body was covered in dense dragon scales and sharp spines on its back. It looked like a praying mantis but had a beast-like head. This was the most perfect battle form. It was like a combination of dragon, beast, and bird, possessing the strengths of all kinds of creatures. Of course, the Moon Devil was not a true primeval troll. On the other side, the Zero Devil had actually merged with the Blue Snake clone. Of course, the Blue Snake was now a prehistoric serpent even larger than a divine dragon. Its ancient aura washed over everyone. This was an ancient creature that had existed since the era of the divine dragon. It was extremely powerful. After merging with the Zero Devil, the upper body of the giant serpent quickly transformed into a human form. It even grew the arms of the Zero Devil. As one, it was not much weaker than the Moon Devil. In their rage, the two giant beasts attacked again. This time, they were serious. Their battle strength was so strong that even the demonic star seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Under their joint attack, Long Chen was completely suppressed. But from start to finish, his determination did not change. At this moment, he had transformed from the Tai Chi living dragon into the primordial blood spirit dragon. Bloodthirsty and domineering, the ancestral dragon that represented death. In terms of battle, he was the true tyrant. In reality, the ranking of the 10 ancestral dragons was not based on strength, but on when they were born. The primordial blood spirit dragon was the 8th ancestral dragon to be born, but this did not mean that his strength was the 8th. At least in terms of battle, he was very close to the top, surpassing the Tai Chi spirit dragon. In fact, it was rumored that the 10th ancestral dragon's battle prowess was very likely to make it to the top 3. Of course, this was only an ancient legend. Nowadays, there were very few people who had heard of such a legend. The ancestral dragon and all the glory he had created had already disappeared without a trace. Only the 5 divine dragons had left their names behind. Time, slaughter, devour, fate, and life. And karma. As for the rest, even Long Chen himself did not know. The only thing in his heart now was battle. Only this could make his blood boil and allow him to truly find his own life. Hello readers, there are still 2 chapters today, because there are exams in the afternoon and evening. Dragon's Blood was published in September of the 12th year. Today happened to be the 2nd anniversary of Dragon's Blood. The full text has reached the last part. In 725 days, 7 million words. Madman has created the highest update record in the history of web literature. No one can compare to him. I hope that everyone can see my hard work. Occasionally, there are 2 chapters, but that is because there is something important and I can't leave. At other times, if there is any sickness or discomfort, I will not complain unless I can't write anymore. Chapter 25:10. Demonic winds raged and demons danced. On this devil star, Long Chen was fighting the Moon Demon and the Zero Demon. He was completely surrounded. Countless demons howled like wild beasts. Occasionally, those who got close would be torn apart by the battle and turned to dust. But no one was afraid. This battle was especially fierce. The dragon god, the blood demon, and the blue serpent fought on the Devil Star. The Devil Star was a place used by the gods to seal the giant demons in ancient times. It was as stable as a Tao treasure. Although Long Chen could shatter heaven and earth outside the Devil Star, he could not break the Devil Star. After all, if the Devil Star was broken, the primeval troll would come out. But the strange thing was that even though the battle had reached such a tragic level, the human race's new massacre dragon emperor did not show any signs of losing. Instead, he became more and more courageous. At the beginning, he was suppressed by the two demons, but later on, he was completely suppressed. He was fighting 1 against 2, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. This battle passed in the blink of an eye. From the beginning, the Moon Demon and the Zero Demon were invincible. Later on, the two demons were defeated in front of Long Chen. And during this process, Long Chen was most concerned about Mo Xiaolang. From the beginning to the end, he was talking to Mo Xiaolang. At least until now, Long Chen was still firm in his guess. He believed that this youth in front of him, this brother of his, must have a hurdle in his heart that he could not get over. Xiaolang, perhaps you are helpless, but I am different from you. Perhaps it is not convenient to say so much today, but I believe that you will eventually understand why I came here. Now that he was fighting the two demons alone, and the primeval troll had already awakened, he could not even protect himself, let alone help him. Even if he had something difficult to say, perhaps he could not say it. It was just that Long Chen hoped that he could slow down a little and not continue to destroy the Devil Star seal. As for primeval troll, that was a godlike existence. There was a frightening gap between them and mortals. They were on two different levels of life. It was rumored that the god-slaying sword had killed a deity before. If it could kill a primeval troll, it would basically be equivalent to recreating his glory. Back then, to Long Chen, killing a deity was an unbelievable thing. But now, he had such a rebellious thought in his heart. Who said that gods couldn't be killed? Primeval troll was powerful, but after being sealed for so many years, he was already at the end of his tether. He was also weak, and even needed to use hibernation to recover. He had brought so much suffering to Long Chen, causing his brother to suffer so much that he could not even speak of it. Mo Xiaolang did not say anything, but it was precisely because he could not say anything that Long Chen knew how difficult it was. All of this was caused by primeval troll. How could he accept this? How could he not feel hatred? His best brother had been forced to such an extent. Geniuses and the common people were in danger. Not to mention primeval troll, even if it was a deity, Long Chen swore to kill a deity. The ancient blood spiritual dragon's most brutal genes flowed in his blood. He was the controller of death in the era of the divine dragon. Under his attacks, the two demons were continuously injured, and their faces were covered in dirt. On this demonic planet, the only one who could suppress Long Chen was primeval troll. But at this time, Mo Xiaolang finally answered Long Chen. He had maintained a cold state before. Now that he spoke, his voice was also bone-chilling, as if there was no emotion at all. He said, "I'm done. After that, it's time for you to die. Moon Demon and Zero Demon can't do anything to you, so what if I join in?" At this point, his lips curled into a cold smile. He passed the demons and headed towards Long Chen. Kitten said in shock, "Boss, you guessed wrong. If Xiao Lang was sober, he definitely wouldn't say such a thing." Long Chen didn't listen to what Kitten said. He didn't expect that after saying so much, the result would still be like this. He didn't understand Mo Xiaolang. Before, he said that if they worked together, they might have a chance to fight back. Even if the other had something on them, they could think of a way together instead of making such a choice. But Mo Xiaolang seemed to have made up his mind and had no regrets. From Kitten's point of view, Long Chen's guesses were all wrong. When he heard that, he couldn't help but feel sad and then furious. Long Chen wasn't someone who would be scared by a few words. His heart was much firmer. When Mo Xiaolang was about to join in, he performed an even more stunning performance. This was a very fast movement. Chaotic time reversal. At that moment, he was on the Devil Star and had transformed into a void cosmic dragon. He was swimming in the ocean of time, controlling time and reversing the flow of time. Within the area that he controlled, the Moon Demon and the Zero Demon were greatly restricted. Although the chaotic time sky reversal had been activated, it was far from being as tyrannical and violent as it was today. This was the void infinity dragon state that Long Chen rarely used. Transforming into a dragon made Moon Demon and Zero Demon sink into the swamp of time. They were either fast or slow. At this critical moment, Long Chen naturally wouldn't waste this chance. In that split second, he moved quickly and pounced in front of Zero Demon. Demons couldn't be killed, that was true. But that didn't mean Long Chen didn't have the ability to make them leave this world forever. Karma Emperor Sword. In that instant, Long Chen transformed into a god-refining heart dragon and used the Judgment Sword to form the Karma Emperor realm. Sword and world as one, blade and sword complemented each other and chopped down on Zero Demon. This time, Zero Demon was hit squarely by the Karma Emperor Sword. Without Moon Demon's blood moon demonic art, he was almost killed. At the same time, Long Chen used the Karma Emperor Sword to destroy the primeval troll's mark on him. He was dead in one move. But this wasn't Long Chen's killer move. As long as primeval troll was there, Zero Demon would come back to life. So when the Karma Emperor Sword was used, Zero Demon woke up slightly. Moon Demon was still under the control of the chaotic time reversal, and Long Chen transformed into the ancient blood spirit dragon. The last move. Death World Dragon Gate. From the chaotic time reversal to the Death World Dragon Gate, everything was connected. He wrapped the ancient blood spirit dragon's body in a circle. After a reincarnation, death energy filled the air, and heaven and earth shook. Within the Dragon Gate diagram, Long Chen didn't show any mercy. He used the Death World Dragon Claw to grab Zero Demon's regenerating body and forcefully pulled him into the Death World. That's right, Zero Demon wasn't dead. But once he was in another world, he wouldn't be able to return. Death World was a mysterious world that Long Chen didn't know about. At least until now, no one who went there had ever returned. Roar. Moon Demon was struggling to move forward in the chaotic time reversal. Before Zero Demon disappeared, he was already in front of Long Chen. What's the rush? It's your turn. Words couldn't describe his rage at that moment. There were some things he had to do to show Mo Xiaolang, so that he would have the confidence to face everything. Now that Mo Xiaolang had lost his confidence, he was in despair. Long Chen didn't want this brother of his to become like that. He vented all his hatred for the primordial giant demon and his entanglement with Mo Xiaolang on the Moon Demon. At this time, Long Chen dispelled the Death Realm Dragon Gate state and rushed forward in the body of the primordial blood spiritual dragon to fight the blood-red giant beast in close combat. Teeth, claws, tail, horns. These were all weapons. The ancient blood spirit dragon had a strong body and an unparalleled murderous aura. The Moon Demon's blood-colored giant demon was similar to the ancient giant demon. They were both bloodthirsty and ferocious. But now that his helpers had disappeared, he could only be trampled upon by Long Chen, who was even more brutal than when he fought Spirit Sovereign. Although he could recover from his injuries, Long Chen's flames of life far surpassed his own. In terms of recovery and risking his life, Long Chen was even crazier than him. Close combat was a battle of the brave. Long Chen could control the chaotic time reversal to greatly restrict Moon Demon. Not long after the battle, before Mo Xiaolang could participate, Long Chen used the Death World Dragon Gate and swallowed Moon Demon, who was heavily injured. Only then did his battle come to an end. The whole world finally quieted down. The group of devils watched as the two rulers disappeared before their eyes, never to be reborn again. They were completely stunned. To them, this was an inconceivable thing. Could devils die so easily? Didn't they all have eternal life? In fact, demons didn't have eternal life. It was just that they had never met someone who could kill them in one move. Even the primeval troll wasn't immortal. It was only when Long Chen transformed into a human and stood in the sky in front of Mo Xiaolang that the demons felt a deep tremble. If they didn't know that the primeval troll was still awake, they would have knelt on the ground in fear. At this moment, they deeply remembered Long Chen. This was the massacred Dragon Emperor of the human race, the son of the invincible eternal Dragon Emperor. His arrival was likely to cause the two demons who had lived here for nearly 1,000,000 years to disappear from the Devil's Star forever. The demons didn't know what the Death Realm Dragon Gate was. They felt that the Moon Demon and the Zero Demon were eaten by a huge mouth. Then, they never appeared again. That meant he was killed. After millions of years, they didn't die. Today, they suddenly died. The demons weren't afraid of death, but when death was placed in front of them, even with the control of the primeval troll, they were still afraid and trembling. At this time, the demons that were very close and crazy before had completely dispersed. They looked at the current Long Chen with the most terrified eyes. All of this was what Long Chen wanted to prove to Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang stopped in front of Long Chen and didn't attack. It was his declaration that caused Long Chen to end the battle quickly, but he didn't continue. Chapter 25:11. But in reality, Long Chen didn't want to use the Karma Emperor sword to deal with him. The God-slaying sword appeared in his hand. The God-slaying sword made a rustling sound in the wind. A cold light flashed, and the power of death and devouring swept out in all directions, forming a gray vortex in the sky. To the demons, this was very terrifying, and they hurriedly avoided it. In front of Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang's face was still unchanging, cold and emotionless. Even if Long Chen killed the Moon Demon and the Zero Demon as if they were dead, it was still nothing to him. Long Chen didn't want to let him tear apart his cold and indifferent appearance just like that. My sword has never been to my brothers. If you feel that what I've done here today is not enough, I will naturally convince you. Also, if anything happens to Yan Er, it's my problem. I promised Sushua that I would take good care of her. In my heart, she is also my sister, so you have no right to bear the responsibility. Xiao Lang, you don't have to do these things in front of me. It's not the first day I've known you. After saying this, he walked past the black-robed youth and headed towards the depths of the Burying God Mountain. Today, no matter what, this opponent definitely wouldn't let him go. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't be so naive to think that he would be safe after defeating the twin demons. From the moment he was exposed, it meant that he would have to fight to the death. It was very likely that he would fight to the death. Following his father. His promise to the billions of lives. His vow to Lingxi. And his deep apology to the person behind him. These were all the reasons why Long Chen had to fight no matter what. In the Demon Star, he had suppressed himself to the point of insanity. Now that he was enlightened, in his world, the primeval troll wasn't an existence comparable to the gods. The gods weren't the gods in his eyes. No matter how strong an opponent was, they were just an opponent. He had inherited the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Although he was unimaginably young, why couldn't he kill the gods and destroy the demons? Why couldn't he tear apart all the restraints in front of him? If he couldn't stop Xiao Lang from coming here, it was his deep fault. Now that he had this opportunity, it was time for him to redeem himself. From the beginning to the end, Mo Xiaolang hadn't made a single mistake. Even if he treated him so coldly now, Long Chen knew that it was because he wasn't strong enough. Only the brave challengers had the qualifications to rush into the distant starry skies. When he knew that he wouldn't be able to escape the judgment of the primeval troll today, he summoned his courage and used his strongest will to openly come to the deepest depths of God-Burying Mountain. He came to this place where he had to sneak around, and he came to this abyss. Compared to Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang was still a bit too inexperienced. This was because he was stunned. He didn't stop Long Chen. Some people might think that he was frightened by Long Chen, but Long Chen knew that wasn't the case. Facing such an opponent, he didn't know what he should feel. He suddenly felt that this was very natural. Thinking about it carefully, from the first time he cultivated to the first opponent he met, Yang Zhan's follower Chen Lu, every opponent he met was high and lofty in his eyes. But the only one who could reach this level was himself. It didn't matter if he was a god or a demon, no matter how strong he was, it was all the same. No one was born nobler than anyone else. Those who were afraid, those who were worried, didn't have the qualifications to be the victor. How admirable! At this moment, God-burying mountain shook again. Once it moved, the devil star moved. The primeval troll was about to appear. In his eyes, the moon devil and the zero devil aren't the same thing. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to stop me. But he didn't. Long Chen wasn't sure how strong the primeval troll was. Although they had been sealed for millions of years, they were still existences comparable to gods. They were experts that could only be born millions of years ago. After millions of years, not a single god had appeared. Even someone as talented as Long Qinglan hadn't reached such a level. Boom, boom, boom. In front of him, the abyss in the depths of God-burying mountain was gradually splitting apart. God-burying mountain was split into two halves. The abyss was boundlessly wide, and thick devil fog shrouded everything. This was the most terrifying place in the entire Devil Star. Legend has it that the entire Devil Star was a cage that sealed the primeval troll. Looking down from the abyss, the Soul Control Devil Tower was at the outermost layer. The deeper one went, there would be a primeval troll every few meters, all the way to the center of the Devil Star. Primeval troll were known as giants. Their bodies were boundlessly huge. Even the smallest of them had a head that was bigger than the Devil Star. However, after millions of years, they couldn't show their true form in the seal. Half of the Soul Control Devil Tower was still sealed, so it was naturally restricted by the power of the seal. Finally, the pitch-black dragon claw that once appeared in front of Long Chen reappeared, stretching out from the abyss. It was sharp and brutal. Compared to the dragon claw of the immemorial blood spiritual dragon, it was less majestic and exquisite, but more ferocious and brutal. Blood chi and devil chi surged around it, and between the gaps of the dragon scales, blood worms could be vaguely seen swimming. The moment it appeared, all the devils were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Looking down, a monstrous devil chi surged up, even stronger than the death chi from the Death World Dragon Gate. Long Chen couldn't help but roll away. It had to be said that the terror of this opponent had exceeded all of Long Chen's expectations. If his heart wasn't firm enough, he would almost think that there was a big difference between a giant devil and a mortal. Rumble. With a loud explosion, even the demon star seal trembled. At this time, the soul-controlling demonic pagoda that many powerhouses had seen in their sea of consciousness finally appeared. It had sharp fangs, a praying mantis-like triangular head, and a body covered with hard dragon scales and malevolent bloodlines. A pair of incomparably huge wings spread out, blotting out the sky. In such a short moment, half of its body appeared outside the abyss, while the lower half was still bound in the abyss. Therefore, at this time, the Soul Control Devil could only show its upper body on the Devil Star. Once it tried to break free from the seal on its lower body, the outer layer of the Devil Star above its head would form a suppressive force. But even so, the appearance of this immemorial giant beast in front of Long Chen still scared Long Chen a few steps back. After seeing with his own eyes the primeval troll that had wreaked havoc thousands of years ago, Long Chen finally understood why Mo Shaolang was so afraid. Until now, Long Chen had never seen a real god. Although the primeval troll had been imprisoned for thousands of years and was now at its weakest, in fact, even if it was in its original realm, it was not the lowest level of god. Even if it was reduced to its current level, it was only about the same as the lowest level of god. But even the power of the lowest level of god was an existence that mortals couldn't resist. Now that Long Chen raised his head and looked at this giant beast, the first thing that came into his eyes was the pair of blood-red eyes. They were like two blood-red suns, showing the most dazzling light in the sky, forming the strongest willpower impact. The mortals in the eternal god domain couldn't withstand such spiritual willpower at all. If this primeval troll was in the eternal god domain now, perhaps he only needed to land on it to bring the entire eternal god domain into his control. Moreover, his goal wasn't just the living beings in the eternal god domain, but also the living beings in the dragon sacrificial continent, which was 100 times larger than the eternal god domain. That place also contained all of Long Chen's memories. Evil. This was a deep feeling of evil. Looking at this primeval troll's eyes, it was as if he could feel all the evil in the world. A deep sense of guilt. Long Chen himself wasn't a good person, but such a degree of evil still made his hair stand on end. He understood that to this kind of living being, morality, and bottom line didn't exist. Other than them, any other living being was probably just food. They were born to destroy, and there was nothing in this world that they didn't dare to destroy. At least, that was what Long Chen felt right now. We, the primordial demon race, please don't call us primeval troll in the future. We are equal to God, not a kind of beast. At this moment, the sound of the crash had an endless impact, like a violent storm that shook Long Chen again and again. Gods transcend the 5 great god realms, and we devil spirits transcend the 5 great demon realms. We are equal existences. As for you mortals, even if you are a dragon martial artist who inherited the essence blood of the divine dragon, you don't have the true origin dragon soul. You are all lowly living beings of the lowest level. Long Chen, you are one of them. Do you understand? Origin dragon soul. This was something that Long Chen had never heard of before. He recalled that he had suddenly barged into the place called the Origin Dragon Palace. At that time, he had received such information. They were not real divine dragons yet. They were too far apart from the dragon clan in ancient times where even high-level divine dragons could become immortals. Not to mention the super divine dragons, ultimate divine dragons, and supreme divine dragons. Those kinds of living beings had long since disappeared. Fortunately, when the primeval troll told him about the origin dragon soul, Long Chen's attention was diverted, and he wasn't as afraid as he was before. Hee, don't think you can find out more from me. However, I can give you a choice today. What choice? Long Chen took a deep breath. After experiencing the initial fear of the primeval troll's mental attack, he had completely recovered. The primeval troll said, "Do you know why I let you deal with the Moon Devil and the Zero Devil?" Long Chen shook his head. He continued, "That's because you and Mo Xiaolang are 10,000 times more outstanding than them. They relied on 1,000,000 years to reach their current realm, but you used less than 100 years. Therefore, you are the most outstanding living beings among mortals in the past 10 million years. I pity you." Long Chen was stunned. This primeval troll had such a deep grudge against him, but now he didn't want to kill him. Instead, he wanted to control him. The Ancestral Dragon's ranking had been announced on the public WeChat account. Everyone is welcome to add me on WeChat. WeChat ID, Fengking Yang. Chapter 25:12. That did sound a little unexpected. When Long Chen had devoured the soul-controlling demons Will Avatar, this guy had been enraged and was determined to kill Long Chen. But now that Long Chen was standing in front of him, he had changed his mind. Ever since I took control of Mo Xiaolang, I've discovered his value. Today, I see that you're even more valuable than him. Therefore, the future of the two of you is limitless. If I kill you, I'll only have one capable assistant in the future, but if I take control of you, I'll have 2 assistants in the future. The primeval troll's voice was as cold as ice, penetrating deep into one's bones. Long Chen's surroundings were filled with demon qi. He could not even see where Mo Xiaolang was. Only this primeval troll was looking down at him like the sky, giving him an unimaginable threat. What the primeval troll meant was that Mo Xiaolang was now under his control. But Long Chen still believed in his intuition. This guy has been imprisoned for thousands of years, but his ability to brag is not bad at all. He did not know what the origin dragon's soul was, but he was not afraid of this primeval troll just by relying on the ancestral dragon's essence blood. In terms of the nobility of life, gods and demons were not really superior. At least now, Long Chen had recovered from his initial shock. He had endless fighting spirit to face this thing in front of him. Now that his eyes were directly facing the eyes that were like the sun, he suddenly laughed and said, don't mention the primordial demon race. In my eyes, you are just a beast, cruel and inhuman. Although I have never seen a god, compared to the real God in my heart, people like you are just a bunch of jumping clowns. As for controlling me, come on. I hope you don't forget who devoured your wool avatar last time. Long Chen's Yuan Shen was now extremely powerful, almost on par with a god. He had already reached the Spirit Emperor's level, and the will clone that the ancient great demon had formed with great difficulty, as well as the true god will of the spiritual venerable, had allowed his spiritual power to grow tremendously. Now, the primordial cosmic dragon's primordial spirit was extremely powerful. If it wasn't for that, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to stand in front of the ancient great demon so soberly. That was because every word the soul-manipulating devil spoke, all of the giant devil power around him was controlling and invading Long Chen. In terms of intelligence, primeval troll wasn't that high. The heavens were fair. Intelligence was not something that depended on one's strength and lifespan. The primeval troll in front of Long Chen might not be as intelligent as the head of the Bai family in Biyao town. However, in terms of strength, the primeval troll could probably devour 10 billion worth of Bai family's head. That was the gap between them. Long Chen's casual words could provoke the primeval troll into a rage. How could such a creature be above all mortals? If gods and demons were all like that, then in Long Chen's eyes, they were just a so-so. The real god in his heart didn't have any emotions or desires, but he could heal the wounded and rescue the dying. He could control the fates of the people in the world, and he could give everyone faith and desire. Now that you dare to go against me, I bet that in an hour, you will serve me, just like all the people on the demon star. Primeval troll's roar shook the whole demon star. Even the people guarding outside the demon star could hear the dreadful tremor. Outside, the fates and hearts of the people in the world were tightly linked to Long Chen. As time passed, countless people were praying day and night. What Long Chen didn't expect was that in their hearts, the image of Long Chen was close to the image of the god that Long Chen imagined in his heart. In the face of the threat of primeval troll, Long Chen smiled and said, "Is it a bet? I like it the most. If you can't do anything to me in an hour, then you will give up on destroying the seal of the demon star, and swear that from today on, you will never touch me and Mo Xiaolang again. Let me, Mo Xiaolang, and Soi Yan leave the demon star unscathed. Do you dare?" Why wouldn't I dare? These words really made Long Chen's ears go deaf. The whole world seemed to explode. This was absolute strength. Long Chen deeply understood that even if half of this behemoth's body was still in the seal, he had no way to defeat it. For now, it seemed that he could only drag it out like this. Long Chen didn't believe in the primeval troll's bet. He wasn't Ling Huang. If he lost, he would definitely go back on his word. From the first moment he saw him, Long Chen knew that his heart was full of evil thoughts. It was a miracle that he didn't kill him immediately, but instead wanted to control him. After the bet was made, the primeval troll had already launched an attack on Long Chen's spiritual world. Long Chen looked back. His eyes passed through the endless demon fog and saw Mo Xiaolang. At this time, Mo Xiaolang was looking at his back, but when he met Long Chen's eyes, he turned away. It seemed that he no longer cared about Long Chen's situation. If it had been Long Chen, when Long Chen faced such an attack, he would definitely have disregarded everything and rushed forward to fight alongside Long Chen to the end. Xiaolang, Long Chen still believed in himself, but even so, he did not blame him in the slightest. He only understood that there must have been something difficult for him to say, which was why he was in such a state. This was the time when he needed him the most. Let alone an hour, even if the primeval troll died of exhaustion, Long Chen would still persevere. Immediately, the primeval troll's willpower invaded. He was born to control other living beings. His voice, his power, everything was born to control. At this time, in order to control Long Chen, he used all of his skills. Of course, he had already used his voice and roar to control souls. They were useless, so he had to use his ultimate method, which was even more ferocious. This was often accompanied by physical attacks. Chaotic time reversal. In this domain that the primeval troll controlled, he used the ancestral dragon's mystique. The primeval troll's strongest power was nomological power. In fact, his soul control was a kind of nomological power. This rule was that all living beings, the closer their bloodlines were to the primeval troll, the more they had to submit to his voice. This was a rule that couldn't be reversed. With a roar, the entire Devil Star would be under his control. The nomological power crushed the power of the heavenly Tao. Any resistance was useless. But Long Chen was different. At least, he could use the ancestral dragon's mystique to deal with the nomological power that wasn't too strong. At this time, he saw himself submerged in the sea of blood. His whole body tumbled in the blood waves, surrounded by a boundless world. Submit. From now on, you will serve the primordial devil race. I, the soul control devil, will grant you eternal life. I will grant you supreme glory. I will even help you to break away from your mortal form and achieve a higher life. The primeval troll's roar reverberated throughout the sea of blood. Every drop of blood had the image of the primeval troll, resonating with his voice. Layers upon layers of willpower attacks entered Long Chen's mental world. Within his sea of consciousness, there were tens of millions of primordial giant devils. At this time, they were attacking Long Chen. Long Chen was a void cosmic dragon, and he had the chaotic time-sky sea on both sides, which could block everything. In the midst of his tyrannical spiritual time storm, the terrifying willpower attacks of the primeval troll seemed very weak. They were all shattered by his attacks. Of course, the primeval troll had an endless number of tricks up his sleeves. Each trick was accompanied by the immense power of the rules, as well as many unfathomable powers. If it weren't for Long Chen's formidable willpower, he would have been defeated long ago. In the middle of this endless sea of blood, Long Chen sat cross-legged. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. He allowed the primeval troll to use the soul control rule to deal with him, but he remained indifferent. He used his powerful willpower to defend himself. He didn't move, and he wasn't disturbed. This was the primeval troll's greatest mystique. But now, it had suffered greatly in front of Long Chen. As time passed, the primeval troll grew more and more anxious and angry. Before he agreed to Long Chen's bet, he never imagined that Long Chen's willpower would be this strong. He was familiar with Long Chen, and he knew that even if he swallowed his will avatar, he wouldn't be this strong. Give up. Your soul control is useless against me. To think that you call yourself the soul control demon. Don't you even have this bit of ability? Long Chen sneered. He knew that this guy couldn't take the provocation. Indeed, the primeval troll was anxious. He refused to admit defeat and roared, "Impossible. You couldn't have reached your current level just by swallowing my will avatar. Don't tell me you've swallowed the will avatars of other deities." Long Chen smiled without batting an eyelid. There was no fear in his heart at all. This was the expression that the primeval troll wanted to see the most. But Long Chen still said bluntly, "Unfortunately, an hour has passed, but you haven't succeeded. It seems that you were just a little bit away. Just that little bit. But as a man, you have to keep your promise, right?" The primeval troll fell silent. The boiling demonic aura in the surroundings seemed to have quietened down as well. It was as if the primeval troll had really admitted defeat. But Long Chen understood him. He would definitely not let this go. The so-called promise was not important to him at all. What do you mean as a man? Only lowly creatures, mortals, have gender. We gods and demons don't have gender at all. This kind of lowly attribute is completely useless. Moreover, did I make a promise to you? At least on this demon star, no one else knows about it. The voice of the primeval troll appeared next to his ear this time. It said sinisterly. As expected. Say it. What do you want? Do you want to kill me or not? Long Chen asked straightforwardly. Chapter 25:13. Although there was a deep grudge between the two, Long Chen did not expect his talent to be so amazing that the primeval troll could not bear to kill him. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy to be killed in a real battle. Long Chen was already prepared to fight with his life on the line. He no longer had any thoughts of what should I do if I lose in his life. Now, his mind was filled with how should I defeat my opponent. This was the source of his strength. When the willpower attacks were ineffective against Long Chen, the primordial great demon fell into a state of struggle. After being looked down upon by Long Chen again and again, he had an incomparably strong impulse in his heart. He could barely restrain himself. But in reality, right now was the time when they needed help. The ones who really didn't want to kill Long Chen weren't the soul-controlling demon, but the soul-controlling demon's elder brothers, hidden in the depths of the Devil's Star. In other words, the other primeval troll. Otherwise, he would not have endured to this extent. The huge beast roared and rolled away. The primeval troll finally opened his pitch-black claws. Endless demonic chi surged. The claws that looked like dragon claws grabbed at Long Chen at a speed that surpassed space. However, Long Chen's chaotic time reversal affected him. This was the primeval troll using godlike power against Long Chen. Before, Long Chen could resist the willpower attack. But now, he might not be able to. Death Realm Dragon Gate. The demonic chi attacked, and Long Chen was affected by the chaotic time reversal. At the same time, he transformed into the ancient blood spirit dragon again, forming a blood-colored ring. The Death Realm Dragon Gate opened. Instantly, blood-colored death chi surged and clashed with the endless demonic chi. At least now, Long Chen's power was very close to that of a godlike. The difference in rules could almost be covered up by the ancestral dragon's mystique. Generally speaking, if one was not at the godlike level and was injured by a godlike being, the injury could not be healed. For a moment, the Death Realm Dragon's claws reached out from the Death Realm Dragon Gate and clashed with the primeval troll's pitch-black claws. A powerful collision. In the eyes of the demons, the blood-red dragon claw and the black demonic claw clashed, and both sides unleashed their greatest power. Bang! It was Long Chen's first time seeing the Death World Dragon Claw being torn to pieces in front of him. Sure enough, although the primeval troll had been sealed to such an extent, its power was really extraordinary. At that time, Long Chen had suffered a crushing threat. This completely showed that although he could ignore the power of rules and was infinitely close to a deity, there was still a huge gap between him and this giant demon. With such a gap, even if one were to risk one's life, it wouldn't be possible. Long Chen had no choice but to be smart and bear with it. He did not expect to be discovered by primeval troll this time. When he realized that he was no match for the other party, he decided to bear with it for now. The other party wanted to control him and not kill him. As long as he did not die, there would be a day when he would be able to counterattack. Before, he felt that the gods were impossible to deal with, but now he felt that it was only a matter of time. So when the Death World Dragon Gate was destroyed, Long Chen gave up resisting. Sure enough, as he expected, the attack of primeval troll stopped in front of him and did not directly tear him apart. At that moment, it was as if time had stopped. Are you desperate? Hee, I have to tell you that before I completely control you, you will not be able to escape from my palm. You made me lose 2 of my right-hand men, so you must pay me back, which is equivalent to the value of these 2 men stopping. Primeval Troll's voice was loud. His demonic claw descended from the sky, and suddenly, the 5 claws actually left his palm and formed a ring surrounded by demonic energy. In an instant, they fell and stabbed around Long Chen, completely trapping him in the middle. Long Chen was now trapped by 5 demonic claws, and the 5 claws formed a powerful divine pressure, which made him almost unable to move. This kind of pressure was dozens of times more terrifying than the absolute null space of Zero Demon. The endless demonic energy kept attacking him, and just resisting it required all his attention. Come down and accompany me. With a cold snort from Primeval Troll, the ground around Long Chen cracked, and his body kept falling until he finally fell into the abyss. In the outside world, Primeval Troll did not say anything and also started to sink. The Devil Star that had experienced a huge upheaval finally stabilized, but the demons were still in an uproar. They could not help but look at the abyss, as if they wanted to see what kind of punishment Long Chen was going through. When they looked for Mo Xiaolang again, they found that he had disappeared. Now that Moon Demon and Zero Demon had disappeared, they were like dragons without a leader. On the 5 claws, the terrifying demonic energy and baleful energy formed a suppression, making Long Chen feel like he was in an endless sea of demons. There were billions of demons around him, suppressing him so much that he could not breathe. Lines of blood-colored demonic patterns kept extending from the 5 claws towards Long Chen like snakes. Rumble. The 5 claws stabbed into the ground again. This was the abyss, the place where Primeval Troll was sealed, and it was also the outermost layer of the Devil Star's seal. The 5 claws stabbed into the ground that seemed to be a kind of transparent mucus. Looking closely, one could see that there were countless profound divine characters flowing in it, transmitting a vast power of light. It was these divine characters that formed the suppression and seal. Now, half of the soul-controlling demon's body was buried in this kind of ground, and it was difficult for him to come out. This transparent mucus ground was bottomless. Looking into the depths, one could vaguely feel countless terrifying auras. Those buried deep inside were probably other Primeval Troll. As for why he was imprisoned here, the answer was naturally that Primeval Troll wanted to slowly torture him, make him collapse, and finally complete his goal of controlling him. If that was the case, Long Chen was slightly shaken. The method that he used to deal with him could also be used to deal with Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang did not have such powerful mental strength, so perhaps he was really being controlled by him. But if that was the case, why did he act so strangely? This was the biggest doubt in Long Chen's heart. Enjoy it. From today onwards, I will control you every once in a while. I don't believe that you can hold on for long. 3 months, 4 months, anyway, you won't be able to escape from my control. At that time, the Devil Star's seal will be broken, and I'll be out. My brothers will also be free. At that time, even if I can't control you, there will be stronger soul-controlling demons to control you, and there might even be demons who have reached the Great Essence Demon realm. The soul-controlling demon's actions basically cut off all of Long Chen's hopes. He could only be trapped here and watch the destruction of the Eternal God Domain and the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Perhaps, we will devour all the lives at the bottom of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent in front of you. You can't blame us for this. If you want to blame someone, blame your gods. We have been imprisoned for thousands of years and are too hungry, so we can only eat you all. Primeval Troll laughed sinisterly. Long Chen knew of these consequences, but now was not the time to be afraid. Instead, it was time to deal with them. Right now, the 5 demonic claws had trapped him, and he could feel an absolute suppression. This was like a godly imprisonment. It would not be easy to break out of this place. You play first, I'm going to sleep for a while. When I'm fully recovered, it will be time for you to be controlled. Primeval Troll's voice gradually faded. That huge figure gradually disappeared in the darkness. It seems that this guy should be quite tired now. He doesn't have much energy and is in his weakest state. This is also the best chance for me to defeat him. In these few days, I must find a way to get out of here and then get rid of him. If he wasn't too weak, he wouldn't need to rest after a few attacks, and only be able to continue attacking Long Chen's will tomorrow. Moreover, he wouldn't need to sleep all the time. If he really let them escape, let them devour the common people, and let them grow stronger, that would be the end of him. Now that he was here, Long Chen couldn't think of a way to break these 5 demon claws for the time being. Grand Essence Demon Realm, he couldn't help but look at his feet. There were more than 30 Primeval Troll here, and all of them were behemoths stronger than Primeval Troll. If they all came out of the Demon Star, how terrifying would it be? No matter how you looked at it, he had no hope of completing this impossible task. Moreover, if the giant demons of the Grand Essence Demon Realm appeared, it would be even more impossible. The only way was to make them never come out. Just as primeval trolls said, there were 5 realms in the god realm. Long Chen had also vaguely seen the information of these realms before. In fact, he knew what the first 3 realms were. The first 3 realms were the Tai Chi God realm, Grand Essence God realm, and Tai Shi God realm. If it was a giant demon, it would be the Tai Chi demon realm, Grand Essence demon realm, and Tai Shi God realm. This was shockingly similar to the 3 realms that Long Chen had passed from the Nirvana Tribulation realm to the Reincarnation Tribulation realm. Long Chen didn't know what the connection was, nor did he know what the Tai Chi God, Grand Essence God, and Tai Shi God were. Perhaps in the future, when he really became a god and reached the true dragon realm, he might be able to understand. The Tai Chi God realm was divided into 3 levels. They were the initial realm, the Great Perfection realm, and the Ultimate realm. The Grand Essence God realm and Tai Shi God realm were the same. Why were they divided like this? It should be related to cultivation and laws. The initial realm was the initial realm, which was the realm where one had just become a god. The Great Realm was the realm where one could comprehend the Tai Chi God law, stabilizing one's status as a god and unleashing powerful strength. The Ultimate Realm was a kind of transcendence, a path to the next god realm. Just as Primeval Troll was exhausted and asleep, and Long Chen was being controlled, a person appeared outside the 5 demon claws. It was Emo Xiaolang. He walked to Long Chen, his blood-red eyes still without any emotion. Xiaolang. Long Chen was a little excited. Chapter 25:14. What do you mean? Long Chen's face turned cold. He felt that even so, this guy was still full of malice. Although he didn't blame him, he still couldn't understand why he was so stubborn. Mo Xiaolang coldly snorted and said, "The misunderstanding is that you think I have something to do with you. The only reason why I let you leave here was because I felt that you had a familiar feeling. I'm not the person you think I am. I don't understand what you're talking about today, but it's funny." Speaking up to here, he shook his head helplessly and said, "To be honest, I don't like the person you described. It sounds stupid. I like my current life. My mind is clearer than anyone else's. You can say that I'm being controlled by his lord, but if that's the case, then it's also very good. At least I like this kind of life without any burden. So don't think too much of yourself. You have to understand that from the beginning to the end, I have nothing to do with you." Long Chen quietly listened to him. He didn't answer, he didn't even have any expression on his face. Mo Xiaolang curled his lips and said, "It seems that you still don't believe what I said. Then forget it, from now on, you will be imprisoned here. You will watch me destroy the seal of the Devil Star, watch the ancient devil race tear apart this world and strengthen ourselves. You don't have to worry about your life. Not only the lord you met, but the other lords also value you very much. They think that you and I are the same. In the future, you may be bestowed with the devil race's bloodline and become one of them. At that time, maybe we will be brothers, right?" Speaking up to here, his mouth curved into a faint smile. Finally, he said, "If you want to get rid of all of this, you have to break out of here and kill the Lord. Do you think that's possible?" After saying that, he turned around and left. In an instant, he disappeared in front of Long Chen, leaving Long Chen standing there motionlessly. This is too much. I said that this guy is being controlled. He has completely lost his consciousness. Boss, you actually thought that he wasn't being controlled. You're really stupid. Kitten kept complaining in Long Chen's divine kingdom. Hearing this, he was quite displeased. Long Chen said, "You misheard him." "What do you mean?" Kitten rolled his eyes and asked. Long Chen shook his head and said, "Actually, I'm not too sure, but from what he said, the only way now is to become strong enough and leave this place. At the very least, we have to kill the soul control demon, Primeval Troll. Only then will we have a chance, and in the end, we have to exterminate all the trolls in exchange for the eternal peace of the dragon sacrifice world and his recovery." He gave Long Chen the biggest problem, and also gave Long Chen the most difficult hope. As for whether he was being controlled or not, that was no longer important. As long as Long Chen could solve all of this, he would naturally return to the original Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, in Long Chen's heart, the original important mission quietly changed. Responsibility, protection, promises, and oaths, now all turned into battle. It seemed that for so many years, he had never felt such a surge of blood in his heart. Even the battle with Ling Huang did not have such a surge of passion. He seemed to be facing a fierce storm, but there was a vast heroic spirit in his heart, and he fought bravely. All right, then do your best. I'll first rest and see if I can help you. Kitten did not say much, but he used his actions to show his support for Long Chen and his trust in Mo Xiaolang. Although he said a lot of angry words, he did not give up from the beginning to the end. All right. After such a battle, he needed to rest for a while. Now there was still a period of time. He needed to use his most vigorous experience to deal with the primeval troll. Now that he was not dead, it was a great opportunity. According to Mo Xiaolang, not only did the primeval troll in front of him want to keep him here, but the stronger primeval troll below also wanted to keep him here. Then, his life and death was not something he could decide. While resting, he did not forget to strengthen himself at all times. In the past, he felt that a head-on battle between a human and a troll was a joke. It was impossible no matter what realm he reached. But in the previous battle, he saw the light of hope. The primeval troll was not as heaven-defying as he imagined. In terms of strength, it had probably fallen to the weakest of the primordial Taiji divine realm. There was even half of it sealed and suppressed by the outer layer of the demonic star seal. Furthermore, it lacked mental strength. In fact, the primeval troll was weak, but the current Long Chen was infinitely close to the combat strength of a god, although he was only at the late stage 7-star tribulation. But now, he was exploring the 8 trigram tribulation. The 8 trigram samsara tribulation realm. In the beginning, he thought that even at this realm, a god was a god and could not be resisted. But now, he found hope. Especially under the suppression of these 5 demonic claws, it was the reality of his resistance and reversal. He was suppressed by these 5 demonic claws to the point that he could not move. Long Chen chose to use all his strength to resist, to challenge, to temper himself. Every struggle was actually a form of tempering his strength. Through countless setbacks, he also constantly grew. The imprisonment of the primeval troll seemed to have brought him an opportunity. An opportunity to break through his limits. Although this opportunity was very, very difficult. But Mo Xiaolang had said that if he wanted to reverse all this, he had to at least charge out of this place. Long Chen did not care if Mo Xiaolang was hinting to him or not. All he knew was that this was the meaning of his life. He was such a person. The more he was pressured, the more he resisted. He was an extremely excited person. Boom. 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 As he struggled, he used the primordial samsara force again and again, constantly whittling away and growing. The strength of his physical body was also tempered and improved through each struggle. Time passed. It was unknown how many times Long Chen struggled. At least for the entire day, he did not stop. It was only when the primeval troll woke up that he stopped. Still not giving up? You've already struggled for an entire day. You're so tired. Isn't this a good opportunity for me? The primeval troll began his soul control again. For 2 continuous hours, he constantly attacked Long Chen's spiritual will. However, Long Chen's spiritual will was still stable. Moreover, under his continuous attacks, there were new improvements. Damn it. He still did not succeed. This made the primeval troll a little irritated. In his irritation, he naturally wanted to torture Long Chen's body. The 5 demonic claws retracted, and the pressure multiplied. Long Chen's body was almost squeezed out of shape. This continued for 15 minutes until the Long Chen was covered in blood. Only then did the primeval troll smile in satisfaction. Continue. There will be more surprises tomorrow. I don't believe that I can't take you down." After saying that, he went back to sleep to recover his spiritual will. This continued day after day. Mo Xiaolang continued to devour the demon star seal and never came down again. Although Long Chen was very tough, there were also rewards. That was, under the suppression of the primeval troll, he constantly trained himself. He was like a machine that never stopped. There were too many things in his heart that made him persevere. After 10 days, Long Chen could almost move freely within the demonic claws. Both his primordial samsara force and his physical body had been greatly tempered over the past few days. His mind and willpower had become stronger and stronger as the opponent continued to attack him. Of course, Long Chen was very smart. He pretended to be very weak in front of the primeval troll every day. There were a few times when he almost made the primeval troll succeed. This made the primeval troll addicted. If he let primeval troll understand that he was becoming stronger, perhaps primeval troll would use other methods to deal with him. Now was the best time to temper himself. The only thing that couldn't be at ease was that the demon star seal was being destroyed day by day. From the looks of it, in another 2 to 3 months, everything would be destroyed. He didn't have much time left. Everyone in the world was praying. However, Long Chen had no choice but to adjust his heart to the most peaceful state. The responsibilities and pressure he had to bear were too much. However, he couldn't be the slightest bit anxious. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Clang! This time, the god-slaying sword slashed the demonic claws, giving off a crisp sound. This was a breakthrough in Long Chen's strength. Previously, he couldn't move, but now he could slash the demonic claws. Although it didn't cause any injuries, it was at least a breakthrough. However, this sound woke him up. His body covered the sky and covered the sun. He stood in the sky above Long Chen. His blood-red sun-like eyes stared at Long Chen and said, "That sword of yours just now seems quite familiar. This is an item of the primordial demon race. I didn't expect it to be in your hands. This was originally a treasure. I didn't expect it to be reduced to a Dao artifact with only 945 Dao patterns. However, it seems like it can increase the number of Dao patterns. You recognize this god-slaying sword?" Long Chen didn't expect it. If even he recognized it, it meant that this god-slaying sword had a history of tens of millions of years. Primeval Troll smiled and said, "That's for sure. I also know many secrets. It's a pity that mortals can only be kept in the dark forever. That day, you were under my control. Perhaps I might have told you. Today's game seems to be starting again." Next, it was Primeval Troll's relentless mental and willpower attacks. He seemed to be determined to control Long Chen. Therefore, his rhythm was almost the same as Mo Xiaolang's. Once a day, each time, it would last for 2 hours. This time, he almost succeeded again. "Tomorrow, you'll definitely be finished. Of course, I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. It's about this sword." Haha. Primeval Troll fell silent again. It had been half a month since he was imprisoned. Each and every tiny improvement was obtained after he had expended an endless amount of hard work. What would be waiting for him tomorrow? WeChat added 10,000 people yesterday. Please continue to follow me. WeChat ID, Fenking Yang. Chapter 25:15. In Long Chen's eyes, the primeval troll had gradually become a beast that only had great strength and divine might, but low intelligence. Even the demon race, the sea race, and the wizard race were much smarter than the primeval troll. Every time, he was so arrogant that he almost succeeded. But every time, in reality, Long Chen was constantly improving in his spiritual attack, but he completely concealed it, causing the primeval troll to think that he was just a little bit away. This process kept repeating. Although Long Chen's progress was very small to him, in reality, even if others spent hundreds or thousands of years, they might not be able to achieve such a small improvement as he had. Just as the primeval troll said, he was a genius that was 10,000 times stronger than the Moon Demon and the Zero Demon. He was the possessor of the strongest talent that had been born in thousands of years, excluding the gods and demons. Cultivation, especially at the peak, required tens of thousands of years to achieve the power to destroy the world. Originally, there was a time limit of 1,000 years, but the Dragon Emperor and the others had to use secret techniques to extend their lives. Long Chen had already experienced close to half a year since he reached the late stage of the 7 Stars Tribulation. During this period of time, he had always been sharpened by the primeval troll. He had endured and trained himself again, all so that one day, he could fulfill the promise and oath in his heart and complete the task of protecting the dragon's sacrifice. At the same time, he could also prove himself to Mo Xiaolang. The next day, the primeval troll had recovered to a very good state. With great ambition, he invaded again, wanting to take advantage of this time to completely control Long Chen and make Long Chen his puppet. What he did not know was that the current him did not have this qualification at all. After being imprisoned for thousands of years, and his will doppelganger had been swallowed by Long Chen, in terms of the spiritual level, he was already very weak to Long Chen. If not for the fact that he still had the unattainable power of the giant demon and the divine might that could easily destroy the world, Long Chen would not have suffered so much in his hands. After failing, the huge beast roared angrily again, gnashing his teeth. If you continue to resist stubbornly like this, there will come a day when your soul disperses. If you still don't yield, I'll ignore my brother's suggestions and directly swallow you. Long Chen closed his eyes and rested, remaining calm and collected. There was no need for him to pay any attention to him. I said yesterday that I would prepare a gift for you today. Take it. Whoosh. As soon as the soul controller devil finished speaking, Long Chen felt a sense of life-threatening danger. It was the danger of the Tao artifact. At that moment, his eyes snapped open. A ghostly shadow appeared in front of him, incomparably fast. Behind the green-faced fanged figure, Long Chen saw the true form of the ghostly shadow. It was a black needle. Of course, it was different from Li Xuanji's black needle. It was more like a nail than a needle. This is the King Tai soul-slaying nail. It has a total of 970 Tao patterns. The soul control demon's voice pierced through the air like a sword, causing a violent vibration. It was indeed worthy of being a primeval troll. Any one of them was an extremely rare peerless Tao artifact. Long Chen had only seen 3 true peerless Tao artifacts, the Tai Zhu Dragon Sword, the Celestial God Sword's Milky River and the Spirit God Thrust. The King Tai soul-slaying nail was about the same as the Spirit God Thrust. As the soul-slaying nail attacked, Long Chen was greatly restricted by this demonic claw. There was no way for him to resist. In a blink of an eye, the King Tai soul-slaying nail pierced through his chest. What followed was a bone-piercing pain. This was a peerless Tao artifact, so it naturally had terrifying abilities. Now, endless black foul gas was like a monstrous river. It entered Long Chen's blood vessels, instantly contaminating his entire body. It caused his blood vessels, liver, bones and skin to turn completely black. His flesh and blood were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pain of a soul-slaying nail piercing the heart was truly terrifying. However, Long Chen's blood vessels were not so easily defeated. When the foul gas reached his heart, the 7 orifices heart of karma immediately lit up. It was the light of judgment, the power of justice. It could exorcise evil and cleanse evil. Wherever the light swept, the damage caused by the King Tai soul-slaying nail would rapidly recover. The foul gas would be chased back into the King Tai soul-slaying nail. As the fire of life swept through him, all his injuries healed. Because the King Tai soul-slaying nail was the power of the primeval troll, Long Chen was unable to pull it out of the demonic claw's encirclement. As long as the soul-slaying nail remained in his body, it would bring him endless pain. Enjoy it. The primeval troll fell into a deep slumber once again. After he left, Long Chen finally picked up the god-slaying sword. Although the pain was not that great, it was still extremely uncomfortable to have the soul-slaying nail stuck in his body. And the King Tai soul-slaying nail was a great supplement for the god-slaying sword. Now, Long Chen was able to resist the oppressive force within the demonic claw. He could basically brandish the god-slaying sword. He gathered all the energy in his body to break through the demonic claw's restrictions, slashing the god-slaying sword at the King Tai soul-slaying nail. Once, twice. Now, Long Chen's strength was weak, so he needed a long time. But he did not give up. Every time he brandished the sword, it was his own improvement. Towards the end, he could even use the massacre sword art. Every time he brandished the sword, it was as if he had taken a bite out of the King Tai soul-slaying nail. After a day and a half, Long Chen finally used the god-slaying sword to destroy the King Tai soul-slaying nail in his chest. The god-slaying sword improved once again. The little skeleton was extremely excited. This time, he had directly produced 5 Dao patterns, reaching the level of 950 Dao patterns. Limitless Dao artifact. From not having a single Dao pattern, to today, it had formed 950 Dao patterns, becoming an unbounded Dao artifact. This path had been too difficult and complicated. The god-slaying sword had slain thousands of Dao artifacts to finally reach its current level. Long Chen was very happy. Every improvement of the god-slaying sword was also his own improvement. At the unbounded Dao artifact, the god-slaying sword's power increased once again. The green in the little skeleton's eyes also deepened. Long Chen was now focused on improving his strength. He did not pay much attention to the changes in the god-slaying sword. When it successfully became an unbounded Dao artifact, he continued to train himself. The days began to repeat themselves. The difference was that every 10 days, Primeval Troll would take out a Dao artifact. First, it was the King Tai soul-slaying nail. Next, it was an unbounded Dao artifact with 987 Dao patterns. Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to destroy that Dao artifact. The process was similar to the King Tai soul-slaying nail. The god-slaying sword once again condensed 15 Dao patterns. Then, it repeated 2 to 3 times. Now, the god-slaying sword had increased to 990 Dao patterns. Long Chen knew that the other party must have done it on purpose. At the start, he had used the god-slaying sword to save his life. He did not think too much about it. But after 2 or 3 times, he realized that Primeval Troll had only used the Dao artifact to hurt him. Then, he did not ask too much. Long Chen finally understood. However, he was curious. What was the other party's goal in using such a method to improve the god-slaying sword? With 990 Dao patterns, the god-slaying sword was almost at the peak of Dao artifacts. It was getting closer and closer to the unbounded Dao artifact. But even so, the little skeleton was still under his control. Other than the god-slaying sword becoming terrifyingly powerful, there were no other changes. This time, Primeval Troll took out an even stronger Dao artifact. It had 996 Dao patterns. How about using that interesting god-slaying sword of yours for a spar? If this went on, he would definitely fall into his trap. This time, he could not agree to it no matter what. Looks like you're suspicious. It's actually very simple. I just want this sword to turn into its original appearance. I won't take it away. Of course, the prerequisite is that you are my puppet. But you aren't now. But, you will be soon. Since you won't cooperate, I'll take the sword myself and make it change. Primeval Troll said nonchalantly. It had been close to 2 months since he was imprisoned. The demonic star seal outside was close to collapsing. Perhaps in another month, everything would be destroyed. The closer it was to that time, the more anxious Long Chen was. The demonic star seal was already very weak. It was nearing a critical point. Once it reached that critical point, this primeval troll would be able to tear everything apart. After tearing the demonic star seal, he would only need to devour some living beings to have the power to tear the demonic star apart. Everything was imminent, but he was still trapped here. In these 2 months, he had been trapped here. He had gone through a lot of tempering. His will, body, and strength had all been improved. But he still couldn't destroy these 5 claws and get out of here. There wasn't much time left. The closer it was to that time, the smaller the hope. But even at this time, it wasn't easy for Long Chen to maintain his calm mood. One had to know that the depression and anger in his heart was unprecedented. Almost no one could bear what he was enduring now. It came from everyone's hope, from his promise to his lover, and from his brotherhood. Primeval Troll's sharp voice echoed again. In these 2 months, I must have been deceived by you. Every time, you were almost controlled by me. But in the end, you were able to hold on. I think you were playing with me and stalling for time. You were worried that I would kill you. Damn it. I didn't expect a mere mortal like you to be so cunning. It took him almost 60 days to understand this truth. He was really stupid. In fact, he was too confident in himself. He didn't expect that after spending so much time, he still didn't have the ability to control Long Chen. Now that he found out the truth, Primeval Troll naturally wanted to kill Long Chen on the spot. But this kid was so valuable. He might be of great use in the future. It would be a pity to kill him now. One had to know that the enemies of the primordial demon race were not mortals. Chapter 25:16. The controlling soul demon described to Long Chen how terrifying his elder brother was before he once again sank into silence within the seal. He had persisted for 2 months but was still unable to control Long Chen. He was mentally exhausted. To be honest, if it weren't for his elder brother's opinion, he would have killed Long Chen long ago. He wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Apart from himself, the second controlling soul demon's elder brother was still a few primeval troll. He was in the depths of the seal. Originally, it wouldn't be easy for him to break his will out. However, he had prepared for this for 2 months. Tomorrow, he would be able to break the will that belonged to him. At that time, Long Chen's mental defense would collapse on its own. To him, not being able to control Long Chen personally and make Long Chen his puppet didn't seem to be enough to vent his hatred. After all, Long Chen was a damned mortal who had devoured his will avatar and made fun of him. Although Long Chen didn't experience any transformations in his realm over the past 2 months, he had grown a lot in terms of strength, especially in the aspect of the god-slaying sword. It was now infinitely close to the god-slaying sword with 999 Dao patterns. It had become a peerless Dao weapon. It had the divine might of tearing apart. The sword aura of devouring, death, and other elements were extremely sharp. However, Long Chen had a feeling that he couldn't let the god-slaying sword become a Dao weapon with 999 Dao patterns. He had a feeling that this was a conspiracy of Primeval Troll. Once it reached that stage, the god-slaying sword might escape his control. So far, 990 Dao patterns was close to Long Chen's limit. Little Skeleton was still clear-headed. However, on this demon star, any weapon on him was extremely important. Therefore, he couldn't afford to lose the god-slaying sword. This primeval troll described his elder brother to be so terrifying. When tomorrow comes, you might be finished. Moreover, Xiao Lang has almost completely destroyed the demon star's seal. Boss, it seems like we're going to lose. Kitten had been preparing recently, but at this time, he said thoughtlessly. Long Chen shook his head and said, for the time being, I can't break free from these 5 claws. I can only confront the new primeval troll tomorrow. Although this is not a good method, I have no other choice. This day was undoubtedly a difficult one. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Endless killing intent and hatred were also growing within. There seemed to be too much hatred and unwillingness in his heart. There was only a little more than a month left. If there was no way to change it, everything would be over. Family, relatives, lovers, siblings, and countless innocent people. Everyone had relatives and friends, but almost everyone would lose everything, including themselves. In the end, like livestock, they would enter the belly of the primeval troll and become stronger. I can't accept this. The strong desire in his heart made his whole body tense up. If he could rush out of this place at this time, he would definitely fight to the death. These 5 claws were the ultimate means of the primeval troll. Next time, Longchen might not be trapped here so easily. If he were to get out, other than fighting to the death, there seemed to be no other way. On this demon star, he probably wouldn't be able to escape anywhere. However, Long Chen's biggest target was still Mo Xiaolang. He had to find him again and have a good talk with him. Even if Mo Xiaolang's words were so heartless, Long Chen still believed that Mo Xiaolang was definitely clear-headed. That day, he said that if I wanted to change everything, I had to get out of here. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword and looked at the 5 claws in front of him. Today might be the last day. He had to fight, kill, and cut off everything in order to rush out of here. It was time for him to complete all his missions. If he were to be trapped here again, he could only live in a cage for the rest of his life. The god-slaying sword with 990 Dao patterns released a majestic power like the raging sea, roaring in this narrow space. Seeing that Long Chen was so determined, Kitten suddenly laughed and said, "Boss, do you remember when you and Xiao Lang disregarded the fate of the people and entered the city of wrongful deaths to save me?" "Yes, why?" Kitten said with nostalgia, "It was really something that moved me to tears. From that moment on, all of you were more precious than my own life." "What are you trying to say?" Long Chen felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Kitten said resolutely, "What I want to say is that I can save this little black dog with you today. Take it as returning the favor from back then." Long Chen frowned and said, "Do you have any good ideas? You have been preparing for this all this time." Kitten said straightforwardly, "It's not a brilliant idea. Now that we are both primordial reincarnation power, our powers are interlinked. I can use a secret technique to impart my power to you and increase your power to a certain extent. Of course, it's only for a short period of time. Maybe it's enough for you to break these 5 claws. After that, I'm afraid I'll be weak for a period of time. Of course, it won't be long. You don't have to worry too much. I'm very lucky and won't die no matter what." If that was really the case, they had to do it in such a desperate situation. Long Chen said seriously, "Whether you dare to swear to the heavens or not, what you said to me is the truth. It won't affect you much." Kitten laughed involuntarily and said, "What kind of person do you think I am? I'm afraid of death. Do you really think I'll quietly sacrifice my life for you? Bullshit, there's no way. I was just reluctant to lose my power. Otherwise, I would have told you long ago. There's no need to wait until today. Don't worry, when you have the original core, I can have as much of this power as I want." This kind of stinginess was more like the real him. Of course, Long Chen was very grateful to him. It was him who gave him new hope at this time. Rather than adding flowers to brocade, it was better to send charcoal in snowy weather. Kitten's decision was like sending charcoal in snowy weather to Long Chen and everyone else. "Let's begin." Since it was so important, Long Chen did not stand on ceremony with him. As for how to temporarily let Long Chen consume his power, that was up to Kitten. Perhaps it was because of the common nature of the primordial reincarnation power that there was such a method. After the decision was made, the two of them quickly got to work. Kitten did not come out. Instead, he completed the process in Long Chen's God Kingdom. As expected, it was the primordial reincarnation power that could cause such a fusion. This process was very simple. Kitten completely controlled all his power to leave his body. Using the God Kingdom as an interface, it surged into Long Chen's body and began to fuse with Long Chen's primordial reincarnation power. Kitten did not seem strong, but this power had been stored for many years and was still very majestic. Long Chen did not expect this power to expand to such an extent. With the support of the other party, his primordial reincarnation power was as large as the Milky Way, circulating in his body. This lasted for a very short time. After a short time, Long Chen's power increased. It was as if he had come back from the dead. This transformation not only provided him with power, but also faith and hope. It gave him a fighting spirit that was as majestic as the sea. Boom! Under the explosion of this power, the 5 demonic claws actually trembled. Boss, it's up to you now. Don't lose. Don't waste the things that I have hidden for so long. As usual, I'll take a nap first. Sleep in peace. When you wake up, I will let you see a good result. Long Chen's power was surging and his fighting spirit was surging. However, his heart was still very calm. Finally, this moment had come. At this moment, he and Kitten were united. He used the power of both of them and was not fighting alone. Just like when he and Mo Xiaolang entered the city of vain deaths together, now he and Kitten were fighting together on this devil star for Xiaolang. Swoosh! The god-slaying sword turned into a sword and tore through the 5 demonic claws. Crack! Under Long Chen's all-out attack, one of the 5 demonic claws was finally cut off. In fact, when the 5 demonic claws shook, Primeval Troll had already woken up. However, at this moment, Long Chen's speed was already very extraordinary. He used a very short time to finally break out of the encirclement. His whole body flashed and disappeared into the abyss. If it wasn't for Kitten exhausting his strength, he would definitely not be able to do it so easily. From now on, there was one more person in Long Chen's heart that he could not let down. At this moment, he had an extremely strong power in his body. There was only one target in his eyes, and that was Mo Xiaolang. Now that Mo Xiaolang had just finished devouring the flames, it was time for him to rest. Long Chen broke through the 5 demonic claws and instantly appeared in front of his cave. He rushed in. In the depths of this cave, a fair-skinned youth in a black robe was sitting cross-legged. The blood marks on his body shone with layers of flames. A suffocating aura was released from this youth's body. Without saying a word, Long Chen pointed the god-slaying sword at the youth's forehead. Now, he had a huge opportunity to settle everything, and that was to make use of this time to throw Mo Xiaolang into the death rain. That way, the demonic star seal would never be broken, and everyone would not die. Primeval Troll would never have a chance to stand out. However, this was Long Chen's brother. Although he had this choice, he could not do it. If you don't kill me, you will regret it. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang opened his eyes. His eyes were still blood-red and cold. Long Chen's hand that was holding the god-slaying sword was trembling. He only had this moment of time, but he had wasted it. He could not help but shake his head and say, "Xiaolang, we have grown up together. No matter what happens, I will always believe in you." Chapter 25:17. You're right, but if it were you, you would have made the same choice as me. However, Long Chen was not defeated by his words. His heart was firm enough. He clearly knew what he was doing. He also knew that he had a clear conscience. If he had to choose between the world and Mo Xiaolang, no matter who it was, he would give up one person to save the world. Long Chen could only do so. Although he would regret it for the rest of his life, no one would think that this was wrong. But now was not the time to make the final choice. Now is not the time to make the final choice. Before that moment arrives, I will do everything I can to save you. Although I don't know what state you are in, Xiaolang, I will say the same thing. Don't ever think of deceiving me. I know you better than you know yourself. Remember this, the battle is far from over. He stared into Mo Xiaolang's eyes as he said the last sentence. There were still some ripples and struggles in those blood-red eyes, which couldn't escape Long Chen's eyes. However, Mo Xiaolang quickly closed his eyes and said with a smile, "Tell me this when you can guarantee that you won't die." Just as he finished speaking, the demon's star seemed to explode. Rumble. The cave was shattered, and all the dust was reduced to pieces. The huge devil claw broke through everything and grabbed at Long Chen. At the same time, the roar of the ancient devil claw was accompanied by the angry roar of the ancient devil. This roar alarmed the devils on the devil's star once again, and it also spread out of the devil's star, causing the hearts of the people outside the devil's star to tighten. Rumble. At this time, Long Chen left Emo Shaolang and rushed into the sky. His explosive speed and the control of the chaotic temporal sea allowed him to escape the attack of the demon claw this time. He rushed to the sky above God Burial Mountain. The demons had just surrounded him when they were sent flying by Long Chen. When Long Chen had just escaped, the soul-controlling demon had also rushed out of the abyss. His tall body and pitch-black dragon scales made him look like a killing machine. On his arm, Emo Shaolang stood there, looking at Long Chen with a cold smile. When Long Chen saw this smile, he said nothing and turned to leave. "You can't escape from my grasp." The primeval troll flew into a rage and his words were transmitted outside of the demon star. From the outside, it could be seen that the entire devil star seal was violently shaking. When everyone heard this sound, they naturally knew that Long Chen was still fighting and had not died. However, the scene was so big that everyone couldn't help but worry. This was not an ordinary battle. This battle was much more serious than the battle between Ling Huang and Long Chen. Long Chen originally wanted to go to the opposite side of the God Burial Mountain. Unexpectedly, when he rushed to the opposite side, the entire devil star began to rotate. No matter where Long Chen rushed, the devil star would rotate in that direction. Although Long Chen was advancing at high speed, the primeval troll was always at his feet. The high-speed rotation of the devil star sent the demons flying and slamming into the devil star seal. However, the primeval troll was too lazy to care about their lives. He didn't expect Long Chen to be able to escape. He was once again played by this mortal. He was furious. Even the other primeval troll couldn't stop him at this time. "I was very patient with you, but you forced me to kill you. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. A genius like you must be a great tonic." The troll's voice was mighty, exploding throughout the devil star. At this time, it was as if the devil star had become his opponent's weapon. Long Chen couldn't even land. If he did, he would probably be sent flying by this heavy force. Sure enough, as long as he was under the devil star seal, he couldn't escape the primeval troll's control. The power given by Kitten will dissipate with time. It seems that I have to fight. He originally thought that he could prepare a little, but now he didn't have time to do so. Originally, Long Chen didn't have much confidence in fighting this kind of god-level powerhouse. However, after a few months of experience, he was familiar with what the primeval troll was. Even if his opponent was a god, at this moment, he didn't have any fear in his heart. Since he couldn't retreat, he could only fight bravely. In fact, Long Chen didn't want to retreat at all. He was only looking for a more suitable method to deal with the primeval troll. However, there wasn't any now. There wasn't much time left. He wanted Emo Shaolang to return to his original self. The only way was to kill the primeval troll. This wasn't whimsical or daydreaming, but his only goal. If he couldn't kill the primeval troll, when the apocalypse descended, Long Chen could only kill Emo Shaolang. He definitely couldn't send Emo Shaolang to the death realm. Therefore, this battle was his final battle. This was the most important battle in his life. Even the battle with the City Lord wasn't as important as this, because the City Lord had only wreaked havoc in the 3 Emperor regions of the Dragonright continent. Now, as long as Long Chen was defeated, the entire Dragonright continent would be destroyed. Trillions of lives. At that moment, he stopped and turned around to face the furious primeval troll. The hatred and fury in his heart were at least 10,000 times greater than the primeval troll. Endless rage was also his strength at this moment. "You're finally willing to obediently accept your death? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have wasted these 2 months." The primeval troll roared. Huge wings, sharp claws, thick arms, thick scales, sharp fangs, and the strongest ability and law power. These were the primeval troll's strongest weapons. At his peak, even 100 Long Chen wouldn't be his match. But now, he was still sealed and extremely weak. Long Chen wasn't afraid of fighting him. After his last defeat, Long Chen was no longer the same person after 2 months of tempering and Kitten's help. As the primeval troll spoke, Long Chen controlled the chaotic temporal sea in his human form. Time change. He used the chaotic temporal sea to adjust time. While using the time swamp to entangle the primeval troll, he accelerated and instantly appeared in front of the primeval troll. God slaying with one sword. The true essence of the god-slaying sword was in this sword. Long Chen didn't say anything and used such a powerful attack. It was indeed out of the primeval troll's expectations. In his eyes, mortals didn't have the guts to attack primordial demons like them. Just standing in front of them was enough to scare them to death. But Long Chen was a freak. Even the ability to control souls was useless against him. Rip. This time, Long Chen was too fast. After the god-slaying sword had 990 Dao patterns, its power increased rapidly. The sword light soared into the sky and directly slashed at the primeval troll's blood-colored sun-like eye. Hiss. The primeval troll's eye exploded and let out a painful scream. The sound wave directly sent Long Chen flying and crashing into the demon planet. At this moment, the primeval troll was no different from a wild beast. He roared in pain as blood flowed, but in fact, the wound on his eye was quickly recovering. However, his anger had truly been ignited. Damned mortal, beast, ant. Boom. 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 As the primeval troll roared, the entire demon planet was almost razed to the ground by his sound waves. Even outside the demon planet, 9 planets outside the 10 super planets were violently shaking and almost shattered. Outside, everyone finally realized that Long Chen might be in a life-and-death battle with the primeval troll at this moment. A mere mortal was facing such a challenge. Everyone couldn't help but shed tears. Back then, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was so righteous, and so was his son. Now, everyone couldn't do anything to help. They could only pray silently and hope that Long Chen could survive safely. As long as he survived, there would definitely be hope. One sword strike had successfully angered the primeval troll. This was only the beginning. Long Chen had never felt that injuring this thing was such a disgraceful thing. In his eyes, the current primeval troll was nothing more than a powerful wild beast. It was just like a few decades ago when he was still in the Draconis continent, when he had just started cultivating and fought against those monsters. At that time, he was filled with lofty aspirations and boundless prospects. Now, he was already standing at the peak of the world, shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting. But his lofty aspirations and his will had never changed in the slightest. At this moment, no matter how powerful the enemy was, whether it was a god or an ancient demon, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill. Slaying gods and destroying demons, he had never thought that there would be a day when he would really be doing such a thing. He was afraid that this guy in front of him was only equivalent to the lowest level of God. Long Chen's heart was also filled with passion and fanaticism. Kill, kill, kill. This was the surging voice in his heart. His long sword swung and he bravely advanced, unleashing the slaughter sword art. 10,000 sword arts instantly chopped down on the primeval troll's body. The god-slaying sword was so sharp that it could tear apart the primeval troll's dragon scales. However, the primeval troll's recovery was equally astonishing. It could be said to be undying. A mere sword strike couldn't kill it. Boom. Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon, and the chaotic temporal seas might become even stronger. A rice-sized pearl dares to shine in front of the bright moon. The primeval troll was full of disdain. It waved its hand and Long Chen's previous attack. Its towering demonic claws once again grabbed at Long Chen. Its 5 claws stretched out, forming a cage. Long Chen's eyes were cold and fearless. Facing the same attack again, he transformed into a divine path heart-refining dragon. The divine path heart-refining dragon maintained justice and order. It judged evil and those who broke the rules. The primeval troll was undoubtedly an existence of extreme evil. He could trigger the divine path heart-refining dragon's strongest judgment. Just like now, after transforming into the divine path heart-refining dragon, Long Chen's blood was already boiling. The giant golden and black sword between his brows flickered with exceptional brilliance. It pierced through the dome of heaven, causing the entire demonic star to shine brightly. This was the combined power of him and Kitten. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill this demon. Boundless light shone. Karma King Sword. The sword realm merged and reappeared. The demons were all hiding at this moment. Only after the primeval troll, Mo Xiaolang, floated in the air, watching everything. He saw Long Chen's madness. Wang. Chapter 25:18. This sword condensed all of Long Chen's strength, and hatred. The mark of the divine Tao heart-refining dragon raised this sword to a whole new level, forming a righteous power that could exterminate evil. The sword realm became one and slashed down rapidly. With this sword, he fought against the demonic claws of the primeval troll. Previously, Long Chen was imprisoned by this demonic claw. But this time, after 2 months of dormancy and training, all of his unwillingness was in this sword. This Karma Emperor sword and Karma King realm fused. When the sword moved, the entire world collapsed and compressed. Finally, the sword that maintained order and chased away evil clashed with the demonic claw of the opponent. At this moment, the heart-refining dragon didn't seem to be weaker than the primeval troll at all. In fact, its aura even suppressed the opponent. 2 similar attacks, but they formed completely different reversals. From afar, Mo Xiaolang was watching everything. He saw Long Chen's fighting spirit and determination. He saw his madness and violence. Every time he fought, it was when he was at his most violent. The power of this sword was overwhelming. In Mo Xiaolang's eyes, the clash between the Karma Emperor sword and the demonic claw caused a huge commotion. The Devil Star was covered in sword scars. Many demons nearby were directly minced. Even the seal of the Devil Star was constantly shaking in this battle. Rip. Before the Karma Emperor sword shattered, it broke free from the demonic claw and slashed at the elbow of the primeval troll. At this moment, Long Chen let out a divine dragon roar. With an earth-shattering momentum, he chopped off the arm of the primeval troll. No one expected that he could actually injure the primeval troll. Being able to injure the primeval troll was equivalent to injuring a god. Splash. Blood surged. This time, the primeval troll cried out in pain. Although his arm was chopped off, he wasn't worried. At this moment, the severed arm once again moved towards him and was about to fuse back together. Even if it was chopped off, the primeval troll wasn't injured. This was probably Long Chen's highest level of attack. This was the result of his exertion. At this moment, Long Chen did not retreat. Primeval troll was unable to gauge his courage and determination. Right after using the Karma Emperor sword, Long Chen took the risk of being torn apart and continued to tangle with primeval troll. This time, he swiftly executed the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Against the primeval troll, this move was actually not as effective as the Karma Emperor sword. Previously, the Death World Dragon Claw was directly shattered by the other party's demonic claw. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Chen's goal this time was not to attack the primeval troll. As soon as the Death Realm Dragon Claw appeared, it grabbed the primeval troll's severed arm with a whoosh and pulled it back into the Death Realm at lightning speed. The Death Realm Dragon Gate closed. Only then did Long Chen evade the opponent's attack, temporarily escaping the range of the opponent's control. Roar. This was something the primeval troll did not expect to happen. For the weak primeval troll at this time, an arm contained enormous power, so the primeval troll was not willing to completely regenerate the arm. Instead, he reconnected the severed arm with the body. However, Long Chen brought the arm to the death realm. Then he would never be able to return. Damn it. At this moment, he recalled the trouble that Long Chen had caused him again and again. The first time he turned the tide, he wanted to get the 5 Dragon Balls, but he did not expect that it was his obstruction that caused all his previous efforts to go to waste. Even the will avatar that he had condensed for millions of years was swallowed by him. Now that he had come to the demon planet, he had come to stop him and make fun of him. This time, he had severed his arm, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short time. The primeval troll was evil and could not tolerate any hatred in their hearts. They only cared about killing and devouring. They were like brutal beasts and did not have much patience at all. So at this moment, he had reached the state of rage. Roar. At this moment, this roar shook the eternal celestial realm, causing the hearts of the entire eternal celestial realm to tremble. Even though they were billions of miles away, everyone could feel the power of the primeval troll. This was the power that only a god could possess. Within that voice, there was something even more terrifying than divine might. It was the ferocious dignity of a superior being. Countless people were trembling in fear. After losing his arm, the primeval troll did not recover. Now he was even more determined to kill Long Chen, so he attacked directly. Chaotic Temporal Reverse. This time, Long Chen used the Chaotic Temporal Reverse in his dragon form. The power of time gave the opponent a huge problem. Long Chen took advantage of this time to continue moving. Even if the primeval troll was flipping the demon planet, he was not afraid. He has been imprisoned for millions of years. He will always be weaker than me. The longer I delay, the more hope I have of winning. The cooperation between the Karma Emperor Sword and the Death Realm Dragon Gate had given Long Chen great confidence. Now he believed that as long as he had enough power, killing gods and demons would not be a problem. They were not perfect creatures. Even if they could live forever, they would still die. As long as I persevere. This was his only way. Outside of battle, he was the calmest and most clear-headed person. After he dealt a certain amount of damage to the primeval troll, he immediately changed his fighting style and used the chaotic temporal reverse to escape. The demon planet continued to spin. Now, Long Chen was moving, and the primeval troll was chasing furiously. He attacked viciously, breaking through his limits time and time again, wanting to kill Long Chen. The entire world was filled with the roar of the primeval troll. This kind of brutal sound was simply pervasive. Everyone knew that he was fighting with Long Chen. At this time, seeing that the seal of the demon star was almost complete, everyone was nervous. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They had tears in their eyes, and they were filled with endless hope and prayer. Their faith was in Long Chen at this moment. At this time, Long Chen had a feeling. He felt that everyone in the world was connected to him. At this moment, he was like a true god, receiving the respect, reverence, and blessings of everyone. His body was not only connected to the people on the dragon sacrificial continent, but also the billions of people in the eternal life god domain. Long Chen could hear their voices and their prayers. Don't die. You must come back alive and lead all of us through this calamity. If you lose, the entire world will be destroyed. You must win. We all believe in you. In our hearts, the primeval troll is no match for you. You will definitely succeed. Long Chen could ignore the cries. All he saw was such encouragement and prayers. There were billions of people wishing him well. In this way, even if he died, he would be willing. What was a god? In Long Chen's heart, it was an existence that everyone believed in. It was the ruler of the heavens, the benevolent, and the orderly. This was very similar to his current situation. He could clearly see the thin thread connecting him to the common people. Everyone had entrusted their spiritual power to him, and they had also entrusted the power of their faith to him. Perhaps, at this moment, he understood what it meant to be a god. He also understood why, in the end, Long Qinglan had tried everything he could think of, but he still couldn't become a god. It was because he hadn't obtained the faith of the people in the world. Gods existed because of faith. When everyone believed that you were a god, then you would be a true god. This sort of increase in life level wasn't just an increase in power. Of course, Long Chen was still a distance away from that level. He was only in the late stage of 7-star, but this enlightenment would be very useful to him for the rest of his life. It was like an epiphany. Perhaps this kind of comprehension was baseless and laughable, but one day, Long Chen would prove it. Perhaps this was the truth. Because at this moment, he discovered that he was like a god. Everyone's faith was placed on him. He wasn't fighting alone, but millions upon millions of people. All of their spiritual will had entered his body. This caused his spirit and soul to undergo a metamorphosis. Long Chen still didn't understand the significance of such a profound change. He was still trying to comprehend it. He was also trying his best to dodge the attacks of the ancient giant devil. Fortunately, Long Chen had the chaotic time reversal divine ability. With the help of this divine ability, the ancient giant devil couldn't hit him for a while. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for a moment. Facing the enraged primeval troll, he still didn't have the strength to fight to the death. In that daze, he saw Mo Xiaolang. He was still calmly looking at him, his face expressionless. Long Chen suddenly smiled. It was a smile like a spring breeze. This was because Long Chen remembered the first time he saw him. At that time, he couldn't even tell if this person was a man or a woman. In the blink of an eye, he saw him again in this kind of situation. His appearance didn't change much, but his heart wasn't the same as before. It was just that Long Chen didn't believe it. To him, bringing Mo Xiaolang back was more important than anything else. This was what he owed to this big boy. Faith, protection, justice, promise, oath. Now, they were all in his chest. This battle made Long Chen think of many things. He felt that he was undergoing a huge transformation. At this time, his chest was especially hot, as if something was being born. His entire body was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. Rumble. An explosion caused Long Chen's body to tense up. Roar. Primeval Troll exploded with an even stronger spiritual shock. At this time, he was really driven crazy by Long Chen. At this moment, he ignored the suppression of the demonic star seal and struggled to climb out of the abyss. That pair of flesh wings spread out, and with a furious sweep, he sent Long Chen flying. At this time, Primeval Troll spread his wings and rushed into the clouds. His speed was as fast as lightning. He suddenly opened his mouth, his body expanded, and he swallowed Long Chen's divine dragon body into his stomach. Hiss. Boom. Primeval Troll was shaken back by the demonic star seal. He vomited blood and was heavily injured. Chapter 25:19. There was still an insurmountable gap between gods and mortals. For example, the primeval troll's devouring this time could only display its godly might at the highest level of life. Furthermore, it was under the rage of the primeval troll, so this time, no matter how Long Chen thought of a way, he could not avoid it. At that moment, fighting against the primeval troll was like fighting against heaven and earth. It was a feeling of helplessness. No matter what, Long Chen was greatly restricted. It was the suppression of mortals by gods and demons, the restraint of the laws of heaven and earth. Although I have the ancestral dragon's blood essence, I don't have the origin dragon's soul that he mentioned. So even if I am talented, even if gods and demons cannot compare, I am still a mortal. In terms of the level of life, I lose to the primeval troll. Long Chen knew all of this clearly. When he chopped off one of the primeval troll's arms and sucked it into the death realm, he had almost completed a feat that no mortal had ever done. Gods and demons were rulers, so humans had no right to fight against gods and demons. It was just like how ants could not fight against mortals. When a mortal wanted to squash an ant to death, it was equivalent to a god wanting to squash a mortal to death. The primeval troll roared angrily. He did not hesitate to expend a large amount of his remaining strength to use this devouring godly might to deal with Long Chen. He wanted to devour Long Chen alive. At that moment, heaven and earth shook. Mo Xiaolang's eyes suddenly widened, and his body trembled. His entire body surged with endless killing intent. However, Long Chen could not see this scene. To Long Chen, it was like the world had turned completely dark in the blink of an eye. He could not see anything, and he was completely shrouded in darkness. By the time he realized that he was in the belly of the primeval troll, he had already entered a zone of death. The reason why he was in a daze was because the previous battle had given him great enlightenment. He could feel the power of faith, and he knew that many people were praying and crying for him. He could see the deep hope in many people's hearts. No one wanted to lose everything. It was unimaginable how painful this disaster was. The hopes and wishes of countless people filled his body at this moment. It was as if his body was about to explode, causing Long Chen to feel extremely suffocated. But soon, something even more troublesome happened. This was the abdomen of a primeval troll, a place with mysterious rules. If it was an ordinary beast, Long Chen would only need to break out of its weak body. However, a primeval troll was definitely different. Its abdomen might be its most terrifying weapon. Because the primeval troll was best at eating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He was surrounded by extremely violent gales. At this moment, Long Chen found himself in an endless darkness. There was no other brilliance. He was in an endless storm vortex. This black storm had the most terrifying tearing ability. It was as if countless primeval trolls' demonic claws were pulling at Long Chen's limbs, head, and body, tearing them apart with terrifying power. The entire world was such a black storm vortex. Your physical body and primordial spirit will be pulverized and eventually become part of my power. Now, the arrogant voice of the primeval troll reverberated in this endless vortex. As his voice sounded, Long Chen's entire body was swept towards the center of the storm. The closer he was to the center, the stronger the power of the storm. In the wind, there were faint black words fusing into it. These were words from the primordial era, and they had a vast rule power. Mortals could only be torn apart here. Fire of life. Long Chen had no choice but to use this ancestral dragon mystique to recover from the injuries he had caused. If he didn't counterattack now and rushed out from here, he might not have a chance anymore. He was still in the form of a divine dragon. He didn't expect the other party's abdomen to be so huge. It was like an endless world. Or perhaps, this was one of the strongest techniques of the primeval troll. Rumble. The endless storm rolled in front of him, producing an endless roar. Rip. Long Chen tried his best to tear apart the storm. He noticed some light in the sky and rushed out. The storm didn't stop him. I might be able to rush out from here. Now that the primeval troll was determined to kill, if he didn't get out now, he would be doomed. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have arrived at a peaceful place. There was no strong wind around him, only a huge airflow that was rushing upwards. This should be the location of the eye of the storm. At this moment, he looked up and saw a black stone tablet above his head. The stone tablet was suppressing above his head. It was ancient and mysterious, with an ancient aura. It was as mysterious as the 3 lives divine stone, the karma sacred stone, and the others. What is that? The black stone tablet was spinning. After it made half a turn, Long Chen saw a relief sculpture on one of its sides. The sculpture was of a beast that seemed to be endless. Before Long Chen could see what it was, the sculpture suddenly shone with a black light, forming a terrifying deterrent that bombarded Long Chen's essence spirit. Buzz. At that moment, Long Chen's entire world went silent. He lost consciousness and was once again dragged into the storm. Lingxi's face suddenly paled, and her heart raced. She had been in the middle of accepting the legacy of the spirit reverend. Her progress had been very fast, and her strength had exceeded her expectations. Even the blood of the pure goddess had formed a connection with the legacy. It was mysterious, but also terrifying. Everything was waiting for Long Chen to return safely, waiting for him to fulfill his vow. In terms of age, Ling Shi was still a girl. She needed Long Chen, and the child she was about to give birth to in the future needed this father even more. Therefore, she prayed in her heart more than anyone else. But at this moment, she suddenly felt very flustered and uncomfortable. She was now in Yang Yu's God Kingdom. "Aunt Yu, I need to come out for a while," Lingxi said in a trembling voice. A few months had passed, and everything that needed to be done in the Eternal God realm had been set up. Now, most people were in their respective arcane realms, and the humans were all gathered in the 5 great dragon cities. There were also some arcane realms that were hard to find. Because of Lingxi's control, many people were hiding in the Spirit Reverend residence. But Yang Yu, the Dragon Emperors, the Great Demon Lords, and some of the holy shamans and ocean kings were all on planet Sky Dragon. They had all volunteered to come here, and they were the closest to planet Sky Dragon to observe the situation. Yeah. Yang Yu had brought her out. Now, everyone was standing there, looking at planet Sky Dragon. Their faces were pale, and they were nervous. They were even trembling, especially the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Emperors. They had a deep relationship with Long Chen, and they valued Long Chen very much. There seemed to be a battle just now, but now there's suddenly no movement. What do you think happened? The Eternal Dragon Emperor's eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't help but tremble as he looked in the direction of the demon planet. It can't be over, right? Great Demon Lord Tengu said helplessly. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Yu was as cold as iron. In terms of nervousness, discomfort, and pain, she was not inferior to Ling Shi, but just like Ling Shi, she trusted Long Chen very much. The reason why she scolded the Heavenly Hound was because Ling Shi was already standing beside her. She was dressed in a snow-white long dress with colorful ribbons around her body. The light muslin fluttered in the wind. When everyone saw that Lingxi was here, they didn't say anything more. No matter what, she was the closest person to Long Chen. In terms of pain and nervousness, no one could compare to her. Her face was terrifyingly pale as she looked in the direction of the demon planet. Because of the connection between the 3 lives threads, she had a strong sense of it. She murmured, "Aunt Yu, he's in danger now, and he's facing a desperate situation. I'm afraid there's not much hope." When she said this, her soul almost broke. "Take care of Lingxi, I'll go in and help." Yang Yu made a decision instantly. In fact, she had wanted to do this thousands of times. "I want to go in too," Lingxi said resolutely. She didn't cry, because she knew that Long Chen didn't like to see her cry. When he needed her, she had to be strong. This was her warning to herself. So she clenched her fists at all times. Even if she couldn't control it, she bit her lips, not letting her emotions affect her. All of this was taught to her by Long Chen. Although it's useless, since we're going in, then let's go together. No one can be a hero alone. We've lived for so long, we should have died long ago. Now that everything has been arranged, it's my turn to go in and die. I only hope that I can save Long Chen. As long as he's here, we have hope. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said loudly, as if he was filled with endless passion. Long Qinglan's figure appeared in his eyes. He and Long Chen were 2 different people, but they had one thing in common. If there were things that they had to shoulder, they would never frown. Perhaps this was the responsibility of the strong. Not every strong person would carry out this kind of responsibility that required them to give everything they had. With the Eternal Dragon Emperor taking the lead, almost no one objected. Although Yang Yu didn't want them to go, she knew that stopping them was a waste of time. The only person she wanted to stop was Lingxi, but Lingxi was faster than anyone else. She rushed towards the whirlpool on the demon star without hesitation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. One by one, they left Celestial Dragon resolutely. No one hesitated at all. The demon star was sealed. This huge whirlpool was like a huge mouth that was devouring them. It was obviously terrifying, but everyone braced themselves. Because even a young being like Long Chen could do this, why couldn't they? Especially Lingxi, she was at the front from start to finish. But right at this moment, a huge commotion shook out from the Devil Star, forcing everyone to retreat. Chapter 25-20. Hearing the last 3 words, everyone stopped in their tracks before the demon star was sealed. 8 tribulations, these 3 words were too harsh on the ears. Especially Lingxi and Yang Yu. They knew best what realm Long Chen was in now. Although he was so powerful, he was actually only in the late stage of the 7-star tribulation. The next realm was the 8 tribulations. Although it was the late stage of the 7-star tribulation, Long Chen seemed to be able to fight with the primeval troll and did not seem to be suppressed. This proved that he was powerful and terrifying. In the entire demon star, very few people underwent tribulations. Even if it was a tribulation, no one would undergo the 8 tribulations, which was comparable to a god tribulation. That terrifying tribulation power that directly shook everyone away must have come from Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen knew what they were doing and directly used the power of the tribulation to stop them in their tracks. At this moment, everyone understood that perhaps Long Chen had ushered in a turning point. He was out of danger, and there was no need for them to go in and cause trouble. If they really faced the primeval troll, to be honest, the use of going in was at most to take one last look at Long Chen and then fulfill their wish so that they would have no regrets. But now, there was no need to do that. Go back first. Yang Yu knew his responsibility. He had promised Long Chen to take good care of Lingxi. Just now, he was impulsive. Now that he saw this turning point, he hurriedly pulled the sluggish Lingxi and quickly returned to Celestial Dragon Star. This place was too affected by the demon star. All the peak experts also followed Yang Yu back. From that moment on, their eyes had never left the demon star. Standing on the demon star, Yang Yu held Lingxi in his arms. The two of them watched the changes of the demon star motionlessly. Just now, their hearts had been tense. Now that there was a turning point, they saw hope. Everyone could no longer hold back their tears of excitement. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was old. He had been stubborn all his life, but now he was suddenly faced with such a sacrifice. He couldn't help but burst into tears. However, at this time, no one laughed at him. In their hearts, Long Chen was just like that. He was always hard to defeat. Especially this time, he was really too amazing. Everyone knew how terrible the burden on his shoulders was. However, under the heaviest pressure in the world, he was able to achieve this. This made everyone in the world admire this young man. He was a peerless existence born to create a new world. In their eyes, the originally pitch-black demon star was now shining brightly. 8 different kinds of light pierced out of the demon star seal, illuminating the entire starry sky. Countless rays of light vibrated and spread throughout the entire chaos system. This scene stunned everyone, and they were unable to react for a long time. When I passed the 8 tribulations, the innate 8 tribulations array diagram was less than 10,000 meters long. But this natural 8 trigrams formation is at least 1,000 times bigger than mine. It's at least 10 million meters wide. Even a demigod's tribulation can't compare to this power. Only a god's tribulation can have such power. How many years has it been since I experienced a god's tribulation? Even a demigod like Ling Huang doesn't have this ability. Yang Yu said, if he takes this kind of tribulation, he will definitely die. It was just the 8 tribulations, yet it was so terrifying. However, Zhong He was not worried at all. That was because Long Chen had already passed the most difficult part. He had suddenly made a breakthrough in a situation where he was certain to die, creating such a miracle. how could such a person die in the 8 tribulations? Even though his 8 trigrams tribulation was scary enough. Yang Yu wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, comforted Lingxi, and said, "Everyone, since he has made such a huge breakthrough, we shouldn't go in and cause trouble. Otherwise, he will have to protect us. Now, the only thing we can do is pray and bless him. We hope he can safely pass this 8 trigrams tribulation and become even stronger." All right. It's not just our wish. It's the wish of everyone in the world. We have to let everyone know about this good news. Let's pray and pray together. Little did Yang Yu know that her words had helped Long Chen immensely. When the top experts sent word back to the Eternal God domain, everyone learned that Long Chen had fought the primeval troll, and not only had he not lost, he had even faced off against the primeval troll, who was comparable to a god. And now, he was facing the 8 trigrams tribulation, which was comparable to a god spirit tribulation. Long Chen is going to reach godly ascension. He'll definitely succeed. Then he'll slaughter the primeval troll. It's something that hasn't happened in tens of millions of years. He'll definitely succeed. The news was like a ray of hope for the demon folk, humans, and demon folk alike. The gloomy atmosphere of the Eternal Life God domain was suddenly filled with boundless light, and everyone was crying tears of joy. Their hearts were pounding, and their minds were filled with images of Long Chen fighting the devil of primeval times, and slaughtering it. He has to succeed. He has to pass the God tribulation. He has to become the first God spirit in the history of the Eternal God domain. Only when he becomes a God spirit will he be able to slaughter the primeval troll. To most people, Long Chen was like Ling Huang, who was closest to the God spirit level. They couldn't care less about whether or not Long Chen was in the late 7-star tribulation. All they knew was that Long Chen was going through a God tribulation. When everyone, including billions of living beings, believed that he would become a true God spirit, and bring peace to the Eternal God domain, he would be qualified to do so. Not even Long Chen could have guessed that so much power would pour into him. Billions of living beings in the Eternal God domain yearned for him to ascend to godly ascension. They yearned for him to become a God spirit, slaughter the devils, and save the common people. The desire of a single person was a small matter. The desire of 10,000 people could change a lot of things. 1,000,000 was even scarier. If 1,000,000 people all wanted one person dead, then there was bound to be one person who could easily kill that person. 10 million. 100 million. 1 billion. 10 billion. Boundless power, will, and desire poured into Long Chen. It was a miraculous power, and from what Ling Huang had told Long Chen, it was called the will of all living beings. The will of all living beings. Somehow, Long Chen seemed to have found the true path to godhood. He began to understand why Long Qinglan could not become a god spirit despite possessing the ancestral dragon's essence blood. Because not many people yearned for him to become a god spirit. But Long Chen was different. Gods are the gods in people's hearts. Are they created by people? If that was the case, then it would be too difficult. Could it be that in the primordial era, there were so many god spirits who became gods through the wishes of countless people? Even in the primordial era, there were not so many people. And in the era of the mystical dragons, most of the mystical dragons were comparable to god spirits. Long Chen did not have time to think so much. Right now, his only desire was to borrow the power of the wishes of all living beings to break through the tribulation of 8 trigrams. Long Chen did not expect the tribulation of 8 trigrams to come. When he saw the stone tablet in the abdomen of the primeval troll, he entered a state of dizziness. His body was gradually torn apart by the black storm of the primeval troll. In that instant, death was so close to him. He didn't know when, maybe it was when he was about to die, but he suddenly woke up. He heard many people weeping for him, feeling sad for him. This feeling made him feel even more pain. In the darkness, he saw Ling Shi, he saw her rushing towards the Devil's Star. In that instant, Long Chen broke out in a cold sweat. This connection was a very mysterious feeling. When Long Chen was experiencing this mysterious feeling and comprehending many things, he suddenly realized that he had actually triggered the tribulation of 8 trigrams. This was a necessity within a coincidence. He had long reached this level. All he needed was an opportunity to deepen his comprehension. In this moment of death, all the connections were very deep, allowing him to truly become a demigod. After the tribulation of 8 trigrams, it was time to form a demigod and use the power of all living beings. He just did not expect the tribulation of 8 trigrams to be so powerful. This was much more tyrannical than the tribulation of 7 stars. It was so powerful that the primeval troll had no choice but to spit him out when he was the happiest. If he were to experience this tribulation in his abdomen, he would definitely be killed by it. What's going on? The primeval troll flew into a rage again. At this moment, Long Chen was spat out. Before the primeval troll could see clearly, the terrifying Xiantian 8 trigrams appeared. Tribulation, the great samsara tribulation. Damn it, why did it choose to descend at this time? Although these great samsara trigrams are all a joke and poison, should at least digest this guy. The soul-controlling devil cursed angrily. Far behind him, Mo Shaolang watched for a long time. Finally, he chose to hide in the darkness. He saw a pair of eyes in the Xiantian 8 trigrams staring at him. Mo Shaolang quickly avoided his gaze. Although the primeval troll had howled incessantly during the tribulation, he had been afraid of the tribulation, and hadn't stepped forward. But now, Long Chen was receiving the eternal life Godrealm's goodwill. It was a boundless power that transformed his nascent divinity, fleshly body, and life force. The heavenly tribulation was forming. This was the Xiantian 8 trigrams tribulation. Passing this tribulation would allow one to return to the embryonic origin, undergo nirvanic rebirth, and become a demigod. This was the first step to godhood, and the fleshly body would be split into half. The world tree, the heart of laws, and the god palace were all born at this time. Of course, the precondition was that one had to pass the refinement of the Xiantian 8 trigrams. This tribulation was even more terrifying than the tribulation of 7 stars. And now, it was taking shape. Qian, Kuan, Sun, Zhen, Kan, Li, Zhen, Dui. The 8 trigrams converged. The Xiantian 8 trigrams formed a world that trapped Long Chen. As long as Long Chen didn't die, he would be reborn. Lunatics WeChat, Fenking Yang WeChat, Feng Qingyang add me now. If there's any news about the game, I'll post it here. Chapter 25-21. The Khanate 8 trigrams formation formed a large world of its own. Long Chen was trapped in this large world to be refined. What he saw was different from what others saw. What others saw was a flat formation that rotated between heaven and earth, shining brightly and illuminating the entire Chaos Star territory. Long Chen was already in the formation, so he couldn't see it. The Xiantian 8 trigrams array diagram that Long Chen saw was a furnace of heaven and earth, an entire world. Around him, the originally flat 8 trigrams array diagram had surrounded him from all directions, making it impossible for him to escape from this furnace of heaven and earth. Among them, Qian was heaven, and Kuan was earth. This was the foundation of the 8 trigrams formation, and Kuan formed this furnace world. As for the other 6 trigrams, Zhen was thunder, which was the tribulation of ancient thunder. Sun was wind, which was also the blow of ancient Yin wind. In this furnace of heaven and earth, Li was fire, Ken was water, Zhen was mountain, and Dui was lake. Qian was heaven, and Kuan was earth. Around him, there were the 8 trigrams formation refining, blowing, thunder, crushing, impact, and binding. The suppression of heaven and earth, and the tempering of all things. This was the 8 trigrams formation. The wind, fire, water, and thunder of the 8 trigrams formation were even more terrifying than the 5 elements formation. They were tribulations from ancient times, and the 8 trigrams formation that Long Chen was enduring was different from that of ordinary people. The thunder, storm, flood, and fire gave him a feeling similar to gods. They existed with the rules, and their power surpassed everything. At this time, Long Chen naturally didn't know that the wind, fire, water, and earth tribulations of the 8 trigrams formation had already surpassed the level of mortals. This was a vast power that only gods could come into contact with. The eternal sacred territory had disappeared forever. This was the most primitive and supreme power. The tribulation that Long Chen was currently enduring, even a small drop of water, could probably crush the entire sky dragon planet outside. And in front of him, there were countless torrents. The current eternal life god domain was already extremely fragile, not to mention the dragon sacrificial continent, which was almost shattered. Therefore, the powers that had once appeared in the era of the dragon god had long since disappeared. The 9 nether demonic ancestral fire that Mo Shaolang attracted was indeed an ancestral fire that was born at the beginning of the world, but only a seed was left today. Otherwise, just a little bit of the ancestral fire would be enough to destroy the entire fragile dragon sacrificial continent. From the era of the divine dragons until now, not only had the divine dragons disappeared, but the entire world was no longer what it used to be. If not for this, it would not have been so difficult for a god to be born. If word of the 8 trigrams tribulation that Long Chen was enduring were to leak out, it would be enough to destroy half of the eternal life god domain. When he felt the power of this calamity, Long Chen finally understood why the gods had disappeared. If they hadn't disappeared, this world wouldn't have been able to withstand their power. It would have been fine if they hadn't acted, but once they did, there would be billions of deaths and injuries. If it wasn't for the 10 billion lives supporting him, Long Chen would have been frightened by this 8 trigrams tribulation. As expected, this 8 trigrams tribulation was equivalent to a god tribulation. It was almost equivalent to becoming a god. This made him especially excited. He had placed all his faith in this battle, but he had lost. Now, with the support of 10 billion lives, he had a chance at a new life. At this moment, there was no reason for him not to seize this opportunity and successfully become a god. Even if he became a demigod, he would at least have a chance to deal with the primeval troll, and he wouldn't be suppressed anymore. Right now, the lightning from the primordial 8 trigrams formation was rumbling. This lightning had more than 30 colors and various forms. There were giant balls of lightning bolts that looked like iron chains, and lightning bolts that looked like spears that could destroy the heavens and the earth. There was also an incomparably heavy flood that came crashing down. There were also endless swamps, beast-like flames, and powerful black storms. Boom, boom, boom. His life would be in danger if it attacked. Not only that, the universe was the world itself. Right now, Long Chen was fighting against the world itself. As the other tribulations descended at the same time, the world was also pressing down on him. The 8 trigrams tribulation actually had the power of rules. If word got out, no one would believe it. If it wasn't for the wish power of all living beings, if it wasn't for the ancestral dragon's flame of life, Long Chen definitely wouldn't have been able to survive. In the blink of an eye, everything surrounded him. Tribulations even more terrifying than the primeval troll all fell on him. The heaven and earth spun, the furnace shook, and the pre-celestial 8 trigrams array diagram started to refine Long Chen. If it failed, Long Chen would vanish into thin air, but if it succeeded, he would complete the process of returning to the embryonic yuan and undergoing nirvanic rebirth, becoming a demigod. In the eternal god domain, 10 billion lives closed their eyes and prayed, hoping that Long Chen would become a god. On planet Sky Dragon, the person he loved was also filled with anticipation, nervously watching the 8 trigrams tribulation. Within the Devil Star, the primordial great demon roared in unease. However, it still emitted an intense aura of a superior. From the start to the end, it had never looked down on Long Chen. It was only shocked that this brat had actually triggered such a calamity. Destruction, new life. This was a miraculous change. Every time he was torn apart by a storm, washed flat by a flood, or crushed by a mountain, his body was being reborn. On one hand, it was the powerful recovery power of his flame of life, and on the other hand, it was the wish power of all living beings. Long Chen could hear their voices very clearly. They were all praying for him. Their own success was what every one of them desired. Under these circumstances, Long Chen didn't need to do anything to resist the tribulation. He wouldn't die. His faith and the beliefs of all living beings merged, forming a terrifying will. His body had been on the verge of death in the heaven and earth furnace several times. This tribulation's power was unimaginable, and if Long Chen lacked the wish power of all living beings, he would die almost instantly. But he was lucky, and this was what he deserved. At the same time, his power was also increasing and changing. Normally speaking, he should have gone from God Ascension power to God Ascension power. However, this was not the case now, because he did not have God Ascension power. He only had primordial reincarnation power. Long Chen didn't know what kind of power he would become in this transformation. His body and Yuan Shen were now filled with the power of all beings in the eternal God realm. This wasn't a power that could be used in battle, but it was already extremely powerful. It was this power that made Long Chen almost immortal. The training continued. The pressure of heaven and earth, the ripping of storms, the exploding of lightning, the crashing of floods, the crushing of mountains, the binding of swamps, and the burning of flames. The tribulations of the 8 tribulations kept repeating, trying to destroy Long Chen from every angle. This was almost crazy. Without the mystiques of the ancestral dragon, there was no way to resist the power of the laws in the 8 tribulations. This time, he could last for a day and a night, and it was all because of the mystiques of the ancestral dragon and the wish power of all living beings. After a day, everyone was still praying. And Long Chen, who hadn't died after a day and a night, had already gone through a huge change. This was a transformation. Long Chen naturally knew that the 8 tribulations were not enough to make him a god. But because of the wish power of all living beings, he was closer to the god realm than anyone else, even the half-step god Ling Huang. Of course, this was only in terms of the level of life. As for strength, Long Chen wasn't just that. On this day, the greatest change came from his fleshly body. His fleshly body was destroyed and reborn again and again. It was constantly improving and optimizing. It allowed Long Chen to abandon his mortal fleshly body and transform in the direction of a god. The acupoints and meridians in his body disappeared, replaced by a new structure. First, there was the tree of world that ran through his body. The tree of world extended from his spine and became branches that connected to every corner of his body. The branches were dense and endless. The whole body looked small, but in fact, it was infinitely large. From inside his body, the size of the tree of world alone had already surpassed the demon star. In the endless tree of world, the heart of rule had already formed. Now, Long Chen's sea of knowledge and primordial spirit had gone through many changes and had already entered the heart of rule. The void dragon and various Taoist seals were also there. At the same time, on the entire tree of world, the divine palace appeared. Compared to other demigod experts, Long Chen's change this time was very different. First, other demigod experts had only formed the tree of world, the divine palace, and the heart of rule. In reality, they were not very useful. They were only preparing to become gods in the future. They still used their original power system, but now, Long Chen's original power system had completely disappeared. Second, perhaps because of the inheritance of the heart-refining dragon, Long Chen's heart was independent of the tree of world system. It still beat strongly, but the blood in his body and the branches and leaves of the tree of world were actually intertwined. Third, other people's tree of world and divine palace were just decorations, but Long Chen had already activated them. His primordial samsara power and the god power of all beings had combined to give birth to a new kind of power. This power had completely surpassed the god power of all beings and formed a kind of true god power. It was comparable to the power that primeval troll was using now. It had absolute suppression and the majesty of the gods and demons. This power was called God Spirit Origin Power. He no longer had his original power system, so this new power flowed through the tree of world, and the divine palace was the birthplace of this new power. When an 8 trigrams tribulation warrior was born, he only had a few million god palaces, and he hadn't used any of them. He had only slightly altered the nature of his divinity power, turning it into the god power of all beings. But Long Chen was different. He had 10 billion god palaces. They were all formed from the will of all beings. Why would there be 10 billion of them? That was because there were 10 billion living beings in the eternal life God domain. The threads that had once been connected to Long Chen, the threads that had provided him with the will of all living beings, were now connected to the 10 billion god palaces. Each of the god palaces gave birth to a new living being, one that looked exactly like every living being in the eternal life God domain. There were humans, demons, ocean folk, shamans, and spirit folk. Chapter 25-22. Back when Ling Huang had used the painting of all living beings, the power he had used had surpassed the power of all living beings. Presumably, it had been a combination of the power of the will of all living beings and his own strength. Long Chen's primordial samsara power and the will of all living beings had created the God Spirit essence. In truth, it was the foundation of all godly and devilish powers. However, the primordial devil race called this godly power Devil Spirit Essence. Long Chen knew very little about the godly realm. Right now, he was only a god in terms of power, and a demigod in terms of fleshly body. He hadn't yet reached the God Spirit level. In fact, in terms of power, he had 10 times as many god palaces as an ordinary God Spirit. The 10 billion palaces were inextricably linked to the people of the eternal life God domain. Most of Long Chen's power came from the palaces, and the power of the palaces came partly from Long Chen's own cultivation, and partly from the willpower of all living beings who lived in the eternal life God domain. Because of this, as long as everyone believed in him, his God Spirit origin would be endless and transcend everything. God Spirit essence was the first major transformation after godly ascension, and no one could ever have guessed that Long Chen would be able to form a demigod body during the 8 tribulations. It was a miracle to everyone present. The people who had become Long Chen's god palaces had no idea what was going on. All they wanted was for Long Chen to come out on top, and to them, he was like a god. They had no idea that they were actually helping him. Thanks to the willpower of 10 billion people, Long Chen's God Spirit origin power was boundless and explosive. But his newly born body, the newly born world tree, could contain a small amount of that power, and could send it to Long Chen's limbs and bones. His body was like a world, like a tree, and the god palaces were like living beings living on it. To him, it was the perfect body. If he became a god dragon, the world tree wouldn't disappear. It would grow with him. The end of the 8 trigrams tribulation brought Long Chen an unbelievable transformation. At this moment, even though he was only in the 8 trigram samsara realm, he had a feeling that he was infinitely close to the divine spirit realm. In some aspects, he had even surpassed the divine spirit realm. This was the first time he had surpassed Long Qinglan in a certain aspect. Long Qinglan was even stronger than he was now, having reached the half-step divine spirit realm. But even then, he had not formed the divine spirit source power and could not use the power of the world tree. This power. From this power, Long Chen truly experienced what it was like to become a god. He felt that this was an extremely primal and noble power that could suppress any mortal. This power was also extremely ancient, as if it had endless transformations and possibilities. God's spirit source power is definitely not the ultimate power. He sensed that this power could be transformed into different levels. At this moment, he had already opened his eyes in front of primeval troll. World tree activated, divine spirit source power. As expected, the bloodthirsty behemoth was stunned in front of Long Chen. His red sun-like eyes were wide open as he stared at Long Chen. Even as a noble primordial demon, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. As expected, with such talent, it's not surprising that such a miracle happened. You found the most correct path to godhood. But once I devour the immortal realm, you will naturally lose your power, primeval troll said with a cold smile. Long Chen naturally knew that half of the reason why he was so powerful now was that he had the support of all living beings. Because of this, he had to protect these people even more. Water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. He now understood that a true god could not lose his people. Losing them was equivalent to losing his power. He looked for Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang was very far away, but Long Chen still found him. However, the other party didn't meet his gaze. "You're avoiding me?" It was time to settle this. Long Chen didn't believe that this primeval troll wouldn't wake up after killing the controlling soul demon. Whether he was controlled or not, he should wake up. As long as the controlling soul demon was dead, the other primeval troll shouldn't have any chance of breaking the seal. As long as he stopped Mo Xiaolang, the immortal realm and the dragon's sacrificial continent would be safe and sound, and he would be able to resolve this crisis. Outside the Devil's Star, they saw the 8 tribulations disappear. That was a moment where everyone was almost suffocating. Everyone, as long as you calm down and listen carefully to the voice in your heart, can you feel his existence? Just as everyone was nervous about whether Long Chen could survive the 8 tribulations, someone suddenly said. Everyone focused their attention, and sure enough, everyone felt that mysterious connection. For a moment, everyone cheered and cried tears of joy. This huge joy almost made everyone faint. When the news spread to the immortal realm, there was even more excitement. In everyone's hearts, Long Chen had become a god in this battle. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the eternal life god domain was cheering for Long Chen. They could sense that Long Chen needed this kind of power. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 billion divine palaces exploded, and the power on Long Chen's body became more and more majestic. His power was now on the same level as the primeval troll. Even if he couldn't use the supreme power of laws, the primeval troll's laws wouldn't have much effect on him for the time being, because his ancestral dragon's mystique could resist such laws. Originally, the primeval troll relied on pure power and mystique to crush Long Chen. Now, Long Chen had the same power and mystique as him. In fact, Long Chen's power was like that of a real god. It was even more majestic, and definitely surpassed the weakened controlling soul demon. The controlling soul demon's original realm was the ultimate realm of the primordial demon realm. But now, he only had the power of the primordial realm. This was the weakest he could be. The primordial realm, the grand perfection realm, and the ultimate realm. At this time, the primeval troll spread his huge wings again, and his ferocious nature rose. Boundless demonic energy erupted from the entire demon star, drowning out all the space under the seal. For a moment, everything became evil and fell into the demonic Tao. Only Long Chen's divine origin power could resist it. Do you think that just the source energy of a god can resist my power? That's right, my power is also the source energy of a demon spirit. However, that is only the source. A mortal like you would never know what the true world tree is, and what the boundless divine technique is. Long Chen was in a state of hunger and thirst. He wanted to know more about the immortal realm, but he knew nothing. He didn't even understand divine origin power. He said, "Oh, then please tell me what the boundless divine art is." Humph, the primeval troll was full of disdain and smugness. He spun the demon star around Long Chen and said mockingly, "How can an ignorant mortal like you understand the true Tao of god fiends? It's laughable for someone like you to think of defeating me. Forget it, there's no harm in letting you know. Since demonic origin power is origin power, it's naturally just the foundation. Since you're a god fiend, you have to cultivate the boundless divine art to change the foundation of demonic origin power, turning it into a power of a higher nature and more suitable for you. Do you know why it's called the boundless divine art? It's because the cultivation path of god fiends is called the path of infinity. Of course, you don't need to know this." Long Chen had a general understanding. Divine origin power was just the foundation. Only by cultivating the boundless divine art could the power of a god multiply into ever-changing might. It was no wonder primeval troll's demonic origin power was so much more terrifying. Long Chen thought it was just the difference between god fiends. My soul devil boundless divine art is called the Agaz infernal devil profound heaven art. Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, a violet power pulsed out of him, laced with strands of blood. In the blink of an eye, it took control of the entire demon star, and if it weren't for the fact that it was sealed, it would have swept through the entire eternal life godly domain. It was a boundless, wretched power that was filled with hallucinations and chaos. Violet energy swirled around it, and even the divine origin power was being corroded away. Clearly, Long Chen's divine origin power couldn't compare to the boundless divine art. This is the infernal devil grand essence power. Primeval Troll was very pleased with himself for being able to crush Long Chen's confidence. That was exactly what he wanted, to crush Long Chen's confidence. If he didn't, it would be a lot more troublesome. Of course, that was because he didn't reveal the truth. The truth was that although Long Chen's God Spirit Source energy was weaker than the Dark Demon Great Source energy that he cultivated with the boundless divine technique, Long Chen's source energy far surpassed his in terms of quantity. The boundless divine art has a total of 9 grades. My Agaz infernal devil profound heaven art is the 2nd grade, which is death grade. It's even close to the 3rd grade, the prehistoric grade. As for your divine origin power, it's not even a grade. So, you should understand what I'm saying today. Mortals are mortals. Even if you have divine origin power, you can't change the fact that you're an ant. Primeval Troll's voice was so loud that it was deafening not only to Long Chen, but to everyone else on planet Heavenly Dragon. Oh. Long Chen nodded as if he understood. He looked scared, but in the end, he laughed. He stared at Primeval Troll and said, "That's what you said, but I want to ask you a question. Why do I feel like you're afraid of me?" It had to be said that Primeval Troll's intelligence was not very good. He knew that Long Chen's divine origin power was too strong, so he used the nature of his power to scare Long Chen. Unfortunately, this guy's acting skills were not very good. His words were full of loopholes, so Long Chen understood a lot. As for the boundless divine art, that was a matter for the future. Chapter 25-23. When he first obtained the god-slaying sword, Long Chen was deeply shocked because it was said that the god-slaying sword had once killed a god. In his heart, the gods were supreme, the rulers that existed tens of millions of years ago. They had the power of the primordial divine dragons of the era of the divine dragons. They were the strongest existences that had been born in the dragon sacrificial world after the divine dragons perished. What made Long Chen most envious was that they had escaped the 18 great tribulations and achieved eternal life. Eternal life and indestructibility. In the eternal God territory, the 2 words, eternal life, were the pursuit of all cultivators. It was a legendary realm. The primordial demon race was not much different from the gods. Now, what Long Chen was facing and wanted to kill was a godlike existence. For anyone who challenged such an opponent, they had to first challenge their own hearts. Many people, even if they had the ability of Long Chen, absolutely did not have the courage to fight against their own beliefs, pursuits, and dreams. Only those who were truly rebellious would have such thoughts of killing gods and destroying demons. At this moment, his thoughts were already stronger than anyone else's. His heart was filled with endless desire to kill his opponent. Everything that had happened on the demon star, he shouldered all the responsibilities, all the promises, and all the oaths. In order to save his brother, as long as he killed this soul-controlling demon, everything would be resolved. At this moment, the hearts of billions of people were connected to his heart. At this moment, the hatred and killing intent of billions of people, as well as his own hatred and killing intent, also converged. The will of all living beings was endless, allowing his God Spirit Source Force to break through the limit again and again. Although the God Spirit Source Force was not as good as the Underworld Demon Great Source Force cultivated by the Agaz Underworld Demon Mystic Heaven skill, it had the largest amount. Under the suppression of the Underworld Demon Great Source Force, Long Chen's God Spirit Source Force skyrocketed. It was time to fight back. The God Spirit Source Force delivered all living beings from suffering, shining brightly. With his body at its peak, Long Chen shook off the God Spirit Source Force, forcing the dark purple underworld demon Great Source Force to retreat. With his own strength, Long Chen quickly occupied half of the demon star, and even continued to suppress it, causing the area occupied by the primeval troll to become smaller and smaller. He used his overwhelming strength to form a huge suppression. When primeval troll saw that the underworld demon source power was being squeezed back, a storm flashed in his blood-red eyes. This battle to the death was unavoidable. In his eyes, in such a Long Chen, he had already completed the first step on the path to becoming a god. He had begun to possess the dignity of a god. In terms of momentum and power, Chen could completely compete with him. Damn it, I'm at the final realm of the primordial chaos demonic realm. If I hadn't been sealed for millions of years, how could I be suppressed by you? However, you're still at the final realm. You're not even a primordial realm deity. You're qualified to fight me. I alone can kill you. Rumble. The battle began. Long Chen transformed into the immemorial spiritual blood dragon, soaring between the heavens and the earth. His divine spirit source energy was endless, and it was even more majestic than before. It was like a boundless river, majestic and mighty, forming a terrifying impact that shook the soul demon again and again. The soul-controlling demon tower used the Agaz underworld demon mystic heaven art and the underworld demon great source force. Long Chen could feel the power of the second-grade death-grade boundless divine art. He needed several portions of God's spirit source force to suppress the other party's underworld demon great source force. If Long Chen's God spirit source force was a wooden sword, then the other party's underworld demon great source force was an iron sword. Swish. 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 The underworld demon great source force condensed into a sharp spike, and the dark purple energy whizzed towards Long Chen. This was a power that only gods could control. Just the underworld demon great source force alone could kill the 15 dragon emperor, 16 great demon lords, and other pinnacle experts in one go. This is the difference between gods and mortals. No matter how strong the dragon emperor's cultivation was, once they encountered the power of a god, they would certainly not collapse. Not to mention natural laws, the power of a mere boundless divine art could easily destroy heaven and earth. If not for the terrifying power of the demon star, the current level of the dragon sacrificial world would not be able to withstand this god spirit source force. Gather. However, Long Chen had boundless power. What the primeval troll lacked the most, was what he had the most. The god spirit source force formed a huge vortex, and once again, the underworld demon great source force was shaken back. Long Chen condensed the primordial spiritual blood dragon's blood spirit thrust. As he used it, all the god spirit source force also formed a sharp storm. At this moment, it swept the entire demon star, causing sand and stones to fly as it attacked the primeval troll that was still trapped in the abyss. Rumble. The primeval troll's underworld demon great source force was torn apart by the huge amount of God spirit source force. Long Chen's attack left a bloody hole in the primeval troll's chest. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. This was the first time that Long Chen had used the power of a head-on battle to suppress the primeval troll and destroy his defense. Roar. In front of Long Chen, this primeval troll was a beast. His injuries stimulated his ferocity. From now on, this guy would fight to the death with him. However, he had already made a breakthrough. Now, he had defeated an existence comparable to a god in terms of power. That filled him with boundless confidence. It also proved to him that slaying gods and exterminating devils wasn't impossible, and that saving all living things wasn't impossible. Long Chen was already very close to achieving all of these things. Most importantly, he wanted to find the Mo Xiaolang from before. Success meant earth-shattering changes. He had seen the power of the infinite divine technique. He also knew that if the primeval troll was not weak, he must still have many terrifying abilities. What he wanted was to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him at all costs. There was no battle that made him more excited than the current Long Chen. He used the God Spirit Source Force and fought with the primeval troll. Now, all the demons on the Devil's Star were dodging. This battle injured many people accidentally. What Long Chen discovered was that the demons injured by the God Spirit Source Force or the Underworld Demon Great Source Force were truly dead. They did not have 9 lives or infinite lives. It seemed that the infinite lives of the demons were not unkillable, but they were not truly killed. The God Spirit Source Force could truly turn them into ashes in one go. But there was no other way. Without going all out, killing the primeval troll was not an option for Long Chen. It wasn't just the Devil's Star that shook. Every other planet in the starfields of chaos was shaken. Even the Eternity Celestial Domain wasn't calm. If it weren't for the fact that the gods and demons couldn't break through the Devil's Star's seal, the starfields of chaos would have long since been destroyed. Roar, roar, roar. On the Devil's Star, the primordial giant devil roared again and again. There were many bloody wounds on his body, and the area of control of the Dark Devil Great Source Power was gradually retreating. Now, the entire Devil's Star was under the control of Long Chen's boundless God Spirit Source Power. In the immortal domain, billions of lives were cheering for Long Chen. Their will was the boundless power born within Long Chen's body. Although the primordial great demon was an existence comparable to the gods, in his heart, Long Chen was a god. Only he was qualified to kill an existence on the same level as him. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. They cheered and roared, as if they were fighting alongside Long Chen. In truth, they didn't know that they were fighting alongside Long Chen. Each and every one of these billions of lives was Long Chen's most solid support. Without them, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to pass the 8 trigrams tribulation. In a contest of power, the primeval troll couldn't believe it. But in the end, he was defeated in what he was most proud of. The wounds on his body were proof of that. Damn it, he just went through the 8 tribulations. How did he become so powerful? It's true that he found the primordial path to godly ascension, but how could the primordial path to godly ascension be so powerful? If it really was that powerful, how could he have been eliminated? The primeval troll didn't understand God's rules. Although his every move contained the divine might of the nomological laws and could exert a terrifying pressure on mortals, those nomological laws were ineffective against Long Chen. He could only use the nomological mystic arts that he had comprehended from the nomological laws. Bloodlust. When the rules were used, the primeval troll's appearance changed. He had undergone a similar transformation to the moon demon. Of course, it was only a similarity. The moon demon had transformed from a human into a blood-colored giant demon, while the primordial giant demon's black dragon scales had transformed into a blood-red color. The entire primeval troll suddenly turned blood-red, as if he was filled with magma. His demonic chi was filled with an endless bloodthirsty aura. Instantly, a mist of blood filled the air. His body expanded, and his huge wings spread out, like 2 huge bloody knives. The bloodlust state allowed the primeval troll to stimulate his own potential, allowing him to enter an even crazier, more bloody state. His originally weak dark demon great source power suddenly skyrocketed, and at the same time, a kind of bloody power was added, causing the power and might of the dark demon great source power to continue to increase. On the black demon star, a huge, bloody beast that looked like it was filled with magma appeared. From the outside, the cracks of the demon star's seal could be seen shining with countless bloody lights. Hiss. A roar shook the entire world. It was believed that even in the dragon sacrificial continent, there were countless people who heard such a brutal roar. Die. The blood-red demon's eyes were boiling as he looked at Long Chen. His sharp tail broke free from the seal. It was also a terrifying weapon. Hiss hiss hiss. Primeval troll's long, blood-red tongue, which was covered with barbs, let out such a sound. Long Chen was right above him. The light of his god spirit source power was now on par with the dark demon great source power in the bloodlust state. But from the beginning to the end, Long Chen's expression didn't change. Boom. In an instant, they collided again. Karma King Sword. In that instant, Long Chen transformed into the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon. Instantly, the light of justice and order merged with the god spirit source power, becoming even more majestic and violent. Chapter 25-24. After obtaining the god spirit source energy, the ancestral dragon's theurgy was different. From his current perspective, the past was more like child's play. After all, even the primordial reincarnation power could not fully display the nature of the ancestral dragon. But it was different now. The level of the god source power was enough for Long Chen to display a little of the divine might of the era of the divine dragons. That was the ancestor that reigned above all the gods. The divine path refining dragon, the Karma Sword. The sword realm became one. In the Karma realm, the bloodthirsty and evil primeval troll seemed to be facing the cruelest judgment. This was undoubtedly the thing that the divine path refining dragon could not allow to appear. It was an evil demon that destroyed justice and order. So against this primeval troll, with the support of the god source power, the Karma Sword displayed incomparably terrifying divine might. This sword slashed down, and the heavens and earth lost color. Primeval troll was bound by the boundless karma. His bloodthirsty state melted under the Karma Sword, and the power that he had previously activated began to dissipate. Under the Karma Sword, he was in a state of collapse. Roar. Other than roaring and condensing the underworld demon source power to tear apart this karma realm, primeval troll had no other choice. He only had brute force now. He condensed all the underworld demon source power into a claw and blocked the Karma Sword. This was another contest between the Karma Sword and the underworld demon source power. Last time, primeval troll had only used a little underworld demon source power to underestimate Long Chen. As a result, his arm had been cut off by Long Chen. When he was in the bloodthirsty state, it had already grown back. But now, the two forces collided. One of primeval troll's arm and shoulder was cut off by Long Chen. Rip. Blood spurted. The power of this sword was so great that even Long Chen did not expect it. It even cut into the abyss and damaged the demon star seal. The strongest Long Chen was up against the weakest and most struggling primeval troll. The outcome of the battle was obvious. This confrontation also showed that the other party's nomological power was inferior to Long Chen's ancestral dragon mystique. In that moment of pain, primeval troll went completely crazy. All of this was unbelievable to him, and he began to regret not killing Long Chen from the start. Now, this mere mortal was already so powerful. Shock and panic. The group of devils was also dumbfounded. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that their lord would be injured and completely crushed by the other party. Long Chen didn't expect this either. Naturally, he didn't expect to be able to slay demons in the beginning. It was just a single sword strike, and it was not enough to kill the other party. At this time, the primeval troll once again displayed a new rule. Chaotic spacetime. Buzz. Rules were stronger and more mysterious than the heavenly Tao. It was a method to control the rules of heaven and earth with one spiritual will. There were billions of rules in the world, and as long as one could understand and control these rules, they could be used for one's own use, producing endless effects. This was the case with the chaotic spacetime. For a moment, a huge change occurred in the space of the entire Devil Star. Everything instantly became very chaotic, such as up and down being reversed, left and right changing, layers upon layers of illusions, countless ghostly shadows, the descent of darkness, the transformation of all things, and so on. In this chaotic spacetime rule, it was as if everything was no longer the same. Everything that could be seen and heard was in a state of chaos, and this would even affect his attacks. In fact, everything that primeval trolls saw was normal. In Long Chen's world, under the crushing influence of the rules, the primeval troll was sometimes facing the east, and sometimes in the west. Sometimes, it was extremely huge, and sometimes, it was extremely small. His angry roars could be heard from all directions. This was the most profound experience that Long Chen had with the nomological power. So that's how it is. This is the rule. Primeval Troll's cold voice could be heard. If not for the fact that I've been imprisoned for millions of years and my mental state is damaged, my nomological heart is incomplete. Back when I was in the ultimate realm, I had 18 nomological powers. Any one of them could have consigned you to eternal damnation. Even death would not have been easy. So, you can only lose to me now, right? Long Chen said with a faint smile. Even though he was filled with anger and hatred, he was still calm and clear-headed during the battle. Dream on. Primeval Troll's voice was getting further and further away. It seemed like he was going to use a new attack. Long Chen instantly transformed into the Tai Chi life-form dragon. With his body as the center, the 15 dragon heads faced all directions, as if 15 mystical dragons had gathered together. I want to see if the Tai Chi life-form dragon's ancestral dragon mystique can disintegrate nomological powers. In his heart, the ancestral dragon mystique was above the rules. Because the ancestral dragon mystique was the supreme heavenly rule. The 14 lifeforms formation appeared around him, and in a short time, it had completely surrounded Long Chen. Turn. The 14 spiritual formations spun. Long Chen could see that the entire space was filled with primeval trolls' chaotic and out-of-control nomological powers. This was a combination of the world's power and his own. The entire world was made up of countless nomological powers. Similarly, the 14 lifeforms formation could disintegrate nomological powers. Although it was not that easy, with the support of God origin power, it became much faster. Primeval Troll's nomological powers began to disintegrate again. At the same time, he had to face the danger of Long Chen condensing the nomological powers into 14 different powers to attack him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The chaotic spacetime disintegrated very quickly. In a short time, the 14 lifeforms formation condensed the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, rain, lightning, and so on. After integrating nomological powers, the 14 lifeforms formation became different. This shocked Primeval Troll even more. Now that he was in front of Long Chen, there was no way for him to dodge. No. As he roared and dodged, Long Chen launched the 14 lifeforms formation's attack. Hatred. At this moment, the hatred of billions of people and his own hatred combined at this time. This was an opportunity to kill the other party, and he could not miss it. After waiting for a long time, Long Chen had finally waited for this opportunity, and he really cherished it. At this moment, all of the responsibilities, anger, hatred, protection, and the oath he had made to Ling Shi and the promise he had made to everyone had all gathered together, causing him to feel an unimaginable hatred. Even though he wasn't howling like the primordial great demon, he was already in his most berserk state. Calm analysis, violent attack. At this moment of madness, all his resentment and hatred formed a terrible storm, like a tornado, sweeping across the entire demon star. Rumble. The 14 lifeforms formation, which was close at hand, all blasted towards the primordial giant. This was the combination of the other party's power and his own. The nomological powers plus the god origin power, plus the ancestral dragon mystique. Boom. There was an explosion, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Although the ancient giant devil had used all sorts of methods, it was still unable to block the continuous bombardment of the 14 lives spirit formation. In that instant, it was like everything had come to a standstill. Only this boundless power continued to batter the devil's star, changing its terrain. Whoosh whoosh. The wind continued to sweep, blowing everything away. Long Chen broke through the black dust and looked down. Primeval Troll had already disappeared into the abyss. He was in front of him, and at this time, He should be dying. Soon, Long Chen found him. At this moment, Primeval Troll was badly mutilated. Although his body was badly mutilated, Long Chen could see the lower half of his body. I didn't expect the power of this blow to be so strong that it shook him out of the seal of the demon star. If he did not have the power to crush him and let him out of the seal inside the demon star, he would definitely be in danger. But now, Long Chen was not afraid. He quickly arrived in front of Primeval Troll. Now that Primeval Troll was seriously injured, he was already extremely weak. This kind of injury could no longer heal. As soon as he saw Long Chen, he, who was still dizzy, was scared. He flapped his broken wings and wanted to rush up, but Long Chen did not give him the chance. For such an opponent, in order to prevent him from having other means, Long Chen's way of dealing with him was naturally to kill him as quickly as possible. Death Realm Dragon Gate. Long Chen transformed into the primordial blood spiritual dragon. This time, he formed a huge Death Realm dragon claw and pressed the entire Primeval Troll in his palm. The heavily injured Primeval Troll was crushed into a bloody mess. Long Chen, don't let me enter the Death Realm. We can talk. Whatever conditions you have, just tell me. Primeval Troll panicked. At this time, he realized that he was truly afraid of that world. Long Chen quickly retracted his Death Realm dragon claw, not giving him a chance at all. I can tell you many secrets, including the origin dragon's soul, and the previous gods of the eternal sacred realm. I will tell you everything you want to know. Primeval Troll screamed pathetically. Long Chen's movements paused for a moment. He really wanted to know those things, but if he didn't kill his opponent, given how powerful his opponent's primordial power was, he would be the one to die if he found an opportunity. Just as Long Chen was hesitating, Primeval Troll actually used the bloodthirsty rule power again. His power was almost explosive, and he wanted to tear the Death Realm dragon claw apart. It would be foolish to give such a dangerous thing any time. Long Chen wanted to know those things, just like how Primeval Troll wanted to control Long Chen and make Long Chen his puppet. Primeval Troll left Long Chen alive, but Long Chen wouldn't be like him. He would rather not want to know those things and kill this Primeval Troll. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the power of the Death Realm dragon claw increased, and half of Primeval Troll's body was pulled into the Death Realm before he could break free. Damned ant, do you think you've won just like that? If you dare to pull me out of the seal, in less than 3 days, my brothers will come out and tear me apart. At the end, the Death Realm dragon gate closed. Rumble. Primeval Troll completely disappeared from the Devil Star. Lunatics WeChat, Fengqing Yang. Public, Feng Qingyang. Welcome everyone to search for my public account on WeChat. My profile picture is a dragon. Chapter 25-25. After the Death Realm Dragon Gate closed, the aura of death that filled the sky also disappeared. The underworld demon source that had engulfed the entire demon star due to the existence of the Primeval Troll also disappeared. The demon star gradually quieted down. Even Long Chen himself was astonished by the silence. Now that he was in human form, standing under the seal of the demon star and looking at the battered demon star, his mind was still blank. His purpose in entering the demon star was only to wake up Mo Shaolang and stop him from destroying the seal of the demon star. He never thought that he would have the ability to kill the godlike Primeval Troll. Although Ta wasn't truly dead, he was only sent to the Death Realm by Long Chen. He would never be able to return, which was equivalent to death. At least, he wouldn't continue to appear on the demon star. This battle had a huge impact on his everything. Compared to the battle with Ling Huang, this battle was even more important to him. He carried countless responsibilities and promises, but at the same time, he also had the deepest desire, which was to apologize to Mo Shaolang and to save him from this place. He fought this battle that was destined to be impossible from the beginning. In the end, if it weren't for the help of billions of living beings and his final transformation, he would have been the one to disappear from this world today. A month later, all living beings in the dragon's sacrificial realm might have become food for the primeval troll. Fortunately, none of this tragedy happened. Now, the god's spirit source in his body was still vast and domineering, comparable to that of a god or demon. It could be said that he was currently closer to the realm of gods than anyone else. Now, as long as he followed the rules of heaven and earth and survived the 9 palaces tribulation and the god tribulation, he would definitely become a true god. This was because he had completed the most crucial step in the process of becoming a god. This was something that even Long Qinglan hadn't done before. That was the fusion of the will of all living beings and the primordial reincarnation force to give birth to the God Spirit Source. The level of the God Spirit Source was very different from the level of the Dragon Emperor's power of all living beings. The level of the God Spirit Source was enough to crush the power of all living beings. Now, he really felt like he had become a god. Perhaps if he were to encounter an expert like Ling Huang again, Long Chen would be able to defeat him easily by using his God Spirit Source energy. At this moment, he was like a god, the ruler of the world. At this time, for the people outside the demon planet, the most intense battle had come to an end. Everyone could clearly hear Primeval Troll's final screams, and they knew that Long Chen was still alive. When it was all over, they felt the same as Long Chen. Is it over? Long Chen defeated the Primeval Troll. Although everyone knew that this was the case, the thing that they had longed for so much had happened just like that. It seemed that no one had been mentally prepared for it. To them, this was simply a dream. When they found out that the Devil Planet was in danger, everyone was miserable and anxious. They constantly imagined how tragic it would be if that day came, and how many people would lose their homes, loved ones, and lives. Unbelievable, the Dragon Emperor and the Great Demon Lord sighed deeply. They looked deeply in the direction of the Devil Planet. Now, the Devil Planet had calmed down. Although the Devil Planet's seal was almost destroyed, at least it had stopped for now. They believed that with Long Chen's strength, he should be able to stop Mo Xiaolang. Perhaps, this was already a great success. After a long time, the Dragon Emperor, the Great Demon Lords, the Holy Sorcerers, and the Ocean Emperors couldn't help but cheer and hug each other. This kind of excitement was simply too great. Even at their age, they couldn't help but smile now. They were even jumping up and down, no longer caring about their image. Yang Yu held Lingxi's hand tightly and said gently, "You can be at ease now. Go back obediently." Lingxi nodded obediently. She took one last look at the Devil Planet. This pitch-black planet was surrounded by a black whirlpool, and the person she loved the most was here. Naturally, the news of Long Chen slaughtering the primeval ogre spread to the entire Eternal Life Celestial Realm. By now, almost every living being in the Eternal Life Celestial Realm was connected to the news, so the speed at which it spread was incredible. In the blink of an eye, it had spread to the ends of the earth. At first, everyone was stunned. After a long time, after the first person cheered, the entire Eternal Life Celestial Realm cheered. Dragon Emperor slaughtering. This name shook the heavens and earth. Perhaps at this moment, this name had taken on a soul. When people heard this name, their hearts trembled. In fact, this name was even more revered than the Eternal Dragon Emperor. This name belonged to Long Chen. This cheer was destined to last for several days and nights, and it wouldn't be able to release the excitement in everyone's hearts. This was like a pioneering act of slaughtering a god. For millions of years, no one had been able to do it, but Long Chen had succeeded. He had become a real god. Even the spirit clansmen were very happy. In the future, when Lingxi became a spirit venerable, it would be even better for them. As expected, Ling Huang's defeat and death had ushered in a new era. But for Long Chen, he still hadn't finished the most important thing. And that was Mo Xiaolang. As soon as the primeval giant devil died, all of the devils on the Devil Star were freed from the control of the soul-controlling devils. They crawled out of the corners of the Devil Star, and their eyes became clear. They thought of many things, and looked at Long Chen with awe and reverence in their eyes. They didn't need Long Chen's explanation to know what had happened. Seeing all of them awake, freed from the control they had suffered for so many years, and regained their freedom, Long Chen was sincerely happy for them. He was excited, because what he had been looking forward to the most was Mo Xiaolang's awakening. As long as he could return to his original appearance, Long Chen was willing to do anything. If Mo Xiaolang hadn't been controlled, and Primeval Troll had died, he wouldn't have had any reason to pretend to be indifferent. If he had been controlled, it would have been even better. As soon as the Primeval Troll had died, he could have recovered. So, he found Mo Xiaolang's position, and he appeared in front of him in an instant. In front of him was a teenager in a black robe, who was hiding in the dark. When Long Chen saw him, his heart thumped. He didn't expect Mo Xiaolang hadn't changed at all. His cold gaze gave Long Chen a bad feeling. The reason why he had such a strong will to slay the demon was to prove to Mo Xiaolang. No matter how scary the Primeval Troll were to him, in Long Chen's eyes, they weren't scary at all. They could be killed. Soul Demon, Ta is dead. You really weren't controlled by him, but you're still like this. Why? Long Chen's heart sank. Mo Xiaolang's look of disgust was baffling. He said, I've said it before, this is my original appearance. I don't know you. Besides, you've only killed the weakest Ta. His strength has already been exhausted. If he wasn't a member of the primordial great devils, he would have been killed by the other primordial great devils with his strength and ability. Long Chen's body trembled. He said in shock, what did you say? Now that Ta was gone, Long Chen thought that as long as Mo Xiaolang recovered, everything on the Devil's Star would be over. True peace would come, and his mission would be over. He didn't expect to hear such words from him. Mo Xiaolang said in a low voice, I'm saying, don't be happy too early. It's not over yet. Even if you caught me, the seal of the Devil's Star will break one day. Now that you've killed Ta, look at the abyss. Ta is gone, and there's a gap in the seal. The Primeval Troll below him is about to squeeze out of the seal. Rumble. To Long Chen, this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. He didn't understand the seal inside the Devil's Star, and he didn't expect that it was because Ta was blocking the outermost layer of the seal that the other Primeval Troll couldn't come out. Hearing what Mo Xiaolang said, his gaze was already cast into the abyss. He could already feel an even more terrifying demonic aura awakening and being born in the abyss. He can't escape the seal inside either, but the seal can only trap him halfway. When this Primeval Troll comes out, it's not certain whether you can defeat him. Mo Xiaolang said behind Long Chen. Long Chen could already feel that the Primeval Troll below was stronger, more terrifying, and more difficult to deal with than Ta. Although it couldn't completely break out of the seal, it was still difficult to deal with. It would probably be another battle to the death. Suddenly, his whole body trembled. He looked back at Mo Xiaolang and thought to himself, although he's rejecting me, his words seem to be hinting to me. The other demons call all the Primeval Troll Lord, but he calls them Primeval Troll. Seeing Mo Xiaolang's cold eyes, he seemed to understand something. At this moment, he suddenly made a move. God's spirit source power condensed on his fist, instantly breaking through space, and shook Missouri Xiaolang's body. The tyrannical power instantly shattered the inside of his body, causing him to fall into a state of dizziness. Without Lingxi by his side, Long Chen could only use such a violent method to trap him. If he had Lingxi, he could just directly seal him. Under such circumstances, Long Chen quickly threw Mo Xiaolang into the God Kingdom. Without Mo Xiaolang, no one could destroy the Demon Star seal. As long as the seal didn't reach that critical point, the people outside would be fine. Long Chen only needed to fight with the Primeval Troll in this Demon Star. He didn't know the final solution, but he knew that he had to contain it. This was what Mo Xiaolang reminded him. Long Chen firmly believed that he must be reminding him. That was why Long Chen dealt with him like this. From today onwards, the destruction of the Demon Star's seal would stop, unless the new Primeval Troll appeared and killed Long Chen, allowing Mo Xiaolang to reappear. He was already prepared to wait for the birth of that primeval troll. A familiar feeling appeared. Perhaps it's the silent demon with the motionless demon eye, Xiao. Chapter 25-26. Maybe it was Mo Xiaolang's reminder, or maybe it was Longchen thinking too much. Anyway, he temporarily imprisoned Mo Xiaolang in his divine kingdom, so he didn't have to worry about anything. He could deal with the primeval troll with peace of mind. Longchen believed that with his current ability, self-preservation was not a problem. If it wasn't for his divine soul source and demigod body, it wouldn't be easy for him to imprison Mo Xiaolang. At least, it wouldn't be this easy. After all, he had a hard time fighting the moon demon Zeroth, and at that time, Mo Xiaolang had also fought the moon demon Zeroth, and they were almost evenly matched. Under the seal of the demon star, communication through star talismans definitely wouldn't work. Longchen communicated with Yang Yu through the will of the living beings and the divine palace. He just gave it a try, but he didn't expect it to work. Yang Yu was pleasantly surprised. "It's me, Aunt Yu." Yang Yu quickly said, "How can I hear your voice?" "You're in the demon star. Let's talk about this later." Longchen could hear that there was no worry in her voice, only excitement. It seemed that she thought the chaos of the demon star was over. There wasn't much time. Silent Demon was about to come out, so he quickly said, "The current situation is like this. I defeated the primeval troll who controlled the demons, Ta, and sent it to the death world. Now, the demons on the demon star are out of control, but Xiao Lang is still a bit strange, so I need to work hard. Also, the seals inside the demon star are layered one after another. Now that Ta is gone, the next primeval troll is about to climb up again. This isn't over yet. I have to think of a new way, but you don't have to worry. I can protect myself now, and Xiao Lang is already under my control. At least he won't destroy the demon star's seal anymore." "Is that so? Okay, then be careful. We'll take care of the matters outside. Everyone is waiting for you to come back. Don't let anything happen to you. Your life is more important than anything else." "Yes." At this point, Longchen could no longer divert his attention to talk to Yang Yu. This was because the new primeval troll had appeared. He had been at the bottom of the troll all this time. Now that the troll had disappeared, there was a gap in the destroyed part. After a period of hard work, he had struggled out of it. In the blink of an eye, half of the legendary silent demon's body had struggled out of the demon star's seal, while the other half was firmly suppressed by the seal on the outside of the demon star. The seal was like a transparent mucus, firmly suppressing all the devils. The new primeval troll wasn't the same type as the soul manipulation demon. He was a silent demon, so everything about him was different from the soul manipulation demon. However, it was obvious that the silent demon was more terrifying. The one that emerged from the abyss was another primeval troll. His appearance was slightly different from the soul manipulation demon. He also had thick limbs, huge wings, black dragon scales, and a spine that looked like thorns. However, the silent demon's body was slightly smaller, and it wasn't as ferocious as the soul manipulation demon. Unlike the soul manipulation demon, he had 2 pairs of wings, and his head was a little like a bat covered in scales. Blood-colored threads surrounded his body, and they were twice as dense as the soul manipulation demons. The most prominent feature was his eyes. They were 2 huge eyes, as if they were the core of the silent demon. Although the soul manipulation demon had a large body, both of his eyes combined weren't as big as one of the silent demons. Both of his eyes occupied more than half of the surface area of his face. They were a rich blood-red color, and there were layers of strange whirlpools. Both of his eyes were now rotating strangely. There was no spirit in them, but it was suffocating. This primeval troll silently appeared under Long Chen's feet. Then, he used his deep and strange rotating eyes to stare at Long Chen calmly. The entire Devil Star seemed to have lost all sound. The group of demons had now woken up. They all hid in the distance and didn't dare to approach. The silent demon didn't seem as scary as the soul manipulation demon, but this was just a facade. The primordial demon race was the symbol of evil. This silent demon had a very terrifying evil aura, even more evil than the one that Long Chen killed. From these eyes, Long Chen saw the wisdom that the soul manipulation demon didn't have. This guy is even more difficult to deal with. Obviously, he had already made up his mind to kill him. Fortunately, he had already conveyed the situation here to Yang Yu. This way, if something happened again, Yang Yu and the others wouldn't be too worried. With Yang Yu's message, everyone now knows the situation inside the Devil Star. At least, they didn't have to worry about the Devil Star seal collapsing. Unless Long Chen was killed and Mo Xiaolang escaped his control. In Long Chen's world, whether it was sound or images, everything was disappearing. The entire Devil Star was the same. This was the change brought about by the silent demon. Wang. In that instant, the silent demon's rotating eyes suddenly stopped when he looked at Long Chen. At that moment, everything in the world seemed to have quietened down. All the rivers on the Devil Star stopped flowing, the sand stopped flying, and the group of demons still maintained their original expressions. The only thing that could change was the fear in their eyes. In fact, it wasn't that time had stopped, but that all of them were now under the silent demon's rule. Is this the motionless demon eye? Previously, when the group of demons formed the array diagram, they used the motionless demon eye together. However, compared to the silent demon, the difference was too great. This was the true power of a god. This was the power that was born and comprehended from the rule. Motionless was a rule. Under this restriction, Long Chen couldn't move. Now that the entire Devil Star was suppressed by this rule, there was no way to escape. The soul manipulation demon cultivated the Agaz Dark Demon Mysterious Heaven technique, which gave birth to the Dark Demon Great Source. However, the silent demon's devil spirit source was another kind of power. Clearly, he cultivated another boundless divine technique. Although Long Chen didn't know what it was, he felt that it wasn't as brutal as the Dark Demon Great Source. However, it was longer, more majestic, and more evil. You know very little about gods and demons. At this time, the silent demon looked at Long Chen slowly, using a very wise and calm voice to speak to him. He opened his mouth, and a tongue that was as red as a snake's tongue stretched out. This tongue extended in Long Chen's direction. At this rate, Long Chen, who had been struck by the motionless magic eye, would be caught by his tongue and then swallowed into his stomach. The silent demon had always hunted like this. In his world, everything would not move. My power came from cultivating the boundless divine technique, the immovable heavenly demon king's eternal godly Tao. It's called the eternal demon god power. Compared to the dark demon great source, it's a bit more peaceful, but also a bit stronger. Similarly, it's a tier 2 death grade boundless divine technique. Your talent surpasses mine. I originally wanted to make you part of my race and give you the boundless divine technique. It's a pity that I won't have that chance. When Long Chen heard this, his tongue was already close to Long Chen. That 100-meter-long bloody tongue looked really disgusting. The motionless demon eye is the power of laws. You're still unable to come into contact with it. Once you've comprehended the laws, you can use your mental strength as a guide, and the devil origin energy as a foundation. Then, you can activate the laws of heaven and earth, and use them. During this process, the silent demon had already used his tongue to wrap around the motionless Long Chen. At a slow speed, he slowly pulled Long Chen towards him. Although it was slow, Long Chen couldn't break free. These were the last words he said to Long Chen, because he wanted to swallow Long Chen alive. In fact, the entire demon star had already been covered by the silent demon's ancient demon god power. This extremely evil power imprisoned everything, allowing him to hunt, kill, and do all sorts of evil things in this silent world. Long Chen tried countless times. With his vast god origin energy, he definitely surpassed the other party's ancient demon god power in terms of quantity. But even so, he couldn't break free from the control of the other party's laws. On one hand, the other party's god origin energy was too strong. On the other hand, after cultivating the infinite divine technique, their world tree had changed, and the ancient demon god power was even more superior. As for the infinite divine technique that they mentioned, Long Chen still didn't have any thoughts about it. If this went on, he would really be eaten by the silent demon. Eye of Hell. Helpless, Long Chen could only summon the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword had a Tao spirit. As long as Long Chen willed it, it could automatically perform. Just as the god-slaying sword used the Eye of Hell to make a small crack, Long Chen grabbed the god-slaying sword and completed the Eye of Hell. Rumble. This was the first time he used the god origin energy to perform the Eye of Hell. And at this time, the god-slaying sword had already reached the level of 990 Tao patterns. It had become an unbounded Tao treasure, and was infinitely close to reaching 999. Above the seal of the Devil's Star behind him, two incomparably huge green eyes appeared. For a moment, the green light illuminated the entire Devil's Star, forming countless sword lights. As if they were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, they tore apart the area controlled by the unmoving magic eyes. As expected, Long Chen was freed. Previously, he had escaped from the motionless demon eye in this way. I didn't expect this thing to be destroyed. The silent demon's emotions didn't fluctuate much. He just felt that it was a little strange. Or perhaps this was how he faced everything in his calmest and quietest state. He was different from the controlling soul demon's fiery temper. However, this silent demon seemed to be even scarier. Because of this, Long Chen didn't know his weakness. The god-slaying sword tore apart the motionless demon eye. Long Chen was prepared to make the first move. The god-slaying sword flashed. Long Chen immediately transformed into his human form, imbued a huge amount of god origin energy, and killed the silent demon with one strike. Rip. The long sword tore through the sky. The god origin energy exploded with a dazzling light, piercing through the night. The sword light instantly appeared in front of the silent demon. Motionless. Chapter 25-27. This battle was different from the one with the controlling soul demon. At that time, Long Chen was filled with endless hatred and desire to kill the controlling soul demon as soon as possible to save everything and fulfill his promise. Now that the demonic star was safe, he only needed to protect his own life. This was what Yang Yu had told him. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Even if his sword was destroyed, he was very calm and continued to stay far away from the silent demon. This time, he didn't even take the initiative to attack. Instead, he was constantly on guard against the silent demon. The demons regained their ability to move. They hurriedly ran away. If they stayed in the range of this god-level battle, they might be accidentally killed. Soon, only Long Chen was left in the sky above the burial god mountain, facing the slow-moving silent demon. For millions of years, there has never been a human like you in the dragon sacrificial realm. There must be many secrets on you that we can't understand. As long as I devour you, I'll be able to obtain all of your secrets. All primeval troll were of the same origin, so they had a certain level of affection for each other. Just for this reason alone, he had to kill Long Chen. Not to mention, Mo Xiaolang was still under Long Chen's control. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword and said, "You're much easier to talk to than Zhui. To be honest, you've been imprisoned here for millions of years, and it's been tough. However, I do have billions of people behind me. This is the land that raised my family and I live on. Your appearance will destroy everything. Since I have achieved what I have today, I will disregard everything to stop you." The silent demon said slowly, "Is that so? Then fate has turned you against us. I have to say, although you mortals are weak, your souls can make us stronger and restore us to our peak strength. Only then will it be enough for us to take revenge. It's been millions of years, and our hatred has been tormenting us all the time. We can't wait any longer. You have a mission that you must complete even if you have to risk your life. Our millions of years of hatred can also make us forget our own lives. If the controlling soul demon was a beast, then the silent demon was a thinker. In terms of intelligence, he was impeccable. Who is your enemy? After saying so much, this was what Longchen wanted to know. He had heard of the great war of the gods and devils, so he guessed that it was the gods of the eternal celestial realm from millions of years ago. Of course, it was just a guess. But if the gods won, where did they go? They sealed the primeval troll here and disappeared for all eternity. In the world of the primeval devil race, mortals are nothing more than food. There's no need for us to tell our food who our enemies are. Although one of our food has brought us some trouble, the reason I'm here is to make you disappear forever. You've blocked 10 million years of hatred from us, and that's a very terrifying thing. Longchen sneered and said, "You want 1 trillion of us to die. This kind of hatred is even more terrifying." Judging from this conversation, there was no possibility of peace between the two parties. Just as the silent demon had said, the primordial demon clan naturally wouldn't compromise with a bunch of food. They had waited for millions of years just for this moment of revenge. The silent demon wouldn't tell anything to Longchen. When Longchen finished speaking, it meant another battle. This time, Longchen thought about it a lot. He knew that even if he had the ability, he couldn't drag the silent demon away. Otherwise, the primeval troll below would come out one by one, and he wouldn't be a match for them. If he could suppress the silent demon, then he would let him occupy this place. All he had to do was stall for time, and then find a way to take Mo Xiaolang away. But the most troublesome thing was that he didn't know what was going on with Mo Xiaolang, nor did he know where Sui Yan had gone. At this moment, the silent demon's primordial demon god power swept out like poison. It seemed quiet and slow, but it surrounded the demon star, turning it into the silent demon's world. The endless evil energy surged towards Longchen. The 10 billion god palaces on Longchen's body produced endless god spiritual source energy. It flowed through the world tree, forming a huge pressure that spread out. He wasn't like the silent demon, who only used God's spiritual source energy to protect himself. In his hand, the god-slaying sword swallowed and spat out endless sharp sword light. Who? The silent demon lifted his body slightly, and the spinning vortex eyes stopped. Then, the two eyes actually started to fuse. At the center of his eyebrows, they fused into a huge blood-colored eye that occupied his entire face. There were countless vortexes on it, and it was different now. This was the silent demon's true form. When the two eyes fused together, Longchen felt that he was even more terrifying. That blood-red eye was especially frightening. It was like the eye of death, and a single glance from it could cause one's soul to fly away and scatter. Eye of eternal silence. Amidst the slowness, Longchen heard such a sound. This was the strengthening of the motionless devil eye. Compared to before, under the power of the ancient devil god, the power of the motionless devil eye had practically doubled. This was true silence. It was no different from time coming to a standstill. Everything was silent, and all sound disappeared. The only thing left was a tongue that suddenly transformed into a sharp long sword, slicing through the heaven and earth, stabbing forward. The most terrifying thing about the Eye of Eternal Silence was that the nomological power had penetrated deep into Longchen's body, controlling the flow of his god's spiritual source energy. It made it so that not even a drop of blood could move within his body. The immovable magic eye previously could not do this at all. And this time, the tongue as a sword did not give Longchen a chance to react. The nomological power was indeed heaven-defying. It was indeed rather troublesome to exist within the nomological power. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the tongue had pierced through Longchen's abdomen. Just as it was about to tear Longchen apart, it was the god-slaying sword that saved Longchen. Longchen did not even have time to give the god-slaying sword an order. Little Skeleton automatically activated the god-slaying sword, giving Long Chen some space. Once again, he activated the Eye of Hell and broke through the Eye of Eternal Silence. After it ended, Long Chen used the Flame of Life to heal himself. However, he could not help but be alarmed. It was obvious that he was no match for the silent demon. If not for the help of the god-slaying sword, he might have been eaten by the silent demon. The silent demon's 2 attacks were saved by the god-slaying sword. After 2 consecutive attacks were broken, the silent demon's huge eye revealed a dangerous glint. Long Chen knew that he couldn't delay any longer under such a strange attack from his opponent. If he didn't kill his opponent, he would be the one to die. At that moment, he transformed into the primordial blood spiritual dragon and charged towards the silent demon. Under the death claws, blood light surged. This time, Long Chen even used the power of the chaotic ocean of time. While the silent demon was restricting him, Long Chen also used the power of time to increase his speed and restrict the silent demon. Rip. Under the death claws, one of the silent demon's wings was torn off by Long Chen. Indeed, the silent demon was not good at fighting. Just as Long Chen had this thought, he realized that he was wrong. Just as his attack was about to succeed, he turned around and saw that the silent demon's body had undergone a huge change. Among the bloodlines all over his body, blood-red eyes appeared. The silent demon was instantly covered by the eyes. And these eyes, with the exception of number 1, were filled with grief and looked at Long Chen in the most painful state. Heaven's Lament. This was the silent demon's other nomological power other than the motionless nomological power. The moment he used it, Long Chen could feel the huge change in the ancient demon's power. It had been in a quiet state all this while, but now, it had gone berserk. Buzz buzz buzz. For a moment, the silent demon seemed to be letting out countless cries. These cries were endless and surrounded Long Chen. Very soon, Long Chen found himself in the middle of a storm of cries. The entire world disappeared before his eyes, and he was brought to another space. All of a sudden, it started raining cats and dogs. Rumble. The rain roared, and there was nowhere to run. Every raindrop was terrifying because they were blood-red in color and had a terrifying weight. At the same time, they brought about endless chaos. Within this chaos, the shadow of the silent demon was hidden. He was mixed in with all these raindrops. Swoosh swoosh. Long Chen could feel that the silent demon's wings had turned into swords and were attacking him. It was a simple attack, but it contained a profound god law. 14 Lives Formation. To destroy this nomological power, this was the only way Long Chen could use it. In truth, he wasn't afraid. The silent demon was best at laws like the motionless magic eye. Using other laws might be lethal, but it wasn't enough to kill Long Chen. His lethality was all built on the motionless magic eye. The moment the 14 Lives formation appeared, the situation reversed. The God Spirit Source power had an explosive might that blasted out, instantly shattering the entire world. Rumble. The silent demon fell into the abyss, but his injuries weren't serious. Long Chen broke free from the silent demon's attack. Although he managed to break free in the end, it was still very dangerous. Although the silent demon wasn't good at attacking, he was good at binding. But in terms of attacking, he wasn't any weaker than the controlling soul demon. Long Chen had no choice but to use the 14 Lives formation to break free. The silent demon said, "It seems like the two of us are restraining each other. Neither of us can do anything to the other." Long Chen climbed up from the Devil's Star and sneered, "You're wrong. I'm the one restraining you. You can't do anything to me, but I can do anything to you." The silent demon was the one attacking just now, and now it was his turn. He couldn't kill him in the Eye of Eternal Silence, so he lost his chance. However, the silent demon didn't seem to be afraid at all. He said calmly, "Do you know that when a Dao tool reaches 999 Dao patterns, there's still space on it? A peerless Dao tool is just a mortal's peerless, not a god's peerless." After countless years of sacrificial refinement, gods and demons usually have their own weapons. It's just that in the current dragon sacrificial continent, such weapons are already extinct. What are you trying to say? Long Chen noticed that the silent demon's body had changed again. The silent demon said word by word, I'm saying, I have a creation artifact. Let me play a little game with everyone. Currently, the number of fans on my WeChat account is around 50,000. When it reaches 100,000, I will release 10 chapters on the same day. It's not easy to increase the number of fans on my WeChat account. If the dragon's brothers and sisters all come and participate, it might happen one day. Then, I will have a reason to stay up late and work for a few more days. Now, I hope that everyone can be a little more passionate. Only then can I be passionate and hot-blooded. Chapter 25-28. Spirit Emperor and the others had already mastered unbounded Tao treasures with more than 950 Tao patterns. The limit of Tao patterns was 999, which was the number of unbounded Tao treasures. In other words, mortals who had yet to ascend to godhood could use unbounded Tao treasures with extreme Tao patterns. In that case, the primordial gods and demons definitely had their own weapons from the primordial era. They were even more perfect and had magnificent power. Long Chen had long known that there must be terrifying weapons that surpassed 999 Tao patterns that could be used by gods and devils. After all, most weapons were forged and refined by living beings, and a small portion of them were born from the heavens and earth. With gods and devils as powerful as them, there would naturally be supreme treasures that had been passed down through the ages, or even born tens of millions of years ago. Tens of millions of years ago, the heavens and earth back then were different. It was the era of the divine dragon, a world where countless god-level experts existed. The dragon sacrificial continent back then was many times larger than it was now. The dragon sacrificial continent alone was a world more solid than the eternal sacred domain. It was almost a world of the highest level. The treasures that were born under that kind of heaven and earth chi were naturally quite terrifying. Even if they were passed down to this day, they wouldn't weaken. In the world back then, these weapons could be seen everywhere, but now, any one of them was a peerless treasure. They were called fortune divine artifacts. Stealing the fortune of the heavens and earth for the gods and demons to use. They were unparalleled and could destroy the heavens and earth. Long Chen had naturally never heard of such a mysterious treasure. In fact, the entire dragon sacrificial continent had long lost its creation artifacts. If not for the reappearance of the primeval troll, he might not even be able to see one for the rest of his life. It's a pity that my creation artifact specializes in defense. If not for that, you would have died today without a doubt. As the silent demon spoke slowly, his body underwent a certain change. Long Chen hurriedly retreated a distance and focused all his attention on the silent demon. Creation artifact. Just the name alone makes me look forward to it. On the body of the silent demon, a strange power was born. This was not the eternal demon god power that he cultivated with the immovable heavenly demon king's eternal godly Tao, but another power that was not inferior to it. This power had not appeared in this world for thousands of years. It was different from the limitless divine art, which cultivated the God spirit source energy. This was a different kind of power, one that belonged to heaven and earth, one that belonged to the supreme treasure. It was formed after the supreme treasure absorbed the power of heaven and earth and experienced countless years. The only difference was that the power of Tao artifacts was dead. The God-slaying sword was an exception as it would increase Tao patterns. However, the power in front of him was alive. It was flowing and expanding, even cultivating and growing eternally. This is creation God power. This is where it is different from the Tao artifacts of you mortals. Only creation artifacts can possess creation God power. To put it simply, the creation heroic spirits that possess creation God power are the foundation of the creation artifact. They are used to cultivate and improve. Although my creation artifact is only a first-grade fantasy grade, it isn't like that. It suffered heavy damage and fell to the first grade. However, in the future, I will definitely let it return to the primordial grade. Although the silent demon had the law of silence, he hadn't been able to speak for many years. Since then, he had felt a lot of loneliness. It wasn't easy for him to meet an opponent like Long Chen. He patiently talked about his own matters and at the same time, took out the creation artifact that he had guarded for thousands of years. Long Chen thought to himself, the creation heroic spirits should be something similar to Tao spirits. However, they definitely have the characteristics of gods and possess creation god power that is comparable to the god spirit source energy. They can also cultivate and improve on their own. They are basically gods with a divine weapon as their body. As for the 9 grades, the limitless divine art and the creation artifact seem to be the same. The first grade is fantasy grade, the second grade is death grade, and the third grade is primordial grade. I just don't know what will happen after that. The creation artifact's characteristic of being able to improve, become stronger, and weaken was very similar to the god-slaying sword. Primeval Troll had once said that the god-slaying sword was such a divine weapon. Perhaps, the god-slaying sword was a creation artifact in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to devour and improve when it was still a Tao weapon. At this moment, the 2 types of god power erupted from the silent demon's body. Buzz. The combination of these 2 forces sent Long Chen flying. The creation artifact had yet to appear, but it was already enough to show how terrifying it was. The creation god power was different from the god spirit source energy. The god spirit source energy was born from the god spirit's body, while the creation god power absorbed the power of heaven and earth. It was similar to the power of heaven and earth in the primordial era. However, the creation heroic spirits could use it flexibly and were comparable to a true god. The silent demon's creation artifact was completely taken out. Primordial. Demon City. Rumble. A black city appeared in front of Long Chen. Most of it was illusory, and only a corner of it could be seen. This was a death demon city. After countless years, everything was modeled. But even so, it couldn't hide the power of the creation artifact. Right now, the Eternal Demon City had been badly damaged. Broken walls and black rubble could be seen everywhere. However, the Eternal Demon City's majestic aura was enough to show just how terrifying the Eternal Demon City was in its complete form. Long Chen guessed that the Eternal Demon City had fallen from the prehistoric grade to the illusory grade. It was probably less than 1/10 of its original strength. After all, there were 9 grades of creation artifact, and there were probably 15 grades of God Spirit. The strongest God Spirit would definitely use a 9th grade creation artifact, and they might not even be able to use it. It was just that he didn't know what the 6 grades after the creation artifact and boundless divine technique were. The silent demon did not expand the Eternal Demon City. Instead, he opened it to protect himself. Long Chen had the god-slaying sword, which could break through his immobility law. Knowing that there was no hope of defeating Long Chen, the silent demon chose to protect himself. In the Eternal Devil City, Long Chen saw billions of black crows. These rotting crows had blood-red eyes, and they were flying around the city. The fortune divine energy was born from these crows. Long Chen didn't dare to underestimate the fortune divine energy in the Eternal Devil City. These crows must be the creation heroic spirits. There's usually only one Tao spirit, but the creation heroic spirits can also be a flock. From these crows, Long Chen could feel an aura comparable to that of a god. Although they were creation heroic spirits, their level of life might even surpass that of ordinary mortal spirits. Now, what can you do to me? The silent demon said calmly. Although he was still under the control of the seal, he had already entered the Eternal Demon City. If Long Chen wanted to defeat him, he would have to tear the Eternal Demon City apart. This was a creation artifact after all. Looking at the Eternal Demon City from afar, Long Chen fell into deep thought. The Eternal Demon City is no longer what it used to be. Although it is a creation artifact, it has weakened to the weakest level. The god-slaying sword now has 990 Tao patterns, so it might be a creation artifact in the past. If I can strengthen it, that would be great news. Although I might not be able to tear the Eternal Demon City apart, if the other party is unable to retaliate, it's definitely possible to do it thousands or even tens of thousands of times. But he was most worried about what had happened previously. At that time, the controlling soul demon had taken out all sorts of Tao treasures to strengthen the god-slaying sword. Moreover, it seemed like they were very familiar with the god-slaying sword. Although the god-slaying sword was still under his control, if it reached 999 Tao patterns, or even higher, it would be a different story. This was a dangerous, evil sword. Although Long Chen had controlled it for a long time, he had always been wary of it. At this time, the god-slaying sword was stirring in front of the Eternal Demon City. "Daddy, I want to eat that." The little skeleton's eyes lit up as he started to plead with Long Chen through the god-slaying sword. His desire to devour seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Long Chen said, "Don't worry, we are safe now. If we kill the silent demon, a stronger primeval troll will definitely appear. Therefore, we don't have to do anything for the time being. Now that Xiao Lang is in our hands, we can find a way to leave this place." "No, I want to eat that. I'm starving." Little skeleton's tone suddenly turned sharp. He jumped up and down on the god-slaying sword excitedly. His pair of green eyes stared fixedly at the Eternal Demon City. He couldn't help but drool at the sight of this tattered destinable divine weapon. There had never been anything that attracted him so much. Ding, ding, ding. The god-slaying sword in his hand started to vibrate. This was the first time it had disobeyed Long Chen. Long Chen was just testing the little skeleton. Now, he understood that devouring was the nature of the god-slaying sword. Although the death skeleton had disappeared and this silly little skeleton was born, his nature would still show at times like this. This desire had been dormant for too long. Now that it had erupted, it was simply uncontrollable. If he lost the god-slaying sword, he wouldn't be able to resist the silent demon's eyes. Long Chen furrowed his brows. The changes to the god-slaying sword had brought him a new crisis. The silent demon went into a deep slumber. He wasn't anxious at all. In fact, he was also thinking of a way. After all, the demon's star seal had to be broken. Although I can't bear to part with this eternal demon city that has accompanied me for millions of years, I have no choice but to give it up for this one time. In the future, I will definitely have an even stronger creation artifact. The silent demon laughed coldly in his heart. He knew that the god-slaying sword would undergo changes. In the face of this broken creation artifact, the god-slaying sword couldn't resist at all. "No, Daddy, I must eat that." At this moment, the god-slaying sword had erupted with a rather brutal energy. Even when it was under Long Chen's control, this kind of energy had never appeared. "Eye of Hell." This was Little Skeleton's voice. Buzz. This was the first time Long Chen saw the Eye of Hell. Chapter 25-29. He had always been the one using the Eye of Hell against others, but no one had ever used the Eye of Hell against him. But this time, it was the case. Under the attraction of the dilapidated creation artifact, the little skeleton's nature kept on awakening. Back then, it had only allowed Long Chen to destroy its memories. Although a new doctrine spirit was born, even so, the god-slaying sword was still the god-slaying sword. Its nature would not change. Long Chen was now sure that the god-slaying sword in its most complete state was a creation artifact. To a creation artifact, it wasn't special. That was because a creation artifact would automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth and even cultivate to a higher level. Although it was more difficult than the growth of a deity, it didn't mean that there was no chance of success. To the similarly destroyed creation divine weapons, they would basically drop to become Tao artifacts. They would also have a strong suppressive effect on other Tao artifacts. The reason why the god-slaying sword could devour other Tao artifacts and increase its Tao patterns was because it was a creation divine weapon. Now that it had recovered to 990 Tao patterns, it was about to transcend the limitless of mortals and return to its original form. The god-slaying sword was an evil weapon. Even though it had been suppressed by Long Chen before, now that its nature had awakened, it wouldn't be strange for it to attack Long Chen in the face of such a huge temptation. After coming to the demonic planet, Long Chen seemed to have expected this day. Therefore, when the god-slaying sword reached 990 Tao patterns, he decided not to use it anymore. He didn't expect that the silent demon would have to use the Eye of Hell to destroy his Eye of Immobility. Now that he had taken out the creation artifact, it was as though everything had been planned by him. It seems like not only does the silent demon recognize the god-slaying sword, but he is also trying to use a trick to make the god-slaying sword recover. Under the intense mental shock from the Eye of Hell, the god-slaying sword broke free from Long Chen's control. It was only when the god-slaying sword was far away from Long Chen that the power of the Eye of Hell dissipated. Long Chen wasn't injured by this. However, he had lost the god-slaying sword. Around the silent fiend, this was a dangerous thing to do. Above the eternal demon city, the god-slaying sword was hovering there. Within the sword, a little skeleton with green eyes appeared. He grew taller and taller, and gradually turned into an adult skeleton. The green in his eyes became even more intense, and there was a faint evil glint in them. He was no longer as innocent as before. He held the god-slaying sword in his hand. Instantly, the god-slaying sword released a torrential sword aura. Swish swish swish. Boundless gray sword chi flew past Long Chen. Long Chen squinted his eyes. To be honest, he was rather reluctant to part with it. After all, the god-slaying sword had been with him for too long. Ever since the city lord of the tragic city handed it to him, he had been wielding the god-slaying sword. He had abandoned all other Tao weapons and nurtured the god-slaying sword from 1 Tao pattern to 999 Tao patterns. He had spent too much effort on the god-slaying sword and had even changed many of his fighting styles. Now, he understood that it might be time for the god-slaying sword to leave him forever. He would lose the god-slaying sword forever. Even though the god-slaying sword had become evil and reverted to his original self, Long Chen was still deeply reluctant to part with it. He was very reluctant to part with it. Although the little skeleton was a little ugly, he was very innocent. The little skeleton that kept calling him daddy and wouldn't change his way of addressing him no matter how many times he scolded him was gone forever. Woo woo. Now, the black skeleton held the god-slaying sword and held its head with its hand. It shook a few times and let out a few painful cries. Swish. The evil aura on its body continued to expand, and it was very close to the primeval troll. Indeed, the god-slaying sword was related to the primeval troll. Who are you? The black skeleton's green eyes were constantly flickering as it looked at Long Chen. Soon, it could no longer remember Long Chen. It seemed that the little skeleton really had deep feelings for Long Chen. However, the god-slaying sword was its root. As long as the god-slaying sword was awakened, the little skeleton would also change. Long Chen's expression did not change. His clothes fluttered in the wind. He said, "It's fate that I can accompany you. Today, you may leave me. In the future, when I have the opportunity and the ability, I will definitely let you return to my side. I will let you return to the way you like." Long Chen was more open-minded than anyone else. This wasn't the little skeleton's choice. He couldn't control his nature. However, he was innocent and Long Chen naturally wouldn't blame him. These words made the black skeleton seem to be in pain. It roared a few times and no longer looked at Long Chen. Instead, it held the god-slaying sword and looked at the eternal demon city below with a passionate gaze. That was a destinable divine weapon. As long as it was destroyed and devoured, it would be able to return to its original form. At the very least, it would no longer be a Tao weapon. Seeing how calm Long Chen was, the silent demon said, "You don't seem to understand the situation. Now, we are no longer on equal footing. Without this sword, you can no longer suppress me. At this point, the silent demon's huge blood-red eyes stopped moving. This was the eye of eternal silence. Compared to the immovable demon eyes, this was a much stronger nomological energy. To be more precise, it was a combination of the silent demon bloodline's mystique and nomological energy. The immovable demon eyes was just nomological energy. The overwhelming nomological energy once again restricted Long Chen. Long Chen's entire body and even the divine spirit source energy within his body couldn't flow. His divine spirit was also directly frozen. Everything seemed to have stopped. Without the god-slaying sword, Long Chen would lose the initiative and would no longer be able to deal with the silent demon. Right now, the silent demon was his nemesis. Under such control, Long Chen was rapidly in danger. But even so, the determination in his eyes did not change at all. He was still looking at the god-slaying sword, the weapon that had accompanied him for so many years. That charmingly naive little skeleton was now gone forever. To him, it was like the passing of an important friend. This made him very upset. Of course, he was also very angry. In the beginning, he hated the soul controller very much. That was why he killed him. Before this, he did not hate the silent demon too much. Instead, he fought rationally. Until now, the anger and hatred in his heart were almost uncontrollable. If it wasn't for him, my god-slaying sword wouldn't be like this. The eye of eternal silence could not control the rage in his heart. Not even the god-slaying sword and little skeleton could be contained by the eye of eternal silence. While the silent demon was trapping Long Chen, the black skeleton had already grasped the god-slaying sword. Even though it was a Dao treasure, it was still attacking the destinable treasure, the eternal demon city. Boom, boom, boom. The black skeleton wielded the god-slaying sword even more skillfully than Long Chen. It executed the massacring sword art over and over again. Even though each attack didn't deal much damage to the fortune divine weapon, the eternal demon city had been severely damaged over the past millions of years. Moreover, the silent demon had completely unleashed its power. As such, the god-slaying sword's attacks were indeed effective. As long as this continued, even though he might not be able to complete it once or twice, he would definitely succeed after 10 days, 20 days, or even half a year. To tell you the truth, this sword is called the Emperor Sakya Hell Sword. It is the third-ranked Emperor Sakya Hell Demon of the primordial demon race. It used to be a 5th-grade order-ranked divine weapon. However, when the primordial demon race was defeated, the Emperor Sakya Hell Sword was destroyed. It fell from divinity rank and became a Dao treasure. Now, it can finally return to the ranks of divine weapons. With its foundation, it will return to the 5th-grade order rank. The silent demon had brought out the eternal demon city so that the god-slaying sword could destroy and devour it. He used the eye of eternal silence to trap Long Chen so that Long Chen would not be able to move. Perhaps you don't know how powerful a primordial chaos-grade destinable divine artifact is. Let me tell you, given how powerful the dragon sacrificial world is, the eternal god realm still can't withstand a single attack from a 4th-grade Genesis-grade destinable divine artifact. The dragon sacrificial world is no longer the dragon realm of all worlds of the past. The silent demon's blood-red eyes stretched out from the depths of the eternal demon city and looked coldly at Long Chen. He continued, of course, the people of your generation born in the dragon sacrificial world don't know anything about the infinite worlds. In this boundless galaxy, there have been tens of thousands of worlds similar to the dragon sacrificial world since countless billions of years ago. There are all sorts of forms, such as boundless continents, huge planets, and countless mystical secret realms. They are collectively known as the infinite worlds. In the era of your dragon god, the dragon sacrificial world was the supreme, number one of the infinite worlds, a place that all worlds yearned for. But now, you are merely the lowest of the infinite worlds. At this point, the silent demon suddenly shut his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. Even the eye of eternal silence trembled, causing Long Chen to recover his movements for a moment. The silent demon hurriedly said with a face full of shock and embarrassment, "Yes, yes, I won't say more." He had probably been warned by other primeval troll. Indeed, for a mortal, the silent demon spoke too much. He pursued the rule of silence, but over the countless years, he had been tortured to insanity by silence. He longed to talk, otherwise, he wouldn't have explained so much to Long Chen out of thin air. But what he said still brought a huge shock to Long Chen. A long time ago, when he was at the edge of the dragon sacrificial continent, he had once wondered what was in the depths of the galaxy. Standing at the edge of the eternal god domain and looking down at the dragon sacrificial continent, it had the appearance of a dragon god. Then, what would be in the depths of the galaxy? For example, what would be in the eternal god domain if he headed north from the chaos galaxy? Now, he might have understood. This galaxy was boundless, it was infinitely huge, and it didn't just exist in the dragon sacrificial world. There must be other worlds. Just as the silent demon said, that should be the infinite worlds. It was rumored that Ling Huang's infinite worlds last age heavenly spirit formation was comprehended from the infinite worlds. Long Chen had thought that this was just an exaggerated legend, but it turned out to be true. The dragon sacrificial continent wasn't the only one. More importantly, during the era of the dragon god, which was hundreds of millions of years ago, the dragon sacrificial world was the supreme dragon world of the infinite worlds, the number one world of the infinite worlds according to the silent demon. But now, the world was fragile, its experts were scarce, and there weren't even any gods. It had fallen to the bottom of the infinite worlds. Chapter 25-30. Long Qinglan had wanted to know the reason for his entire life. It was the same for Long Chen as well. This world must have undergone an incomparably huge change that led to the extinction of the once dominant divine dragon, the disappearance of the number one, and the current state of his current state. Even without the calamity brought about by the primeval troll, Long Chen was still very worried. This was because he had heard from the black jade dragon head that the dragon's sacrifice would perish within 100 years. Based on the current situation, the entire dragon sacrifice continent was still collapsing. Continents were being lost every year, and within the next million years, the eternal sacred realm would definitely follow the same path as the dragon sacrifice continent. In the end, this world would still be destroyed. What was the reason that caused the number one in the myriad of worlds to become so miserable? From losing the god-slaying sword to knowing this part of the truth, Long Chen's heart had become incomparably heavy. Now that the silent demon had shut his mouth and the black skeleton was continuously hacking at the creation artifact, Long Chen himself was unable to move within the eye of eternal silence. Once the black skeleton destroyed the creation artifact, the silent demon would probably come out and send Long Chen to the afterlife. They had to destroy the demon star's seal, so they had to rescue Mo Shaolang. It's useless even if you resist. This world is destined to be destroyed. We, the primordial demon race, are merely sending the mortals here to the afterlife sooner. The silent demon couldn't help but say one more sentence. At least before that, I will make your primeval troll disappear in a puff of smoke. Although Long Chen was unable to move, his willpower was tyrannical. This sentence was a huge blow to the silent demon. He could feel the fiery rage from this young man. Majestic, violent. Under such ferocious fighting spirit, the silent demon's heart clenched. He had devoured countless mortals, but had never seen anyone as terrifying as Long Chen. Now, even the eye of eternal silence was trembling under Long Chen's powerful willpower. Dream on. With your strength, you can't even get past me. Although the primordial demon race has been imprisoned for millions of years, our boss and the others can squash you to death with a single finger. You can struggle out of my eye of eternal silence. Stop bragging. You don't have much time left. Once the Emperor Sakya's sword returns to the creation artifact, it will be the day of your death. Perhaps I can give you a choice. You can choose to release that Mo Shaolang, and at the same time, be controlled by the primordial demon race and become one of us. Long Chen didn't say anything else. But from this moment onwards, he would fight back. The only thing he could move was his willpower. His willpower controlled the godly origin energy in his body. Billions of lives were of one mind with Long Chen. There was only one goal. Even without the god-slaying sword, Long Chen would use his willpower to tear the Eye of Eternal Silence apart. Otherwise, as the silent demon had said, he would really die here. There were still so many things he didn't understand. How could he die here? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The black skeleton was like a hungry ghost. It didn't know fatigue. Sword after sword slashed at the Eternal Demon City. The Eternal Demon City didn't resist at all. The sword chi rushed into the city, and the crows died one after another. The god-slaying sword was devoured by the god-slaying sword. During this process, only 2 hours had passed. The god-slaying sword had already transformed into 999 Dao patterns. It had truly become an infinite number. Next, it was going to break through the shackles and become a creation divine weapon. On the other side, Long Chen used his strong willpower to attack again and again, mobilizing the godly origin energy. He was just like the black skeleton now. In fact, he was even more berserk than the black skeleton. Under his attacks, the godly origin energy flowed slowly, but it had indeed broken the opponent's rules. It's useless. This is only at this level. It's still 90% away from destroying my Eye of Eternal Silence. The silent demon wasn't worried at all. He was more concerned about the birth of the Emperor Sakya Hell Sword. This was the divine weapon of the Emperor Sakya Hell Demon, who was ranked 3rd in the primordial demon race. It was once a 5th-grade creation divine weapon of the primordial demon race. This was a divine weapon that could only be controlled by an extremely powerful god or demon spirit. Even during the era of the dragon god, this kind of divine weapon was rather rare. No matter what the silent demon said, Long Chen continued to attack. Now, the veins on his body were bulging, and his eyes were bloodshot. He didn't stop. Mortals will always be mortals. No matter how hard they work and how tenacious they are, they will never be able to break through the shackles of life. There are only 2 kinds of existences in the infinite worlds. One is the mortals, and the other is the gods and demons. The gods and demons are born to rule over mortals, just like you are born to rule over livestock. There is a difference between the two. The difference is that you are just food for us. The silent demon started to chatter again. It was just that from now on, he no longer cared about the original dragon sacrificial continent. This process continued for a long time. 1 day, 2 days. The god-slaying sword continued to hack, while Long Chen continued to attack. His progress was much slower than the god-slaying sword. The silent demon wasn't worried. The moment the god-slaying sword destroyed the Eternal Demon City, perhaps Long Chen would only be able to mobilize the godly origin energy in his body to slowly advance, barely able to move a little. Perhaps by then, his body wouldn't even be able to move. The silent demon still had this bit of confidence. His immovable demon eye was a heaven-defying law. He had relied on it to kill countless opponents. The cycle continued. That said, this mortal's willpower is truly admirable. It's been half a month, and he's still trying to break through. Should I withdraw the Eternal Devil City and kill him first? The silent demon had this idea. If he were to remove the Eternal Demon City now, it would be troublesome. After all, Long Chen had controlled the god-slaying sword for too long. If the Eternal Demon City disappeared, the god-slaying sword might wake up and return to his side. At that time, all his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, this was the most crucial moment for the god-slaying sword to become a fortune divine weapon. After weighing the pros and cons, the silent demon gave up. He wasn't afraid of Long Chen. If it wasn't for Long Chen's determined and hateful gaze, he wouldn't have thought so much. Half a month passed. The god-slaying sword and Long Chen were still attacking. They seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Originally, Long Chen was not very familiar with the god spirit source energy. After all, it was a newly born power, the power of a god. His primordial spirit was still that of a mortal, so it was quite difficult for him to familiarize himself with and control the power of a god. However, after half a month of tempering, it seemed to have become much smoother and easier to control under extremely difficult circumstances. Long Chen was waiting for a critical point. He felt that it was nearing. His heart was filled with endless desire and anger that was about to be vented. His gaze never left the god-slaying sword. Following the destruction of the eternal demon city and the growth of the god-slaying sword, it was getting further and further away from him. In the end, I still have to lose it. Although he was unwilling, he had no other choice. On the 21st day, the eternal demon city that had accompanied the silent demon for so many years finally shattered. The entire city started to explode, crumble, and be destroyed. Countless crows disappeared, countless spirit designs were destroyed, and the destruction of a destinable immortal treasure was like the disappearance and destruction of a world. Long Chen heard countless booms and screams. Those crows were destinable spirits, and they were much more clear-headed than the Tao spirits of Tao treasures. Being abandoned and killed by the master that had been with them for millions of years was perhaps the deepest pain. Silent Devil was also quite reluctant, but this was an order from Sakya, Emperor of Hell Devil. He couldn't do anything about it. After all, he was the closest to the outside. After the controlling soul demon disappeared, it was his turn. In the end, the eternal demon city was completely destroyed. A pitch-black whirlpool formed at his original position. After the whirlpool expanded, it almost swallowed the entire demon star. If the eternal demon city had been destroyed outside, it would probably have swallowed the entire chaos star field. However, at this time, the god-slaying sword was like a hungry ghost that swallowed the whirlpool. The eternal demon city had created the god-slaying sword. No, it should be Emperor Sakya Hell Sword. In Long Chen's eyes, the god-slaying sword that he was familiar with had undergone earth-shattering changes. It was getting further and further away from him. However, Long Chen would not forget his promise. In the future, if he had the opportunity and the strength, he would make it return to his side. But even so, the feeling of loss still made him quite unhappy. Rumble. The god-slaying sword began to return to its original appearance. It seemed like there was no longer any suspense in its transformation into a destinable immortal treasure. To the silent demon, this was also the time for him to come out of the eternal demon city and deal with Long Chen. However, at this time, he was more interested in the process of this legendary destinable immortal treasure's rebirth. Surrounded by a ball of gray sword chi, the god-slaying sword began to transform. This transformation began with the Tao patterns. 999 Tao patterns instantly disappeared. Only Long Chen knew how difficult it was to form these Tao patterns. But now, the Tao patterns disappeared and gathered into a new core, giving birth to a new power. Creation Divine Power. As the seed grew, the creation divine power began to surge throughout the god-slaying sword. Everywhere it passed, there would be a drastic change. It wasn't a change in appearance, but a change in its level. It was just like how humans became gods. At this moment, the god-slaying sword had also turned from a mortal's divine weapon into a demon god's weapon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire demon star flashed with gray lightning. Sword chi rumbled and its aura was overwhelming. The current god-slaying sword was much more terrifying than the eternal demon city. Long Chen still could not see the god-slaying sword. It was surrounded by gray sword chi and was completely far away from Long Chen. In fact, it was even further away from him. At this moment, a familiar laughter rang out. Within the boundless gray sword chi, a blue-haired, tall, curvaceous, and beautiful lady with snow-white skin appeared. This lady had an unparalleled charm and beauty. However, this was just a shadow. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.